History began with player Shin Sang-hyun being praised for clearing the ancient Dragon's Sound dungeon. A weary-looking man sighed, complaining about why he worked so hard when he's nearly 60. This is Shin Sang-hyun at 55. 30 years have passed since Sang-hyun took up the sword, yet his greatest achievement is merely ranking among his country's top 100, a needle in a haystack among the countless players worldwide. He spotted a book and wondered if his reward this time was a skill tome. He'd consumed artifacts before, so he questioned whether he could ingest that too. A bright light caught his eye. He was told that the late model student constellation had entered. The late model student sincerely blessed Sang Jiyoung's arduous work and praised his flawless finishing blow. That person who entered so dramatically is his hired constellation, the late model student. Sang Jiyoung thanked him for the compliment. Sang Jiyoung felt grateful to him for hiring him when he was only a mere third-tier swordsman. With the late model student, once the player reaches level 850, all artifact and title stats will double. Once the player reaches level 900, the mentioned stats will triple. Sang Yuan's current level is 650, so he's far from the power boost. Due to the extreme conditions, he still hasn't reaped any benefit from having the late blooming model student as his constellation. The late blooming model student urged him to eat the skill book. Sang-hyun wore an excited yet weary expression as he poured mana into the artifact. Then he said, "I'll eat it now." To devour artifacts is the skill Sang Jiyoung acquired when he awakened. To understand his ability, he tried boiling and eating artifact. He also tried frying them but felt nothing different. By the time he finished his experiments, useless. 30 years had passed. When he used mana synchronization with an artifact of appropriate rank, he realized it triggered his ability to devour artifact. However, by the time he figured out how to use his ability, it was already too late. Others grow stronger as they awaken. The old Sang-hyu failed to synchronize. He stared at the book and threw it down in anger, complaining that it came with no instructions or anything. Couldn't believe it was a skill book. The last-minute model student says there's barely any information on that ability and apologizes for being unable to help. He suggests that since there's plenty of time, Sang-hyun should commit once more and restart the mana synchronization. The statement "a lot of time" irritated Sang Jiyoung. He was on the brink of tears because he doesn't have much time left. He's nearly 60. He declared that if he'd had a child at 30, that child would now be 30, and if he'd had a child earlier, he could even have grandchildren by now. He emphasized that humans die young. The late bloom model student apologized if he'd said something wrong. Sang-hyun replied that he'd done nothing wrong, explaining it was simply because he carries many regrets in his life, and his constellation noted that remark. Sang Jiyoung couldn't shake the memory of that person's back, so he did everything he could to become him, but now he's exhausted and far too old. He claimed that if he were just a little younger, his constellation would keep listening, and the late bloom model student smiled. Then Sang Jun advised the late bloom model student that he was withdrawing, and, as he was canceling his contract with him, told him to simply move on to another player. Suddenly, the late bloom model student, unleashed his power, which shocked Sang Jun. All he could see now was a distorted version of his reality. That scene became his last memory as a 55-year-old man. The late development model student used the essence he'd experimented with, and the regression began. Dungeons and portals are basically the arenas where awakened players operate. He asked if that was correct. The speaker is Park Jongmin, also known as Player G, a reporter. The speaker is Park Jongmin, also known as Player Gi, a reporter. A mature red-haired woman answered that it was correct. She is the CEO of Hyun Joan Corporation, Han Hyun Joan. She explained that dungeons can be seen as trampolines for players, and portals are other dimensions, gateways to unknown regions that players must explore and conquer. Youngmin asked her what she thought about this year's dungeon. The interview continued while a black-haired man watched her. He remarked that he really had gone back. Guess who that guy was? You're right, our old MC Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun finally grasped the situation, but 4 days had already passed, and he'd been sent back 30 years. After that, he blacked out, and when he came to, he found himself in his studio apartment from 30 years ago. He was shocked to discover he isn't in his 55-year-old body, but in the body of a 25-year-old, with all his memories intact from before the regression. No matter how much he ponders it, the cause of his reversal must be the miracle of the constellation. There was no other explanation. Still bewildered, he decided to roll with it and start training instead. He wields a Benamit dagger, a bronze, single-handed weapon. It boasts plus 17 attack power and plus 10 agility, described as a self-defense blade that never dulls. It's a bronze-grade dagger that Sang Jiyoung was lucky enough to acquire. Its range may be short, but he knows its hidden potential. The absorption rate is being determined, and later settled at a 10% absorption. The dagger's previous usage is applied retroactively, resulting in a final absorption rate of 20%. Although its absorption rate is low because it hasn't been used in ages. The hidden skill is what matters. Mana synchronization with the behemoth dagger has begun. Sang Hyen slipped into the void of unconsciousness. Now he bore this new look, his hair dyed white. The void of unconsciousness is the space that he needed to pass through to consume an artifact. Sang Jian said he's always on edge when he comes here. A whole chicken appeared on a plate. The system window notified him that the preparations to absorb the Venomoth dagger are complete. A barbecue roasted chicken drizzled with olive oil was served. Sang Jian felt relieved that it was a normal dish. He'd been worried something like a swamp wet centipede plate would show up. He remarked that if it's a dish like this chicken, he can eat it any time. The absorption of the Venomoth dagger had begun. He had acquired permanently +2 agility and a hidden skill, Demon Strike. The Venom Mod dagger, now fully absorbed, will vanish forever. Sangjiang remarked that it's a shame it was destroyed, but he wasn't going to use it anyway. Sangjiang secured a useful skill as planned, and it was time to leave. In Dungeon 85, Jun Di Kaiyung's team, someone called the team leader, Jun Di Kaiyung. Di Kaiyung asked what the Porter Group's leader was doing there. The Porter Group leader shared that one of his members had withdrawn. It was a rookie who joined 4 days ago, named Shin Sanghyuang. Di Kaiyung told the Porter Group leader not to worry about Sanghyuang, since it had been decided he'd join the player team. The Porter Group leader was surprised that Sanghyuang would join the player team instead of the Porter team. Di Kaiyung stated that he gave the final approval. He of the Porters, Di Kaiyung affirmed that he gave the final approval. He asked if there was a problem. The Porter Group leader said it was a problem, since not much time had passed since Sang Hyen awoke and the kid hadn't finished the player academy yet. The Porter Group leader claimed no kid like that had ever been added to the player team. He added that the team would be unbalanced and would face workload distribution issues. Di Kaiyung towered over the Porter Group leader, terrifying him. Di Kaiyung pointed out that he handles everything, from his group to the contribution distribution system. The Porter Group leader recalled that and apologized. When the Porter Group leader left, Di Kaiyung complained about them. A player asked Di Kaiyung why he accepted Sang Hyen. Di Kaiyung wasn't impressed by the player's question. Di Kaiyung simply said that if anyone were to die, it would be Sang Hyen, not them. He wanted Sang Hyen to act and die so those porters would shut up. In that way, his worth will endure. Di Kaiyung doesn't believe a level 1 idiot can do anything. The player didn't expect that to be Di Kaiyung's intention. Sang Yuk greeted him, introduced himself, and said he'd work as a player. Everyone stared at him with a grimace. Di Kaiyung wore a devilish grin. In his head, Sang Yuk thought about how expressive everyone was. He expected that, but he believes they're overdoing it by not even hiding their expressions. Di Kaiyung greeted him with a fake smile. He told him it was a pleasure to meet him and guessed he'd be late on his first day as a player. Di Kaiyung noticed Sang Jian's weapon, a long sword. Sang Hyen replied that he'd studied countless YouTube videos. Di Kaiyung warned that a long sword is one of the hardest sword types to wield. Sang Hyen replied that he'll at least try to protect himself, so Di Kaiyung should trust him. Di Kaiyung laughed out loud, pleased with Sang Jun's spirit. He remarked that men need to have the kind of spirit he himself possesses. Then Di Kaiyung announced the start of the dungeon raid. They were ready to go berserk. Di Kaiyung instructed them that once they entered, they must stay at the entrance. He watched them walk through the doorway. He kept his focus on Sang Yuan. In his mind, learning from YouTube sounded ridiculous. To him, it seemed Sang Yuan was looking down at the dungeons. He found Sang Hyen arrogant just because he woke up and became a player, and it seemed Sang Hyen harbored a death wish. According to the raid strategy Di Kaiyung had, the orc dungeon is the lament wall for rookies. Di Kaiyung was certain that Sang Hyen, that clueless idiot, would soon learn his place, but later his jaw dropped at the so-called idiot. Everyone turned pale at the sight of the corpses. It was a madness, making him wonder who Sangjiang truly is. Sangjiang stood before a massive monster he had just decapitated. Di Kaiyung could hardly believe what he saw. Sangjiang's stance radiated confidence, not that of a rookie. Orcs are monsters that appear mainly in games, novels, and fantasy films. Since humans were so familiar with them, it was expected that humans held prejudice against them. They thought orcs were weak. Of course, compared to other monsters like dragons, they are indeed weak, stupid, and simply violent. Because of this, arrogant new players often rush to fight orcs without thinking. Orc traits are fairly simple. A man charged, but to his surprise, the orc grabbed his face. On average, they stand 250 centimeters and weigh 180 kilograms. This physical trait gives them an overwhelming power advantage over humans. The orc easily crushed the human, and blood splattered everywhere. Because of that, crushed the human easily, and the blood splattered all parts. For this reason, the orcs were nicknamed the Wall of Lament. A few moments before our Master of Ceremonies revealed his power, Di Kaiyung's party was walking down the hallway. One player called out to Sang Jun, telling him he wouldn't get any special treatment for being a rookie, so he was on his own. Another player muttered his annoyance toward Sang Jun behind his back, calling him an arrogant bastard and spitting Sang Hun. He simply smiled and told them he'd do his best. He realized no one is kind to rookies. One man scolded him, saying he not only had to try his hardest but also do it right. They were being downright rude. Sang Jian fell silent for a moment, then asked if he could take the front line when they met a monster. A man was about to call him crazy but stopped mid-sentence, terrified by what he saw, a orc standing behind Sang Jian. It was Sang Hyan's battle after a time rewind. He was about to step in when a shield-wielding player stepped in front of him and blocked the orc's attack. The man berated Sang Hyan, calling him insane. He didn't think Sang Hyan could wield a big sword moving so slowly. Sang Yang replied he didn't need help. The shield player told him to shut up and prove his skill. Sang Yang told him to look ahead. The man kept hurling crude remarks. Suddenly he ran out of breath. When he saw Dakyoung charging the orc and shoving it, the beast fell to the ground. Dakyoung scolded the player and San Jun, telling them to get their act together. The player apologized. The other player was impressed by Dakyoung's move. Dakyoung ordered them to stay back while he dealt with the guy. The orc attacked and Dakyoung blocked it with his shield, shouting that it was nothing. He stabbed the orc in the chest. The other players were impressed by his move. They asked if it was dead now. The orc let out a loud roar while grinning, then raised its axe. Dakyoung was nearly hit. Too bad his previous attack didn't kill the orc. Sang Jun just watched. He knew Dag Jun was the highest level player there, but at only level 50, he couldn't land critical hits on the monster. Dag Jun charged the orc, slashed through it again while shouting for it to die already. The orc fell and everyone cheered his success. They were amazed that he pulled it off on his own. Dakyuk wore a satisfied grin as he brushed it off as nothing. He asked if everyone was okay. They were happy and praised how reliable Dakyuk is. They were about to leave when a sudden, deafening crash rang out. A horde of red orcs marched toward them. The sight of towering brutes and armored ones sending everyone into a panic. They asked the team leader what to do. Dakyoung chose to fall back for everyone's safety. He'd already spent a lot of effort bringing down an orc, and now these fresh ones arrived. To his surprise, Sang Jun asked for permission to give it a try. Everyone was annoyed with him, thinking he was insane. Dakyoung realized Sang Jun must be thrilled to have finally awakened. He hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Sang Jun charging at the orc. Dag Jun shouted that he was going to die. With a single swing of Sang Jun's blade, a towering orc fell. Sang Jun remarked that a great sword feels good, and he delivered a clean cut. The onlookers were left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. A high arc was split in two. Sang Yuan wondered if being stuck at level 1 made the slice less perfect than it could have been. As for Sang Yuan, he still lacks any title or constellation. He possesses a unique skill called Devour Artifact. After consuming one, his HP sits at 200, MP at 20, and XP at 40. The remaining orcs stirred. Several orcs charged simultaneously. Sang Yu noted that his level may be low, but his experience is plenty. He surged forward, brandishing his massive blade, slashing through multiple orcs in his path. Another orc lunged at Sang Yuan. Sang Yuan easily dodged, and with a single strike cleaved that orc. He a common artifact, a two-handed weapon boasting more than 50 attack power. It's a plain, common design greatsword, no special ability. Dakyoung was stunned to discover it was truly just a regular greatsword, so his next question was whether the skill really came from Sang Hun. Dakyoung felt a pang of inadequacy. After 2 years of delving, he still lacked a skill as potent as Sang Hun's, even at level 50. He also mulled over the day's payout. Someone called the team leader to report that the sub-chief was awake. Dakyoung wore a scowl but said they'd set out. He told Sang Jun that looking after the subordinates had become easy thanks to him, yet warned him not to overstep. He added that Sang Jun's sharp skill would mean nothing against the demon orc they'd soon face. Sang Hyan recalled why he'd rushed back to the group as soon as he rewound time. He summoned the team leader. Dakian expected him to admit fear, but Sang Hyan bargained. If he slew the demon orc alone, he'd claim the artifact as his reward. The group San Jun chose pays each member according to performance. The Crimson Stone is an artifact obtainable only by defeating demon orc. Even after slaying 100 demon orcs, it's said to be hard to acquire. Its drop chances are minuscule. However, in his past life of dropping are extremely low. However, in Sang Yung's past life, after his team couldn't bring down the demon orc, they got a lucky glimpse of the Crimson Stone as another party managed to snatch it. At that moment, a battered Sanjun heard cheers for a captain. The captain, bald, with a rotund face and build, was brandishing the round Crimson Stone. The other players demanded to know how he'd gotten his hands on it. He asked them if it would fetch a hefty sum in the market. Someone knows it's one of the only artifacts with the delay ability. The captain told the player to stop talking so much because he felt he was being impressed. At that time, Sang Jiang was intrigued by the delay skill. It was the ability he desperately needed. Then at that moment, silence enveloped the room. Sang Jian mentioned that the group distributes loot based on contribution, so if he defeats the monster alone, he assumes there'll be no problem. Di Kaiyong remained silent. It's crucial for Sang Yang to get the delay skill now to prepare for future events. Yet most people would look down on rookie players who act so arrogantly. Sang Yang hoped no one would take him seriously. They asked who he thought he was. They told him to get off his high horse since slaying a few orcs doesn't mean much. Sang Yu told him to calm down. Di Kaiyong told him to do whatever he wanted. The players were shocked by Di Kaiyong Kaiyung's reply, but Di Kaiyung clarified that Sang-hyu could only do that if they failed to defeat the boss. Only then could they enter the dungeon on their own and kill it themselves. In Sang Hyun's mind, it was easier than he thought. Sang Hyun confirmed whether that meant he would be out of the fight. Di Kaiyung told him to do whatever he wanted, then started walking forward. The players rushed to catch up, telling him to wait. In Di Kaiyung's head, that arrogant bastard acted like he was the big shot just because he had a broken skill. Di Kaiyung vowed to clear the dungeon and shut up Sang Hyun. He opened the door, thinking it would prove to Sang Hyun that experience matters on the battlefield. Di Kaiyung was stunned by what lay inside. The system notified them they'd entered the mid-boss chamber. Torches flared on both sides of the room, and in the center stood a mid-boss, an orc demonic, bloodthirsty. He ordered everyone to ready themselves for battle. Even though the monster looked intimidating, he'd heard it was easy to defeat. He ordered the players to surround it and strike from the rear. In Di Kaiyung's mind, he wouldn't let Sang-hyun get a chance to go solo. Di Kaiyung moved to take the lead, but in the blink of an eye, he was sprawled on the ground, his forehead bleeding. He was stunned by what had happened. Sang-hyu was worried as Di Kaiyung and the other players started to run. A smirk crossed his face when he thought Di Kaiyung and the rest would just charge headfirst. That's why they failed that time as well. The players were scared and cornered. They knew that if he kept going, they'd die. Di Kaiyung wondered why it was so strong, even the previous tall orc too. He realized he shouldn't have taken the advice he got from the market. Di Kaiyung ordered everyone to retreat, but then he saw Sang Hyun smile at him when he heard it. They think something's wrong with Sang Hyun for still wanting to go it alone. Anyway, Di Kaiyung ordered everyone to retreat. Since his peripheral vision is poor, they'll escape on his flank. Everyone felt relieved hearing Di Kaiyung's order. Di Kaiyung turned to Sang Hyun, emphasizing that he'd already warned him and that if he dies, he shouldn't hate him. Sang Hyun smiled and replied that Di Kaiyung needn't worry about him. With conviction, Sang Hyun declared he wouldn't die. The demon orc charged at Sang Hyun. If you just compare the demon orc's stats to his, he'd never win. Yet with all the experience Sang Jayung had gained, he slashed the demon orc, growling fiercely. The party froze when they heard a metallic clang. It meant Sang Jayung had deflected the axe. Sang Jayung said his hand tingled, realizing that deflecting attacks is all he can do. The demon orc growled again. Sang Jayung fixed his gaze on the crimson stone chained to the demon orc chest. It had been a while since he'd seen it. The reason Sang Hyun is obsessed with the crimson stone is its special effect that blends the delay ability with his own state skill, Demon Bash. It's hard to see how to improve the 2-second stun that Demon Bash currently provides, considering it's already decent. However, with his proper skill, Devouring Artifact, he can combine the effects of different abilities, giving him the idea to test what would happen if there were a skill that let him stack the stun effects of a demon strike. That would be the perfect skill combo, granting him infinite stun. So if he can obtain the delay ability, it's more than possible. He challenged the demon orc to attack him. The demon orc let out a deafening roar, then raised its axe and charged at Sang-young. That's exactly what Sang-young wanted, to find the monster's weak points. The demon orc's axe slammed into the ground. Demon Bash level 1 activated. The demon orc was stunned for 2 seconds. Di Kaiyung couldn't believe the skill worked on mid-tier bosses. It's such a powerful ability. Sang Hyun knew orcs are simple, but he expected more from the orc demon. But then Sang Hyun was caught off guard. The demonic orc had kicked him, and he swung his massive sword to keep himself from being flung further back. Sang Hyun admitted he'd forgotten that. The demonic orc can self-regenerate. The demon orc's self-regeneration has prematurely lifted the stun effect. To stun it again, Sang Hyun needed 15 more seconds, which is why he had to delay. He decided that if he couldn't stun it, he'd simply defeat it. The demonic orc charged at him again. For Sang-young, taking it down was more than easy. Di Kaiyung watched, but another player told him they had to leave immediately. The player remarked that Sang-young's skill wasn't even working. Di Kaiyung asked why. He knew the stun skill didn't work and there was a huge gap in the stats, so it was a mystery to him how Sang-young could still wear that grin. Di Kaiyung wondered if he was really just a rookie. Sang Hyun had faced the same situations before. If he was too weak, he only needed to focus on a point and refrain from attacking the enemy instead. He used his strength to his advantage to break through. Moments later, countless shattered weapons littered the ground. The system congratulated him for defeating the mid-tier boss, Demon Orc. Sang-young had leveled up and earned the rank E Demon Hunter title. The title grants 5-fold health regeneration when facing mid-tier or higher bosses. Now Sang-young holds 2 titles. He assumed it was the perk of being a solo player, and he saw Di Kaiyung and the other players marching toward him. Everyone was stunned to avoid situations like that. One thing crossed Sang Hyung's mind. He pretended he'd barely survived, then flattered the leader, saying he would have died if the leader hadn't dealt that damage first. He convinced a player, and that player asked Di Kaiyung when he would deal damage like that. Di Kaiyung was confused, then he understood, watching Sang Hyun with a satisfied grin on his face. His look told Di Kaiyung not to be foolish. Di Kaiyung saw the crimson stone. Di Kaiyung took Sang Hyun's cue as a call to keep his promise. Muttering muttering to himself that this was his total defeat, and shouted for everyone to pay attention now that they've slain the mid-tier boss. They must gear up for the final boss, climbing the stairs with morale soaring. They still can't believe the rookie took down that thing on his own. They also coveted that stun ability, but the other player told them it's useless since it doesn't work on mid-tier bosses. Now that the crowd has left, it's not the time for Sangyang to eat the Crimson Stone. It's a silver artifact, an accessory with Eat the Stone Crimson. It's a silver artifact, an accessory with a special effect called Delay, boosting health by 10 and strength by 10. It's a rare item dropped by the demon orc, a crystallization of power, tenacity, and resilience. Our guy didn't waste any more time and slipped into unconsciousness. Sang Jun was served by Master Chef Kanbai Binanagmian with meat jelly. He was pleased, feeling everything was going his way. The system notified him he was ready to absorb the Crimson Stone. He took a bite and the absorption of the Crimson Stone began. According to the base stat absorption rate of 20% for the silver tier, his strength and health increased by 2 and he gained the special effect Delay. He can now add the delay effect to his abilities. That made Sangyang nervous for some reason. He linked it to Demon Strike and was told the delay effect had been added to Demon Strike. If he uses Demon Strike before the first stun state ends, a second stun state is guaranteed. The third has a 90% chance, the fourth a 60% chance, and the fifth, if used consecutively, a 30% chance with a 100% chance to keep extending the stun. Zhangjiang's consciousness returned to his body. He was thrilled that there was a guaranteed 4-second stun. He had only assumed it would be possible in theory, but it actually worked. Di Kaiyang approached him so they could talk. He told him that right in front of them was the final boss chamber, the Orc Berserker. Zhang Kaiyang asked if Di Kaiyang wanted him to join. Di Kaiyang answered no, which surprised Sangun. He declared it would be a failure as a leader if he didn't use a member like him, extended his hand for a handshake, and invited him to work together. Zhang Qian shook Di Kaiyang's hand, saying his terms remained the same. Di Kaiyang agreed. The yellow-haired player came up to Di Kaiyang to report they were ready to enter the boss room. Di Kaiyang replied they should move out, urging everyone to keep their guard up. The yellow-haired player frowned. Sangyu noticed and was confused. Di Kaiyang rallied the team, saying this is the final stretch and then they'll go drink. Sangyu wondered why the player was looking at him with contempt. In the final boss room of Dungeon 85, the boss loomed terrifyingly with sharp teeth and a grim visage. The final boss is the Orc Berserker, his long hair covering his face. Di Kaiyang told Sang Jun he would go in first, but Sang Jun stepped forward and told him to stay with him. The move by Sang Jun shocked them. They warned against it. Sang Jun knew Orc Berserkers have less resistance to skills compared to Demon Orc, so it should be easier to stun him compared to Demon Orc, making a calm attack even more effective. Sang Jian expected no trouble as the Orc Berserker advanced. He recalled the words "stay with me" and doubted he'd ever spoken them with confidence. As a kid, he was always scared, and growing up he fought just to survive. He doesn't want to live that way again. He knows he must change. He's talking about his weak past and his future, and to do that he has to prove himself to everyone there. Di Kaiyang watches him and remarks he's a monster because Sang Jun displayed overwhelming power. With a single slash, he nearly sliced the boss monster in half. He shouted that the orc would be stunned for 4 seconds. Level 1 Demon Strike had activated, and urged them to charge in and attack the Berserker Orc. The Berserker Orc was writhing, cuts covering its body, and the system congratulated them on defeating the Orc Berserker and clearing the dungeon called the Crimson Orc Altar. The black-haired player with a shield remarked the dungeon was easy. Another player replied the stun made things simple. The carriers wondered if Sang Hun already had a personal carrier. One of them wondered if Sangjiang already had a personal carrier. One of them, he plans to ask him, but the other carrier didn't like that because he also wanted to ask. Seeing how quickly they turned against the others, number 1 made Sangjiang uneasy. The system notified him he'd leveled up and earned D rank with the title Overwhelming Power. That title makes his status effect durations 10% longer. He noted he's reaping many titles. He never earned titles in his past life, yet it still pales beside a certain man. He's talking about Du Young Seo, the Ghost Blade, a title collector, the Full Blade. He's the strongest swordsman player in Korea and holds countless titles. Only 2 years after the player era began, he is a monster who has surpassed level 500. Before Sang Hyan returned, that man was just someone he admired. But now he planned to catch up to him. He thinks he'll have a chance if he works harder. His enthusiastic move prompted Di Kaiyang to ask what he was doing, and he simply replied that he was just stretching. Di Kaiyang praised him for the great work and handed him an item. Sang Kaiyang was surprised, accepted it, and asked what had happened to Di Kaiyang. Ti Kaiyang acknowledged that Sang Hyan had helped them a lot and told him that what he gave was only bronze rank, so he could afford to be generous. Sang Hyan pointed out how straightforward it is. Ti Kaiyang joked that he wouldn't have given it if it had been too pricey, but in his head he's giving that to Sang Hyan since they won't see each other again from then on. It hurts, but Di Kyung admitted to himself that Sang Hyun is on a different level than them. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired player watches them from afar. He's furious because Di Kyung is paying more attention to that bastard just because he showed his skill a couple of times. He felt bad because he'd been Di Kyung's servant for so long, feeling it was unfair. He pulled out his phone, saying those bastards should die together, and called someone. The next day, at Sang Hyun's house in the Sampa district, Jamseoldong Sang Hyun was happy to be a player. Carriers only make about $200 a day, but his bank account holds $6 million. It seemed he had given him more than double what others got, and also an item of a bonus. The item was a Berserker ring. It's a bronze rank artifact support gear with a special effect called Lighten that adds plus 10 strength. The ring can only be obtained from Berserker Orc and awakens the bearer's blood fury. Even though it's bronze rank, he got it for free. He must spend 1 mana every 2 seconds to reduce the perceived weight of all equipped artifact to a gigabyte. Now he understands why it's bronze. Most players would run out of mana before balancing their sword. Well, that's true for most players. Sang Hyun only discovered his ability after 50 years, which is why he studied so hard. He devoured a mana-requiring artifact in his past life as well, and the results were shocking. The special effects of mana-requiring artifact receive a penalty, but they lose their mana cost. Our guy was now thrilled to take on another mukbang challenge. The energy sync with the Berserker ring had kicked in. Sang Yu didn't mind the penalty, thinking the more skills, the better. Meanwhile, at the private H club in Seoul Gangnam district, the yellow-haired player shouted that he wasn't lying when he said the bastard had a 4-second stun. The man asked if he was raising his voice, which made the blonde player step back. The man asked why he should care. He asked the blonde man if he wanted revenge. The blonde replied no, since the bastard definitely had money. The man then asked exactly what he wanted him to do. The yellow-haired player insisted it was business. The big guy concluded the yellow-haired player was after vengeance. The scarred woman beside the man whispered in his ear, asking if they weren't close enough. She then called the yellow-haired kid and slit his ear. The scarred man turned to the poor player and asked who he thought they were, reminding the kid they weren't his personal servants. Then the man poured liquor into the player's ear while telling him he'd pay the price. He said he'd hear him out as long as his ear was worth it. He asked where the hell that bastard was. The next day at Jamsil Training Grounds 4-3, Sang Hyung sat on the step, ate cold cucumber soup and obviously hated it, but that's what the Berserker ring spat out. He felt dizzy but stayed optimistic. There's always light at the end of a dark tunnel. He twirled his sword in the air effortlessly. The blade felt far lighter. Lightweight is always on and has no cooldown. Thanks to the Boar artifact skill, the previous skill's mana cost effect was removed. As a penalty, lightweight's effects were halved. All artifacts now weigh effectively 100 grams. Sang Jun settled for a greatsword for now, liked the passive effect, and checked his player stat. He isn't at the 7.3 tier without a constellation, possesses the exclusive Devour artifact skill, and has consumed 3 artifacts. Health 324, MP 32, EXP 307. Then MP 32, EXP 307. Then he also checked his status menu, which showed Strength 13, Endurance 12, Dexterity 12, Mana 10, Luck 16, Evasions 15, Defense 10. He needs to start catching the constellation's attention. Since a player can only have one constellation, he had to think carefully. If possible, he wants someone that synergizes with his highest stat. Luck, but he knew he lacked the stats to draw a constellation's interest, so all he can do for now is train. He's standing before 100 training dummies. The next thing we see is the car speeding away. Sang Jun jumps out thinking he's about to die, realizing 3 straight days of training and driving long distances was too much. But he managed to pick up a new skill, training ambidextrous swordplay, a passive ability for swordsmen. It boosts his adaptability with every sword except daggers and one-handed longsword. He stands before Dungeon 101, a solo player-only raid. Sang Yoon knows it would take months to queue just to get into a solo dungeon. He was glad he could drive all the way there, but he noticed a black car parked nearby. He didn't expect to be followed into the woods. He doesn't know what they want, but whatever it is, he'll deal with it inside the dungeon. A handful of men entered. They were the crew the yellow-haired player had spoken with. Someone mentioned they were in a solo-only dungeon, which caught the scar-eyed man off guard. Sang Jian was waiting beside them. He knew there was no way they'd entered the wrong dungeon. "This is my turf," he said. The man asked him if he was a fucking idiot. Sang Yoon knew this wasn't a regular party. He told them he wouldn't rat them out if they left. He saw the group had no healer or mage. They dismissed any notion of sustainability, something essential for every dungeon clear. They formed a party made up solely of swordsmen and an archer. Sang Jun knows they're a human hunting crew called the Hyena Pack. The hulking man remarked that Sang Jun thinks too highly of himself. The other man called Sang Jun an idiot because if he dies there, they won't even recover his body. In the past, they've been wiped out by the relentless watch of the Players Guild. Sang Jun replied that he's well aware of that. For groups like theirs, archers are the hardest to handle. The archer said they should finish things quickly. Sang-hyun affirmed that that's exactly what he wanted from them. If not quickly, Sang-hyun affirmed that that's exactly what he wanted from them. If he needed to dispose of the bodies, there's no better place than inside the dungeon. That enraged the big man. The scar-eyed man said they'd do it the right way. The big man retorted that ripping Sang-hyun's mouth out was the right way. Sang-hyun confirmed he was following his boss's orders, then urged them not to waste time, so they should all strike at once. The big man shouted that Sang-hyun better shut his damn mouth, and he attacked. Sang-hyun anticipated the attack. Sang-hyun thought the statement survival of the fittest fits perfectly in dungeons. Monsters are always after their lives inside dungeons, and those same dungeons house the artifacts people hunt for. Their lives are constantly on the line. They die if they're weak, and there are no rules or laws once you're inside a dungeon. So they have to kill to stay alive. That's what Sang-hyun experienced in his past life, and it still applies today. As a result, everything that happens there is pure self-defense. The big guy was on the ground, challenging the rest to face him. The scene even looked like he took down 2 men, but in reality, he simply split him in half. 3 of them sprinted at full speed, trying to keep their distance from him and cover each other while taking their positions. The archer understood. He couldn't believe Sang-hyun had killed San-ho. Even if San-ho was an idiot, he was still level 100, and their enemy had just awakened. Sang-hyun spun his sword, fixing his gaze on the archer. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" he snarled. The archer let loose his arrows, shouting that Sang-hyun was a damn monster. Sang-hyun moved, slicing the arrows cleanly. The archer couldn't believe it. Those were the last things he saw before the great blade struck him. The others were shocked to see Sang-hyun swing his massive sword to kill, but they seized the chance. Sang-hyun charged for his sword, and the enemy thought it was the perfect moment to strike since he was weaponless. The one-eyed man shouted at his comrade to attack immediately. The blade had pierced the archer's chest. Sang-hyun raced toward the archer while the 2 foes closed in on him. Sang-hyun almost had his sword, but he spotted them and they attacked simultaneously. A blinding flash erupted, startling the enemies. They didn't land a blow because Sang-hyun was balancing upside down, using his sword as a brace, and they called him crazy. Sang-hyun drew his blade. The man was stunned when Jun-ti, the one-eyed man, grabbed his head. Hunti shoved the man to use him as a shield as Sang-hyun swung his sword. It was instant death for the human shield. Sang-hyun realized the group were organ traffickers. Sang-hyun knew there was no way all of them were working together under the pretense of trust, so he guessed their goal was to awaken mana stones via organ transplant. Sang-hyun revealed how he'd seen many things in the past. Jun asked what difference it would make if Sang-hyun had that knowledge. In the end, he'd only die at Hyundai's hands, but Sang-hyun remained calm and simply replied that he was just asking Sang-hyun activated Demon Bash level 1. He muttered that he thought they'd bore him to death. Hunter was stunned for 4.5 seconds. Hunter was confused about how stunned he was. He recalled the tiny cuts on his fingers from shielding himself with the other man, but couldn't believe such a broken-off skill existed. Sang-hyun announced that it was over, which only further confused Yun-ti. He refused to die that way, especially since he's the one who always does the killing. No line 10 provided. Ensure exactly 10 lines as requested. He used to be friendly to newcomers and they trusted him, but in the end he killed them. Jun-ti was used to being the predator. Sang-gun asked him if he hadn't experienced it before, asked if Jun-ti was scared now that it was his turn. Moments later, blood stained the floor. Sang-jun wiped his blade, telling himself he shouldn't get used to situations like this. Now he feels he has no chance of earning a constellation. Then he claims it was self-defense. He looked at the weapons on the ground and took all those artifacts, a truly profitable haul. Sang-hyun threw on his coat. He's now level 10 and has already consumed 11 artifacts. His HP rose to 400, MP 50, XP 12. All his stats had risen as well. He wishes he could have avoided the situation, but judging by the result, he thinks it was worth it. He's glad he didn't bulk up from eating artifacts, and based purely on the numbers, he's basically as strong as players who have hit level 50. He's basically as strong as players who have reached level 50. He remarked that his growth rate is incredible. He checked his pocket and pulled out a ring. It's called the recovery ring. It uses 10 mana to cleanse any status anomaly instantly. If used again within the next minute, the mana cost will double. The big brute who charged at him earlier was wearing that ring. It was unexpected, but then Sang-jiun realized that if he had relied on his stun, he could have been screwed. He knew he had to be careful next time. The recovery mana sink had kicked in. On the internal access path, recovery mana had begun. In the internal access corridor of Dungeon 101, goblins marched down that passage. Then a goblin noticed something. It was Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun approached them cautiously. The requirement for the Lucky Day title was to slay 500 monsters with his eyes closed. The goblins were confused until they spotted something. He liked the gleaming sword. Seeing that, he drooled. Sang-hyun was stunned to feel his presence. He needed to sense the airflow and listen to everything intently, knowing he had to stay in a state of concentration. Our kid now resembled Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, hearing each water drop droplet fall, feeling every nuance and telling himself he'd got it. The goblin lunged at him, but with a single slash, Sangun cut them down effortlessly. The area ran red with blood. Sangun was surprised that it felt good. An attack was incoming and he sensed it. He deflected it. He's accustomed to fighting with his eyes closed, catching an arrow with his hand. The goblin archer stunned. Sang Jian remarked that recently he'd been in a terrible situation, but it let him recall the past. As a result, it sharpened his senses, daring anyone to face him. A horde of goblins attacked, and he sliced them down with ease. He beheaded them, caught in a murderous frenzy, until only one goblin remained standing. That goblin was terrified, knowing it was doomed. Subscribe and comment goblin for victory in the comment section below if you made it this far. Sang Yu's sword dripped blood as he stood in a pool of crimson. The system notified him of a level up and awarded the D rank Lucky Day title. He peeled off his bandage with a grin. The Lucky Day title grants plus 20 luck, and each time he defeats the same monster type his luck rises by 0.1 up to a max of 10. He was pleased to be earning the titles he wanted. More goblins spilled from the corner, alarmed by the state of their comrades. With an intimidating grin, Sangjiang seized the chance to rack up extra points. Sangjiang remains at level 10, but his HP is now 500, MP 60, and EXP 223. His luck stats rose by 30 points. Our hero trembled with happiness, laughing uproariously, and it's because his luck stats increased solely from the title. He guessed it could be worth 500 million or even 1 billion, but then a red light flashed behind him. His expression shifted the instant he realized this event arrived sooner than expected. The system warned him that 3 constellations had come for him. The fallen dimension cleaner appeared, asking if he was interested in cursing others. The great space pilgrim, intrigued by his mystery, requested a talk, and the luck goddess smiled, extending her hand. Sang Haiyan thought it was swift, asked them what they thought of the little show he was putting on. Then the goddess of beauty, the luck goddess, approached, making him wonder if he had become too confident. He's not sure why he never experienced this in his past life, but he should have more confidence. The luck goddess smiled and expressed interest in him. She was fascinated, having never seen a swordsman so lucky before. Sang Haiyan replied that people told him he'd had plenty of luck. Deep down, Sang Haiyan felt relieved that the constellations were keen on forging a contract with him. He decided to take his time, as the constellations were interested in forming a pact. He took his time to confirm, and the Fallen Dimension Cleaner praised his hidden cruelty. The Fallen Dimension Cleaner is a common constellation for assassins. Sang Haiyan wondered if they were interested because he had slaughtered all those goblins so quickly. The Great Space Pilgrim is curious about Sang Haiyan's true motive. Sang Haiyan had no clue why he appeared, but he's certain this constellation only shows up for players destined to become saints. If that's the case, Sang Haiyan can only assume it was summoned by the luck goddess. He's heard she's quite popular, even among the various constellations. In short, these guys are just flirting with her. The luck goddess noticed his gaze and said that, since she has no exclusive wishes, even if Sang Haiyan were to pick a different constellation, she promises he can still make a contract with her later. He recalled that it was an incredible merit, envisioning an archer who can hit the mark even when firing into the void. Into the void with the world's blessings, there was no need to worry about running out of arrows. That's the miracle archer. Hashimoto Yuki, the miracle archer, earned the highest praise among bowmen for his destructive power and sky-high luck stat, though some suspected the tales of his feats were mere lies or deception. In truth, it was thanks to his 2-constellation contract. The one that made the impossible possible was the goddess of luck. Sang Haiyan told them that, as 3 constellations appeared before him, he would have to think it over. The 3 constellations insist he ignore his worries and decide his own destiny. One constellation argues he may have made the wrong choice. He knew the goddess of luck was an incredible constellation, but if he considers the possibility that no other constellations will visit him, Sang Haiyan's decision here will determine his fate as a player. At the end of his first 10 years as a player, only one constellation chose to approach him. It was the late student. Its arrival was like a flash of saving grace for him. Sang Haiyan was delighted, even though he'd been miserable until he had to choose between sacred powers, destructiveness, and luck. He thought it over. He hit the accept button. He signed a contract with the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck was a little surprised. Sang Haiyan was told that even if he died, the player's contract with the constellation would remain valid for 30 years. A being from another dimension watches Sang Haiyan and the goddess of luck closely as they sign their contract. 15 friendly constellations congratulate Sang Haiyan on his contract and wish him the best. 3 hostile constellations planning to forge a contract with Sang Haiyan have declared they will do everything to halt his progress. Their reaction was, what the hell? He was baffled by why so many of them. Unlock its effect. C has a 100% chance of obtaining a mid or final boss artifact, even if its rank is low. Sang Haiyan's jaw dropped. Everyone is an incredible ability. Incredible. The goddess of luck looked proud, and she wasn't done yet. Option Option D lets him spend level up points to raise his stats by 2.1 points if he's invested in luck, applying the effect to all bonus points already used. Getting a guaranteed 100% critical chance and a sure drop of artifacts thrilled Sang Hyen. He knew it was all thanks to his hard work. The goddess of luck asked what he'd do with the other constellations' offers. Sang Hyung told the two, "You can go back now, I'll focus on my goddess." The pilgrim of the great void said he'll wait until the next time they meet. The cleaner of a fallen dimension warned Sang Hyen, saying he'd try his best to cut off his head. Meanwhile, the goddess seemed to be in a good mood. She praised him for standing his ground. With the goddess of luck's effect, he won't have to worry about the near future. Sang Hyen thought there would be a better chance later in Dungeon 101, the final boss room. Sang Hyen fought a massive hunter-like creature. The goddess seemed concerned. Sang Hyen was about to deliver the finishing blow, but the final boss blocked his sword with 2 axes. The final boss, consumed by greed, is Lord Goblin. He launched an attack that shoved Sang Hyen backward. Sang Hyen used his sword to steady himself. Lord Goblin of Greed let out a deafening roar. With that, Sang Hyen was afflicted by the overwhelmed state. He'd been expecting it. Though it's not as lethal as stone, it can forcibly sap a target's motivation to fight. Sang Gun used recovery. The final boss unleashed an attack that shattered the ground, but it was left confused. Sang Gun defended with his sword. Although there are clear limitations to that skill, it can't fully stop a target from moving. He thought it would be useful for killing weaker foes. Sang Hyen activated recovery. It was time to test his luck. Because of the recovery, the overwhelmed status has been deactivated. The greedy Goblin Lord knew he was doomed. Sang Hyun slashed his shoulder and triggered the demon strike. The Goblin Lord was stunned for 2 seconds. Sang Hyun took note of those 2 seconds and stunned him for another 2 seconds. The delay effect has been activated and the stun effect has been extended by 2 seconds. Sang Hyun continued cutting. The boss's blood splattered. They told Sang Hyun there was a 90% chance the second delay effect would trigger and that the stun effect had been extended. He was impressed that the second time it worked as well. Terror made the final boss screech. The Goblin Lord stood there motionless. Sang Hyun looked exhausted. At last the greedy Goblin Lord fell. They congratulated Sang Jiung for clearing the sweltering Goblin Swamp dungeon, and he also leveled up. He'd earned the Do Not Touch rank title. Sang Jiung felt relief that it was finally over. The Do Not Touch rank grants plus 30 luck plus 10 evasion and an extra effect that strengthens one of his skills. The player system will apply upgrades appropriately, he thought. First, those thugs were tailing him, and now the dungeon. It's almost as if his body is being pushed to the limit. Thank God he's still young. The luck goddess mentioned he must have had pretty good luck to pull up everything he did that day. It was fun and a bit annoying since he thought people should assume it was skill, not luck. The luck goddess says good luck is a skill too, and she's happy to back players with suction luck. Sang Hyung noticed how quickly she shifted stance. Sang Hyung decided to boost his luck stat first. He was impressed that his luck was already over 101. Once a stat passes 100, any related effect receives an extra 10% bonus. For example, his evasion stat raises his dodge rate and his luck stat boosts artifact drop rate. He took the final boss's shield. The Kutni's shield is a silver artifact with a special effect called Sacrifice, and its effect adds 20 defense points. It's a shield left behind by the Goblin Warrior Kutnis. Using mana will amplify the shield's effect and turn any damage taken into health regeneration. However, the mana will be consumed throughout the conversion process. Sang Hyun said it's a guaranteed reward from the goddess. He wondered if raising his luck stat would increase the tier of artifacts he obtains. Mana synchronization with the Kutni's shield has begun, and the goddess embraced him with joy. He knew she'd be a nuisance compared to the model student who blossoms late. A few hours later in the mission hub near Jamsil Station, a receptionist told him no. Sang Hyun replied that he understood, but he had his own plans. The receptionist urged him to reconsider the idea. She mentioned the number of bodies she'd seen that day, but Sang Hyu wouldn't let that stop him. 2 hours earlier on Hanam Highway, he'd been worried about a shield the goblin was using, yet he was relieved he only managed to snag Rose and Kimchi. His car started making strange noises. He wondered what was wrong as every warning light flared, making him think he might need a new ride. A car is one thing, but he also has to move soon. Being at an uncomfortable tier, statistically more likely to get tangled up in crime, and he can't keep living in perpetual fear. It would be easier for him to settle in a player-run city where constant surveillance is the norm, and with all the artifacts, he'd have to consider buying second-hand gear to smooth the grind. The thought drifted him into a daydream. He needs cash, a lot of cash. And right now, there's only one place where he can make that kind of money. The system was forged alongside the player era. With its rise came quests and an organization that runs them, the Players Association. In a system governed by the Players Association, he can pull it off. Sang Jian was set on it. With that resolve, he heads to the mission arena. So far, he's made no headway. The receptionist urged him to try a dungeon that fit his level. She asked why he was dead set on a level 100 run. Sang Jun tried to assure her it wouldn't jeopardize his reputation. Even at just 17, tackling a low-tier zone would be a waste of his time. The woman replied that someone had said the very same thing, yet the result had brought her to tears. She pleaded with him to head to a lower-level area. Sang Hyun gets what she's saying. Many have died because they overestimated their abilities, but he decided to stand his ground. A woman approached them and asked what the problem was. The receptionist replied it was nothing. She's Kim Miso of the Eden Guild, level 100 and a rank player, nicknamed the Devastation Shooter. She's the first player ever to hit level 100 and earn the shooter title. Even with her insane skills, what really sets her apart is that she's the daughter of the Shinseung Biotechnics president Kim Young-chu. What that means is that Kim Miso, also known as Shin T-Rai, the Shadow Assassin, famed for her title and as the nation's top assassin player, and Cho Jinho, one of the country's best swordsmen, are members of the same guild. And that guild is Eden. Miso is the daughter of the majority shareholder corporation of Eden Guild, born with the biggest diamond spoon in player history. She told Sang-young she'd never seen him before, then said she'd been watching him. She asked if he was interested in starting a level 100 mission. Sang-young admitted he needed the cash. The other players noticed Miso was the first to talk to Sang-young and judged Sang-young harshly. One player told them to leave him alone, he's just a rookie. Sang-young heard the idiot's gossip. Miso warned him the place would be a challenge. Sang-young replied he knew that all too well, so he concluded it was high risk, high reward. Sang-hyun didn't act that way because he hates her, even though he was turned down when he tried to join her squad before backing off. He convinced himself he held no grudge. Miso asked him if he realized he couldn't continue the mission since solo players aren't allowed. It was then that Sang Hyun realized the ban on solo player missions wouldn't be lifted for 4 years. 4 years from then, he brushed it off, saying he must have misread the notice, then started to walk away. Miso had a suggestion. She invited him to come with her. The idiots watching them grew jealous. Sang Hun grew cautious, wondering what she was planning. She asked about the terms. Miso replied that she's only helping a fellow player. Sang Hun responded that he finds it hard to trust people. Miso insists that there are no conditions but one condition. She wants him to promise that if he disappoints her, he'll pay for it. However, if he can back up his words, she will apology for her actions. Sang Yoon understood him that she wanted to put him to the test. Miso's influence goes beyond being just a player. Any outfit she wears skyrockets in price, and everything that comes out of her mouth is quoted in dozens of articles. However, the moment she sees a cocky player practically guarantees the player's career's end. Sang Yoon leaned toward her and suggested they leave immediately. He finds the situation interesting. Is she the #1 waifu? Well, we'll find out. A moment ago, we saw Miso's driver see her off, telling her he'd wait there. Miso advised her to do what she needed to do, as it might take a while to finish things. Most guild members were busy that day, so she had no choice but to recruit new members for her squad. Then she heard the commotion. By chance, she had a reason to work with Sanjun because of the minimum party size regulations for missions, which was a major inconvenience for Miso. During that time, she simply saw a cocky player, and since she didn't know how the player might react, she became intrigued by him. She asked the receptionist what mission Sang-young wanted. The receptionist displayed it on the screen and showed it to Miso. It's a defense mission where they must eliminate every monster that rushes toward the Guardian Tower. The mission is deemed a failure if the tower's core is destroyed. The monsters are wolf-like beasts, and the target count is 300. The recommended level for this quest is 100. It offers a reward of 500 million won. Mizu was surprised that she chose a defense mission instead of a hunt or raid. Because of the mission's restriction, it can only be completed by wiping out every monster. That's why a 4-person squad with at least one ranged attacker is recommended, yet Sang Yoon insisted on going solo. Miso saw it as a suicide mission. Sanjung asked her if she was nervous. She asked him if he'd heard her right. Sanjung explained that she'd been silent for a while, so he'd been worried she might be nervous. He told her that if she thought it would be tough, they could wait for reinforcements. He considered bringing a tank or even another ranged damage dealer. The receptionist's jaw dropped at that remark. Miso trembled, trying to hold back her fury. Sanjun kept talking and Miso seized his arm. She stressed that there was absolutely no problem, then she clicked the accept button. With that, they were whisked to the quest zone, bathed in a brilliant light. The receptionist said she hoped nothing would go wrong, in fact that things would get better. The bastards kept gossiping about whether they'd make it, unable to believe a level 17 rookie could clear a level 101 dungeon. The player sensed Miso had something brewing. After all, she's the youngest gamer to earn an A+ rank. They knew she wasn't clueless, and they moved on to discuss the new ranking system the Players Association had introduced. It was created because gauging a player's strength by level alone was too crude. There are 2 criteria for earning a rank. The first is the number of dungeons cleared. The second is a player's overall battle sense. Mizu earned an A+ solely on her battle sense. Someone asked what A+ signified. A guy explained it means there are monsters even tougher than she is. Another said said that's irrelevant. A third man looked puzzled, and the guy replied it's simply that rookie teaming up with Mizo. Everyone grew jealous of that lucky kid. In the defense quest, amid the night and the wolves, waifu number 1 knocked her arrow and drew her bow. She knew she had to own her words. She resolved to give her all to aid him should danger strike. Sanjun stared at her. Mizu hoped she would seize this chance to learn the lesson she'd missed 30 minutes earlier. He asked what he just said. Sanjun. She reiterated that she doesn't need to get involved unless he asks for her help. He told her that as long as she focuses on supporting him, he'd promise her 5% of the earnings. Mizu realized he wasn't actually giving her that 5%. Miso realized she wasn't catching anything. Sang Hyun told her that a 5% cut for backing him should be a good deal. She asked him whether he thought she said that on his terms. She corrected him, stating there's no way he can tackle that mission, especially with at least 300 of them. 300. She added that the mission is already tough, even for someone level 100 like herself. She noted his expression. Sanjun told her to wait and see. She let out a sigh and agreed, but she renegotiated, demanding a 1% bonus for each monster he failed to hunt, while he would get nothing, losing 95 of those monsters. The monster appeared. He growled fiercely. Sangyang told Miso that would never happen because he intended to handle them all. The monsters attacked him. Miso was confused. Sangyang swiftly slashed at the monsters. After slaying a few of them, he swung his sword to wipe the blood. Sangyang. He remarked that the monsters made surprisingly pleasant sounds when they died. Miso began to think that he wasn't just an ordinary arrogant player. She saw that there were no flaws in his strike. His stance emphasizes his superior reach, exactly what Jinho, a warrior who served in his guild, spoke of. A perfect balance of attack and defense, and on top of that, Sanjun avoids every move. Unnecessary, and he slays multiple foes with each swing, yet she knew he still had a lot to improve, and there were far too many of those monsters. She thought no ordinary level player could handle such beasts, but seeing the grin on Sanjun's face made her doubt that belief. Then she realized something was off from the start, watching the monster's behavior. Sangyun triggered the demon strike. The monster stood frozen. She wondered if he was using a stun. Her excitement threw her off balance. Meanwhile, our guy was still locked in combat with the wolf. Mizu teetered on the wall's edge, nearly falling. She argues anyone could say Sang Hun only used a stun, even though he's playing it safe. It seemed to last 4 seconds. If that's true, his stun outlasted Jingho's. In that case, he'll have more than enough time and resources to wipe out all those monsters. It piqued my curiosity to find out who he really is. Sang Yu noticed something. The ordinary wolf-type monsters were being torn apart. They were hurled into the air as if something had struck them. Sanjo-an said, "There you are." He was talking about the black wolf. He growled fiercely. Sanjo-an had never faced this before, and saw why a wave of nostalgia washed over him at the sight. Because of the black wolf, Misu is now afflicted by weakening and stun. He was shocked that she employed the same ability as him. Then the black wolf fired a bolt at Misu, who was perched on the roof of a tall building. She was shielded by a barrier thanks to her current artifact. She's immune to negative effects and immobilization. She recalled that the black wolf also used immobilize. Embarrassed to be there sniping at Sang Jun while he was in danger, she drew her bow back. She guessed Sang Jun had a way to stun his foes, but for him to have a means to break the effect, especially for someone of his rank, Misu thought it unlikely. Sangyong triggered recovery, and the debuff and stun were lifted. He surged forward. Misu could hardly believe it. A near-perfect swordsman stance and a stun that was extraordinarily long. Moreover, he can purge negative effects, and he's only a level 17 player. Incredible, Sang Jun asked the black wolf if it was surprised. Sang Jun realized it made sense since the prey that should have been stunned suddenly started moving again, and in that brief moment of the black wolf's panic, Sang Young stabbed it, giving him the chance to seal the deal. The black wolf let out a pitiful whimper as it realized its fate. It was as if the monster had actually been stunned. Sang Young slipped from his guard and complained that the blood had soaked his entire outfit. He thought he could slip beneath the black wolf since it was filthy, so Sang Jun decided to have a little fun. Misu watched from the rooftop, impressed and bewildered. Status effects caused by wolf-like monsters. However, monster bosses are exempt. He glanced behind him to check on Misu on the rooftop. He smiled, realizing she was beginning to notice his abilities. He could see she was full of contempt just by watching him level up. That made him decide to keep pushing forward. And it was the finale. A massive wolf growled. It was the boss final, the full moon wolf lord. He threw a powerful punch. He recalled that irregular attacks are his specialty. He was confused when Sanchun leapt high, telling the wolf that in 30 years, all his attack patterns will be analyzed. He cut him down because he knew every move he would make. The system notified him that, due to the lord's skill resistance, Demon Bash did not activate. It was the first time it failed, and must be the final boss's special ability. Misu commented that Sangyang was crazy. She noted that there wasn't just a couple of things to highlight about him, and that he not only has a method to dispel stun status, but he can also wield that sword that feels as heavy as a feather. The wolf lord let out a fierce snarl snarl, tried to bite him and missed, staring at him with feral eyes, and he snarled again. He parried the claw with his blade, leaving the Wolf Lord bewildered. Misu realized she was also tracking every erratic movement pattern of the Wolf Lord. Sangyun was fully aware of it all, especially since he'd seen it countless times before. Misu identified his worst trait, his swagger meant to prove his strength to her. As they clashed on the bridge, their eyes locked, and he gave her a malicious grin, sparking her curiosity about who he really was. The fight dragged on longer than Sangyun expected, and he was running out of flashy tricks for Misu. She hoped the Wolf Lord would be exhausted by now, but he was still brimming with energy, chasing her at breakneck speed. At this rate, he'd collapse before the wolf. His health bar is hovering on the brink of zero. Then he spotted a familiar cue. The Wolf Lord used his heavy strike as bait for a counter-attack. That opened a chance for a piercing blow. It was the Wolf Lord's signature pattern that had felled countless players, and although he hadn't unleashed any of his techniques yet, desperation set in. She sliced off the wolf's arm, but the beast raised its other limb. Misu went pale watching Sang-jun get clawed, dropped to her knees, tears welling up, and cursed herself as an idiot. She realized she had no right to call herself a player. Even though Sang-jun had shown incredible feats of strength, she'd let her guard down and let this happen. She begged his forgiveness. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth. The system announced that Kutni's shield had crumbled to ash, lost forever, and the special effect, Sacrifice, was triggered. The sacrifice grants healing and carries a 30-second cooldown. When active, any damage dealt to a specific body part is turned into restoration. If the damage exceeds the player's total HP, they recover health up to their maximum. Sanyung had already uncovered this conditional healing skill. The system prompted him to select a body part for the sacrifice. It displayed points on the body, and he couldn't believe how specific it was. Now he had to choose among 16 body parts. Thinking logically, picking his rear would be the safest, but since the back is divided into 4 sections, he figured it would be far too inefficient. So it made far more sense for him to select the front of his body, and it worked. Thanks to the sacrifice, he restored his health to the maximum. Even if he faltered a bit, he would have died, but the wolf was the unlucky one. With that, Sang-hyun's worries were settled simultaneously. Demon Strike Level 1 activated. He didn't expect that when he sliced the right arm, it would pierce the wolf's resistance, leaving him stunned. At this point, Sang-hyu tried his luck. Later, Misu stood in a pool of blood. The wolf was defeated when Sang-hyung's stun finally took effect on his third attempt, but it was enough. He saw Misu walking toward him. She looked at him again, sighed, and told him she should have let him know she had a healing ability. He really thought she had left. He asked her whether she was living a second life or something, since he knew all the Wolf Lord's attack patterns. She said she'd met countless players before, but she believed he was the first to bewilder her like this. She was about to finish her thought, but when she saw his expression, she stopped mid-sentence. Sang-hyun asked how what? Misu got distracted by the pressure in the area, then continued, saying it was like watching a classifier. Sang-hyun was nervous because he thought she was going to say he had backed down, but it was for nothing. It made sense to him that an ordinary player couldn't think that far ahead. She asked him if he was going to finish off the Wolf Lord, and he forgot about it. The Wolf Lord let out a low growl, telling him he would kill him on the spot. After that, he earned the face-to-face rank C title and checked his stats. He read that when the target is isolated, no allies within a 5-meter radius face-to-face triggers, raising all his stats by 20% for 101 seconds. Once the target is no longer isolated, the title's effects will fade. He was happy that his first rank C title was geared toward one-on-one combat. Misu could tell he had just earned the title, and he made her ask whether she had cleared the level before. She replied that she did it on her own, but felt guilty and admitted she only succeeded because of her artifact. He replied that obtaining the right artifacts also takes skill. She thanked him for the compliment, but she couldn't tell him that the artifact that to him. She thanked him for the compliment, but she couldn't reveal that her artifact was worth over 200 billion ones, and likening herself to someone who only wielded a plain, flashy sword felt odd. She changed the subject, suggesting he test the effects of his new title. He asked what she meant. The face-to-face title had been triggered. The system notified him that no one else was within a 5-meter radius of the target except him, so the effect were activated. He canceled the effect. Then Miso told him he had to go first, as she needed to summon her carriers to help haul the loot. Since loot and monster parts count toward the mission reward, calling a carrier was the logical next move. She could claim she had caused summoning a carrier was the sensible next step. She could say she'd left a solid impression, having done all the heavy lifting. Misu recalled promising him a 5% cut of the mission's spoils. She didn't expect it, thinking it's unfair to her. She replied that it's fine, yes. She said it was okay that he should take her offer, especially since she foresaw plenty of chances for them to team up again. She urged him to view it as an investment, noting her own cunning, and warned that now he's on his own, he can't afford to drop his guard around her. It was time for him to check his long-awaited reward. It was a blue moonstone, a platinum-grade artifact. artifact. It carries the special effect called the Age of Dogs and Wolves, granting plus 100 health, plus 100 mana, plus 50 luck. It's a gem infused with the beliefs of the Silver Wolf clan that worships the blue moon. He was overjoyed, finally celebrating owning a platinum rank artifact. A platinum artifact can easily fetch over 1 billion ones, and with that a platinum artifact can easily sell for more than 1 billion ones, and with that he'll be able to. The goddess of luck asked if he now believes in her after feeling the rush of victory in life. He asked why she should thank him when it was his own luck that brought him there. The Broken Lip one raised objections about the goddess's luck. The player system has proposed exiling the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck has requested the constellations connected to the player system to vote on the matter. The vote to exile the Broken Lip one began. Eventually they reached a unanimous decision that the Broken Lip one can no longer function as a constellation. Sang Jun wondered if that was alright. Returning to his business, he expects to siphon 40% of the platinum artifact, and its special effect called the Age of Dogs and Wolves has no cooldown. While the moon is in the dungeon, the user's health recovery and regeneration will increase 5-fold. Moreover, regardless of whether the moon is present, any dog or wolf-related monster will be permanently stunned when confronting the user wielding the blue moon stone. In other words, you'd basically be invincible against those dogs under a full moon. The synchronization of mana with the blue moon stone has begun in the mission area lobby. He passed through the portal, was shocked when he emerged, and all the players are waiting for him. They couldn't believe he cleared a level 100 dungeon on his own. They trusted Misu, so they believed it. Misu told the receptionist not to worry. She replied that if she were in his shoes, she wouldn't let a level 17 player attempt a level 100 mission either. She acknowledged everyone's efforts. Miso suggested he get acquainted with Sang Hyun, since he could become a regular client there. Sang Hyun almost forgot about the receptionist. He knew it must have been hard for her, so he feels sorry for her. Several men quickly approach him to hand over their business cards and recruit him. One of them is Jun Yuhan, the leader of the Guardian Guild's recruitment team. Other men competed against him. Misu stopped them and told them she had something important to discuss with him. She made them think that the Eden Guild was also recruiting Sang Hyun. She gave Sang Hyun a non-verbal cue, which led him to simply agree. He knew she got him out of the mess, but it seemed she was plotting something. After that scene, a car drove off. Inside the car was Sang Jian. He saw 500 million won in his bank account, was pleased with it, and remarked that he never thought they'd pay him so easily, Misu. He replied that it was all thanks to his rank A carriers, but his influence also played a part. He thanked her for everything. Miso called his driver. The car switched to stealth mode. Sang Hyun expected that there were always hidden motives behind acts of kindness. Miso gets to work. She invited him to the Eden Guild, and he was taken aback by how blunt she was. He trusted her guild, especially when other players called it paradise. She's sure he won't regret it. Sang Jian expected the situation. Before receding, he was just a regular member of a small guild. Back then, that sense of belonging gave him a sort of comfort. It was a small guild that took in a talentless player like him who had nowhere to go. He felt warm and safe there until the incident where everyone was slaughtered. He also knew that no matter how good the infrastructure was, at this rate, it wouldn't be able to stay on par with the rest. If he went, a guild would just shackle him, so it was best for him to go it alone. He was about to turn her down when she cut him off, asking if he planned to start a guild by himself, which silenced him. He couldn't help but admit how sharp Miso is. She replied that it's natural since she's the daughter of the president of a huge corporation, and knowing her abilities, it was obvious to her that she could draw that conclusion. She told him it was crucial that only she knew. He understood he was about to create a solo guild, yet she still laid all her cards on the table and showed interest. Moreover, she forged a mutually beneficial partnership. He realized how shrewd she is as a negotiator. After some time in the Sigensel Station area of Player Town, the real estate agent, he noted that the deposit was 100 million wons and the monthly rent would be 5 million wons. Sang Hyun joked that she said it with a smile, as if it were nothing, but it actually sounded intimidating. She laughed and replied that she'd gotten a good deal. When they finished, she left. The process was quick and easy. Sang Hyu didn't expect people on the waiting list to drop out, and he wondered if it was the goddess of fortune. He set his things down and looked out the window, reflecting on how little time had passed and yet how much had already happened. He experienced regression and confusion situations that shifted rapidly. He spent days trying to understand what was happening, but there were no results. He wasn't sure how to proceed, but then his line of thinking completely changed. He felt a sensation he had forgotten. It was a torrent of blood coursing through his body, even though he hadn't done anything yet. It was the feeling of youth, and because of it, he couldn't stay still. With that, he swore to live his second life differently, not as pathetic as before. After making that decision, growth opportunities just kept coming. While she was in the car, Miso got a call from reporter Park Young-min, who laughed when he learned the news had already reached him. Sang Hyun took interest in their conversation conversation, and Youngmin heard that Sang Hyun had completed the mission with her. Youngmin works for Player magazine. Miso started chatting, but she asked to get to the point because she was drawing her colleague's attention. The car pulled up, Sang Hyun stepped out and thanked her for the trip. Before she leaves, she tells him they're planning to explore an unconfirmed portal soon, a free 4-party for players of level 120 or lower. Sang Hyun replied excitedly that he'll go. She noted how coldly she had turned down the guild's offer, yet he was thrilled about it. He was happy for the chance to finally enter a portal. Dungeons are fixed locations. Once you step inside, the entrance and exit are set, and the traps and monsters follow a pattern, and the exit is set, and the traps and monsters follow a pattern predictable. The portals are dynamic locations. The entrance and exit shift during a raid, and sometimes the monsters change too, but the greater the danger, the greater the reward. It's the rule of the player's world, and in unconfirmed portals, there's a first-time bonus system where you can definitely obtain a high-rank artifact. He assumed Mizu also has experience with unconfirmed portals because she carries an artifact that ignores the Black Wolf's stun despite her level. Mizu told Sang Hyun she'd get in touch once more detailed information is available. She hoped to stay in constant contact with him, gave her phone so he could enter his number. Her wallpaper displayed altars of the dead. She became nervous when she realized it was on that screen because she didn't want him to see it. She muttered that her mind was a mess. Sang Hyun stayed silent. He realized she must have things going on, but that's natural. Hardly any player doesn't. In her case, she has a past she can never speak of openly. She couldn't imagine what would happen if anyone learned she had traveled back in time. She thought of late Bloomer, curious about what he's doing now. She'd grown attached to him over the years they spent together and wished she could see him again. Meanwhile, in the Eden Guild's VIP lounge, Mizu sat playing with her phone. The man across from her said he wished they could chat over coffee, but she was only busy with her phone. He asked if she was waiting for someone to contact her. She replied that she was messaging Sang Hyun since they're preparing to enter a gate together. The man teased her, saying he really liked her. She shouted that it was nothing like that. He knew Sang Hyun as the one who can maintain stun longer than him and the one who coldly rejected his offer. Mizu suggested he should start worrying about himself. He asked why. Mizu answered that Sang Hyun's sword skill was pretty impressive. She thinks he's better than him. He took it humorously and said she's exaggerating. He claimed comparing Sang Hyun to him was too much. This man is Jo Jinho, a level 700s rank player of the Eden Guild. In Training Field Jam Silk 43, Sang Hyun got a call from Miso. She wanted to discuss the recent portal appearance. She hadn't expected an update yet. She told him she'd gotten word of an unconfirmed portal near Chunni Station on Line 7, about 500 meters to the northwest. It seemed every region up to the intermediate checkpoint had already been scouted, so she sent him the crossroads data. He had been investigated, so she sent him the crossroads data. He told her to wait while he reviewed it. He opened his phone. It showed details on the mid-gate boss, the Hellhound Cerberus. The Hell level Cerberus. The projected raid level is 100, and its main traits include 3 heads and the ability to emit heat. He was pleased to see a dog show up right after he'd unlocked his abilities too. He hadn't expected to get a chance to test his skill so soon. The Night Age and Wolf skill is a passive with no cooldown. While the moon hangs in the dungeon sky, the user's health, recovery, and regeneration speed are multiplied by 5. Whether the moon is up or not, any dog or wolf-like creature will be permanently stunned when it faces the user wielding the blue lunar stone. When the moon is up, all dogs and wolf-like beasts cannot attack the user. Sang Yoon. He thanked Miso for the details and said he'd call her soon. The man in front of him teased him for acting that way even though he'd summoned him there. Sang Yoon apologized to the man, calling him captain. The man laughed, admitting he was only joking. He declared he should have known it would turn out like this since now he's considered a celebrity. He told Di Kyung he's not a celebrity and still has a long way to go. Di Kyung could tell he hadn't received a call. He was confused about what she was talking about. Di Kyung showed him his phone and revealed that Sang Jun was on the front page of the Player's magazine. He was very surprised. Di Kyung laughed at his reaction and urged him to pull out his phone, expecting it would already be flooded with calls. Sang Jun's phone wouldn't stop ringing. He didn't want to be on the front page of the news. It annoyed him that they did it without warning. Di Kyung teased him, saying everyone was already contacting him, which implied he was popular. He replied that he wasn't. He set his phone aside and decided to get to work. Di Kyung handed him a bag since he had mentioned it before. He accepted it gladly and thanked him for it. Di Kyung replied that there was no need to thank him, as he hadn't given them away for free. They were some of his old artifacts. Di Kyung was curious to know what he needed them for, if he could simply buy new ones. His answer was vague, as if he only wanted to admire the history or continue Di Kyung's legacy. Of course, Di Kyung didn't buy it, insisting it was a superstition. He said it was a belief he held, but deep down it was because artifacts that haven't been used in a long time have a better absorption rate. While they were talking, a woman approached approached them and apologized for being late. She told them she had trouble finding parking, then she invited them to begin the appraisal. Sang Hyun asked who she was. Lee Kyung replied that she was the appraiser who would help them with their deal. He brought her in to make sure both of them got a fair deal. Just then they placed the artifact. She wielded her powers over them, making them blaze intensely. Eventually, they notified him that the artifact's appraisal was complete. She inhaled deeply, then advised them that they had a solid deal and could proceed. Lee Kyung drew his sword before the deal was sealed and asked San Jun to show off his sword skills. San Jun politely declined, saying he didn't think he was good enough to give advice. Lee Kyung told him to drop the humility, reminding him that after everything they'd been through, he wasn't so foolish as to not realize he was outclassing him. He added that he wasn't so arrogant either to refuse 1 or 2 tips from others. Sang Yoon wore a bitter expression, reluctant to get involved, but seeing Lee Kyung's look, he swallowed his pride, knowing it would be rude to ignore someone only trying to help. So he agreed and told him to give it his all. Lee Kyung instantly assumed a combat stance, then ordered the appraiser to stand behind him. He poured everything into his display of moves. Sanchun was impressed that he had grown stronger since his last dungeon. He could tell he'd been training since then, but watched him swing his sword. Then he called out. Lee Kyung thought he was asking him to stop when he still had much to show. Sanchun asked if something was wrong with his left arm. He asked how he knew. Sanchun pointed out that whenever he swung his right hand, his left shoulder opened too quickly. He could tell he was being especially careful, and Lee Kyung made a pout. He admitted Sanchun was right, revealing he had trauma when it came to defending his left side, saying most of his injuries stem from training. And even the dungeon scars are on that side. He was aware of it but couldn't fix it. Sang Jun told him he could. He told him that things like trauma can be overcome much more easily, advising him not to hide his weaknesses and to find a way to embrace his strength, like the way he holds his sword and breathes. He knew it would be tough at first, but it would pay off in the long run, and he taught him to apply pressure on the blade with a specific finger. Lee Kyung said it doesn't seem easy. Kyung winced and complained that it hurt. Sang Jun replied that he should hold out a little longer. His interaction made the appraiser blush. She kept misreading the conversation, which only turned her redder. She wondered what was wrong with them, with the stance of those two, and with the talk they were having. It was easy for her to think they were doing something intimate. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. When she got home, her search history was all about love between boys. Meanwhile, after that, our clueless protagonist drives his car, humming along. He's in a good mood, having just closed a solid deal despite spending over 400 million won. He knows the profits he'll reap will far outweigh what he paid, and he could tell that Dekyu, he was satisfied with his sword choice, but also noticed the appraiser wore a strange expression when they finished. He rushed home to consume the artifact and see what progress he'd make. He's also excited about the next gate, so he planned to call Mizu about it. But he ran into an unexpected situation. A group of men blocked his path. He slammed on the brake, stuck his head out the window to apologize, and ask if they were okay. Those men had actually been waiting for him, threatening him to get out of the car. He was confused. The other guy said those idiots were the so. Suddenly, a bright light lit up Sang Hyun's face. It was because the man conjured flames in his hands and threatened to burn him along with the damn car. Sang Hyun remembered them. They were Choi Yeon-chu and Cho Seung-go from the Utopia Guild. Choi Yeon-chu specifically preys on people weaker than him, and Cho Seung-go was the one who filmed his YouTube videos. Thanks to his extreme content, he had a handful of loyal subscribers who always watched, but after he crossed the line, he faced a life sentence and was forgotten by most. He sighed. In his mind, they're a complete excuse for being human. Young-chu, the level 100 player, rank B, said he was getting angry. Seung-ho, level 75 rank C, approached him. He wanted to see his progress with his new artifact, but the situation bothered him especially because those guys were the opponents he wanted to test himself against. John Chul saw him get out of the car, sword in hand, challenging them about what they'd do next. John Chul wanted to take his time, telling him he's the security force in Player Town and many people had been complaining about him. He mentioned that folks said a guy kept cruising around in an old car. In short, those people were angry about his low-quality ride in the area. He kicked Sang Hyun's car. Sang Hyun turned pale. Young Chu threatened him, saying that if he didn't want his car to go to ruin, he should grab his stuff and leave. They were beginning to draw attention. The crowd recognized Young Chu, but a guy noticed something, recognized the man who'd shown up in Player magazine. They recalled his name. At that moment, Sang Hyun was inspecting the dent in his car. Young Chu asked Seung-go if Sang Hyun was strong. Seung-go had to look it up on his phone. He remembered the kid who'd gone to the mission zone with Miso, and rumors claimed he'd soloed a level 100 quest. Young Chu didn't buy it, thinking Sang Hyun was weak. Seung-ho replied that Miso was with him, so he wouldn't let a rookie steal the glory. He thought up a title for his next video, Let's Teach Rookie Kim Miso, Taught a Lesson, started filming. Young Chu told Sang-gun he'd show him mercy. He invited him to enter training mode and have a one-on-one bout, and if he wins, wins, he wants him out of the player town immediately. But if Sang-hyun wins, he promises to stay as far away from him as possible. Sang-hyun agreed. Jeong-chul remarked that he's a real man after all, but Sang-hyun demanded 500 million and Young-chu's doll for the wager. He told him that if he was scared, he should just leave. Young-chu was about to curse him, but Seung-gu called him out. He got annoyed because they'd been interrupted, but Seung-gu needs to show him something. The chat was flooded with 500 million. Young-chul muttered a curse. Sang-yu asked him if he'd join or was scared. Young-chul realized that if they did, the video wouldn't be monetized since it contains violence and adult content. He seized the chance to blow off some steam. They headed to Building C in the Player City Plaza. The crowd gathered as Sang-hyun activated his training mode. With that, the players gained a barrier effect. Jeong-chu bet him 500 million won and his dolls, assuring Sang-hyun he'd keep his word. He advised him to leave while he could. The training mode was fully set, so they could start. Sang-young inhaled deeply. Jeong-chu told him they were about to begin and it would be serious, but Sang-young. He shouted his name, shocked that they'd already ambushed him. Sang-hyun told him he doesn't play either, and even if he begs, he won't forgive him. It was streamed live. Miso couldn't believe she saw him there, and she worried about what was happening. She watched, intently recognizing Young-chul from the Utopia Guild. She'd heard rumors about him and does whatever she wants since her uncle is the master of the Utopia Guild. Her sister asked if something was wrong because she looked so serious. This woman is Shin Tairi, level 701, a rank S player. She watched the broadcast recognizing Sang-jun, the player Mizu had been trying to recruit. She told him his name is Sang-young and wondered why he's on some scoundrel's live stream. Terry could see his movements were solid. Young-chul cursed aloud, calling him a bastard, a cheater, and a liar. He conjured a fireball in his hand and hurled it. Sang-hun gripped his sword tightly to deflect it. Young-chu was stunned that Sang-hun had sliced the flames, and a massive explosion followed. Even Seung-go was amazed by his skill. Sang-hyun felt relieved. Finally, since he returned, his body moves as he wishes. 3 hours earlier, he thanked the appraiser, saying it was because of her that they finished quickly. The appraiser blushed and replied that they were the ones who did the hard work. Lee Kyung suggested they go get a drink, inviting him. Sang-yu declined, saying he had somewhere to be. Lee Kyung's jaw dropped, wondering if he'd asked too much. Sang-hyun explained he was simply planning to go elsewhere and just accepted. He thought it was just him and the appraiser, but she told him she also had an important event to attend. Artifacts were more exciting to Sang-hyun than alcohol. She left to the artifact. They were far more thrilling for Sang-hyun than the alcohol. She hurried away. In a tranquil park, Sang-hyun lingered there. The system notified him that the bronze rank gear's absorption rate was calculated at 10%. The time the artifact is used will boost the absorption, so the final absorption rate clocks in at 90%. The goddess of luck declares it was thanks to her that he could enjoy those blessings. He knew that in most cases he could only reap a tenth of the original stat, but now he learned what makes a difference when people start using his gear. He recalled he had a question for her. He knew it was a constellation popular, so he asked if she knew a constellation called the Late Student Model. She complained that he should focus only on her, scolding him for paying attention to other constellations. He explained his reasons and admitted that the constellation meant something to him, but he understands if she feels upset about it. She told him to lift his head and said she would request information on the constellation because she is generous. That made him happy. After he resolved that, he decided to enjoy a meal by absorbing those artifacts. The system notified him that the mana sink of 5 artifacts had begun. Boiled meals were the top 5 favorites of men. He started to drool. The artifacts were used by an older man, yet the manifested food still appealed to the youths, and the artifacts have an absorption rate of 90%. He was excited to see how strong he'd become after clearing his plate. He couldn't even imagine it. In the current training mode, the face-off title has been activated. He remarked that the effects lack power, yet his stats had still risen, particularly his strength, which rose by +40, +70 of resistance, +40 mana, +65 luck, and +29 defense. The comment section mocked Young-chu, especially now that he's trembling. Sang-hyun noticed his movement. He hurled flames at Sang-hyun. Miso grew concerned, but Tairi assured him there was nothing to worry about, knowing he would dodge it. Sang-hyun reminded Young-cheol of his deal, counterattacked while eagerly awaiting his 500 million and the doll. Seong-go smiled as Sang-young fell into his trap, the latter stepping on something that coated his foot in a bright gleam. Young-cheol. He smiled, flipped him the bird while telling him he'd won. Forced freeze was applied to Sang-jeong. Ice enveloped his body. Tairi wondered if Young-cheol had always been able to use magic besides pyromancy. She thinks it'll be effective. Miso laughed and told her to listen. He revealed that Sang-hyun has access to status alteration removal. He told him to look closer so he'd understand why he wanted to recruit him, but when he turned his attention back to the TV, the ice was gone. Young-cheol was confused about where it went. He knew his ability had triggered, but unless Sanjun had a skill to purge disease, it would be impossible for him to escape. It made him wonder if the bastard was a rookie. He was caught off guard when Sanchun leapt onto his back and stabbed him. Even though Sanchun was surprised, a barrier formed on Yungqial's shoulder, causing him to say he was lucky since the training mode had saved him. The training mode had mitigated any fatal damage. Xianggo worried about his friend, and the comment section went wild. One of them said Sangyun looked different than before, which caught Xianggo's attention. He could tell that Sangyun had a distinct aura compared to before, made him feel curious about what he did. Terry said it's a kind of awakening ability. Miso asked for more details. She replied that it's transcendence or the psychedelic ability, but seeing that he has black eyes, she guessed it's closer to psychedelic. She knew the psychedelic drug causes extreme exhaustion when the person takes damage. She assumed he was sure he could take on his enemy without taking any damage. Miso refused to believe it, though she agreed there was something off about him. She also stated that he hadn't used that ability while she was with him. Terry asked him if he understood how valuable the ability was. She told him there are only two possibilities. Either he had no reason to use it while she was with him. Miso asked about the other possibility. She fell silent, then revealed that it could be that he had means to acquire rare abilities like those in a short time. The appraiser was reviewing the files, and she noticed something off. She discovered that the artifact Sanjun had purchased needed to be tested by his hidden ability. One of its special effects is to enhance a hidden ability, and that hidden ability was psychedelic. She wondered if there truly was a chance for a hidden ability to manifest with such low odds. She said that for him to be that lucky, he'd have to be chosen by the goddess of luck or something. Psychedelic is a hidden ability that enhances awakening. The moment the ability is used, it instantly restores the user's maximum health and enters a state of awakening for the next 100 seconds. The user's mental and physical capacities exceed normal limit, reaching an explosive state. During this wakeful state, the user gains enhanced decision-making, cognitive, and motor skills. Once the psychedelic effects wear off, the user collapses into extreme exhaustion from the damage taken over the next 10 minutes. Sangyun asked what they should do with their wager. Yungqiao lay on the ground. He grew nervous when Sangyun suggested they turn off training mode. She insulted him and told him to leave while she tried to conjure ice in her hand. He admitted to himself that he let his guard down because he thought he was a rookie. I didn't expect him to be that strong, I got serious. To break free from Sanjung's grip, he made the floor explode, forcing both of them to stand up. First, he created distance between them, realizing that Sangyun was completely different from what Xiangho said. If I'd known he was that strong, I would never have started the fight. He stared fiercely at Sangyo, and Songgo couldn't hold his gaze. He realized the guy was just spouting nonsense. He got distracted until Sanchun grabbed his face and told him they'd finish him off. His face was slammed against the floor. Sanchun assured him that the training mode should prevent. Sangjun told him the training mode should prevent any fatal damage. He conceded and promised to send 500 million to his account. Sangjun concluded his bet was over and it was time for revenge. Zhang Qial had no idea what he was saying, and that only made him angrier. He told him everything started because of him. 3 days ago at the shop, they told him his car was fixed, but that he'd soon have to scrap it. The thought made him feel terrible. The mechanic explained the car was so old it wouldn't last much longer. He refused to believe it. The mechanic admitted he was attached to the car, but reminded him he'd have to say goodbye soon. He told him the car was glad he was the owner, which made him cry. Even the mechanic wept beside him, as if the car were saying that whenever he drove it was happy and wanted him to be happy too. Sanghyun raised his fist and told the kid it was his revenge for the car. Yungqial kept apologizing, telling him to wait, but Sanghyun grabbed his face. Before Sanghyun could strike him, accidentally a breath escaped him. The crowd was displeased. Sanghyun's fist never even struck him, yet he kept shitting. He made a mess of himself and cried while apologizing. The crowd complained it smelled like shit. It made them wonder what Yungqial had eaten. Yungqial. Xianggo wondered what they should do now. He doesn't care about his channel, but he's more worried about crossing the wrong person. Suddenly, someone approached him. It was Mun Baekun, the regional manager of Utopia Gil Kangdong. He told Xiangho they had messed up badly. Xiangho apologized. Zhangho checked himself to see if any excrement had stuck. Beek Kaiyong found the situation interesting. He heard that Sang Haiyan had awakened. He had only recently mastered his powers, yet he managed to defeat the seasoned Choi Zhangqial. He stepped forward, explaining he was there to take charge of the situation and handle any compensation. He asked if he had a moment. Sang Haiyan was cautious. He asked who he was and who he worked for. Beek Kaiyong bristled at his arrogant demeanor. Then he realized it wasn't arrogance, but simply confidence, as if the kid had already been through it all. He could see the experience that didn't match his rank, and the abilities he wielded weren't a joke. Beek Kaiyong bowed before him and introduced himself courteously, even apologizing for the late introduction, saying he was willing to do whatever it took to recruit him. He informed him that the Utopia Guild would cover any damage caused. He was confident he could shoulder the cost and was ready to do so just to forge a positive relationship with him. It was funny how Sang Jun, with indifference, demanded demanded 2 billion wons and flashed the guy his account number on his phone. It was timely that he asked, as he was about to say that 500 million weren't enough since it also had to cover the mental trauma he endured. That left Beat King stunned. He asked if they could pay in installments or if he could simply do whatever he wanted with that idiot John Chial. Later that day at a certain house, reporters crowded the doorway, shouting with a barrage of questions. They waited until he finished his talk with Mizu. When he stepped out of the conference room, he shouted that he had nothing to say, but he couldn't make it through the front door. The reporters were swarming him. They even ask if he's dating Miso. He's getting irritated by the probing into his love life. He's got enough to worry about already. So he shelved any thoughts of dating anyone. He felt a surge of excitement when he got home because he was about to pack his things. It was his prep for the gate raid. Since the moment arrived, he'd been busy all last week getting ready, but he was pleased with the progress he'd made, training for it, and still satisfied with his progress. His strength was up by 23, resistance by 19, dexterity by 5, mana by 11, defense by 13. Plus Demon Bash had also leveled up. With the title's effect wielding power overwhelming, it should last about 2.6 seconds, and with the delay effects, it will linger for over 5 seconds. At level 2, Demon Bash hampers a target, monster or human alike, for 2 seconds. Success rate and delay time hinge on the target's skill resistance level. Dual wield training also leveled up, meaning his adaptability with blades, excluding daggers and one-handed swords, is off the chart. He smiled as another notification pinged, reviewing all the results of his effort. He'd trained with swords, a passive warrior skill at rank 1 that boosts his adaptability with daggers and one-handed swords to extremely high. Then there was full charge, an active movement skill. It helps him concentrate a massive amount of energy and unleash it all at once, charging toward a target in front of him. The damage dealt and the charge distance will increase dramatically with charge time. However, for a while, everything dramatically with the charge time charge. However, for a while, all movement will be restricted. With all that, he thinks it was enough for the gate raid, but he realized many things were missing during the last battle. He couldn't perform as he used to. During the fight with Lord Wolf, he had to take risks because his combat patterns were limited, and in the battle with Choi John Chial, he was easily caught in a trap thanks to his lack of mobility. A chill ran through his body as he thought that if those guys were a bit stronger, he would have lost his life. He needed to improve because if he kept going like this, he'd be walking the same path as his previous life, especially the incident that happened in the second collapse of 2040. He wanted to guarantee a different future. He doesn't want to lose everything he has like last time, and that drove him to become stronger, like the hero who saved him before. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered, and it was reporter Park Jongmin. He called to verify if he's still available for the interview they arranged that day. He knew he was screwed. He confirmed it, but honestly he had completely forgotten. The gate raid is at 7 p.m. and the interview is at 2 p.m. and it's already 1:45 on his phone. The reporters who camped outside his house were glad to see them leave, but they got nervous when they felt the ominous energy. His psychedelic abilities have activated, his physical body has been enhanced, and his speed surged dramatically. Young Min, he glanced at the time on his phone. Someone entered and the staff automatically welcomed this person. It was Sang Jian. Young Min called him over. He'd already ordered coffee, so Young Min gladly invited him to sit down, but he sensed something was off. He looked gaunt and was out of breath. Young Min asked if he was in a dungeon. He replied not at all. Deep down, he felt getting there was harder than being in a dungeon. He apologized for arriving late. They settled in, and Young Min began to get into the topic. He wanted to interview him about the recent events in the search zone, noting that he'd been through a lot. Sang Hun, he replied that it wasn't anything important. Young Min had to tell him that, regardless of what he thought, the fact was he was still the center of attention for every player. He added that even though people say levels and experience mean nothing under the new ranking system with his sudden appearance and low level, they're starting to call him a super rookie. Sang Hyun replied humbly that that's not the case. Young Min asked him if he was aware that countless guilds were interested in recruiting him. By then, Sang Hun had already gotten a flood of cold calls. He guessed he wanted to hear more about the Eden Guild or some other guild. Young Min replied that they were talking about overseas guilds, which left Sang Hun impressed. He admitted it was also new to him. He said that a total of 5 foreign guilds have officially petitioned the Korea Players Association for an official identity verification request. Most foreign guilds are known for scouting players early to gain an edge, and this was the first time they'd shown interest in a beginner-level player like him, but he advised him to keep his guard up because many eyes were on him. In the back alleys of Chunwi Station, the door appeared. Tang Jun was walking down the alley with a thought in mind. He was hoping to work as a one-person guild, but the foreign guild piqued his curiosity. Seeing this golden opportunity, he wondered why he had to suffer in the past. Eventually, he ran into Miso. She told him they had a little time left before the door appeared. The woman behind her caught his eye. The three three of them stood beneath the street lamp. Miso informed Sanguine that her sister kept saying she wanted to meet him, so she brought her along so they could meet. Before heading for the door, she introduced him to Tahuri, then suggested they stop by a nearby cafe. Tahuri watched him in silence before shaking his hand. Deep down, Sanchun thought he would have met her even if Miso hadn't introduced her. Not a single player in the country doesn't know her. She's also famed by the alias Shadow Assassin and ranks among Korea's top gamers. Her fame reaches overseas, and she's one of the reasons behind the reach abroad. She's one of the driving forces behind Eden Guild's current influence, and its very existence can shake guild rankings. Sang-jun felt lucky to have crossed paths with top-tier players after his return. Terry asked him for a favor out of the blue, which left him stunned. He asked how he could help. She replied it was no big deal. She just wanted the two of them to spar. Miso couldn't believe the request coming from someone she had just met. She argued that she had already briefed him while they were on the way. Miso couldn't recall anything. She told him it was when she wanted to recruit Sangyang, and she said she'd go see if he was worthy. Miso countered that didn't count. She apologized to Sangyang for her sister's behavior, explaining she enjoys challenging people for fun. Sangyang responded that he didn't mind, which surprised her. He offered to cut straight to the chase while gripping his sword. He declared it an honor to have the chance to face one of the top players. Terry was pleased with his answer, confirming that Miso had a keen eye for talent. She apologized for her unprofessionalism up to now. She suggested they trade about 5 rounds, and he could simply tell her when he was ready, though he knew he didn't have any. Even with that possibility, she chose to seize the chance to gauge how much she'd grown and what she still needed to improve. She merely brandished her weapon, yet an aura surrounded her. It was unlike anything else nearby. Determined not to waste a second, she declared she was ready, ignited the psychedelic surge, and vowed to give everything from the start. Miso could no longer follow what was happening. Tari answered that she would take the initiative. They were stunned when she vanished into nothingness. Sang-jun panicked, realizing he'd been foolish. With his current physical abilities, he knew he couldn't rely on his reaction time to anticipate her attack. She struck him with daggers, and he tried to deflect the blows with his sword. Sang-yoon gave everything to predict everything. She was amused, leapt back, and told him his movements are good. She was motivated to push harder in the fight and would prove it in the 4 remaining moves. She moved so fast she left a trail of light behind her. In his mind, he pictured her as a monster, especially when his speed kept climbing. He thought of a way just like in his past life and ignored his own sight entirely, reading his opponent's moves by instinct. He hopes this time will be far tougher. Miso was baffled that he closed his eyes despite knowing the difference between him and his sister. It made him think he was crazy, and she thought his behavior was utterly stupid, but our guy saw her and seized the perfect moment to deflect her attack. She praised his focus, having not expected him to block the second strike as well. She told him that most swordsmen never achieve that level of concentration because they need experience to back it up. The first thought that crossed Sangyang's mind was, does she know? She kept saying she felt like she was facing a veteran player. Sangyang chose to stay silent about it. He had 3 moves left, but before striking, Sanghyun also asked a favor, which she granted. Then he suggested skipping 3 moves and going all out, which caught her off guard. He admitted his arrogance, but felt he'd never get another chance like this. He asked for one final blow. In his head, if he never experiences what she's truly capable of, it will haunt him throughout training. Miso told Terry not to listen to her. She panicked when Terry accepted her request. She admitted she can't give it her 100%, especially when the training mode isn't activated. Instead, she'll show him what she's capable of at full speed. The abilities are far harder to control, so she can't risk using them on people that way. He replied that it was more than enough. He thinks that if he could keep the rhythm with her at full speed, it would be a success. He adjusted his mindset to treat the fight as something serious, and that if he fails, he'll die. She lunged at him and he was overwhelmed, having no time to prepare. He made a mental note to stay ready, and instead of merely swinging his sword, he struck the space before she could even reach him. Tyree was surprised that she had almost been hit. He immediately activated the shadow illusion. He was surprised by what she did. Then she gently tapped his face with the hilt of her sword. She asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, but internally he got the impression she wasn't going to use a skill. Sanjun complained that his head hurt, wondering if his nose was broken. Terry extended a hand to him. She admitted she hadn't intended to use a skill on him and did it reflexively. She asked if he was okay. He took her hand, then told her he'd be fine. He thanked her for taking him seriously. She replied it was a pleasure, but said next time it'd be great if they could have a serious conversation. He agreed they could do that anytime. While they were having that casual chat, Misa was watching his trembling hands. She yanked Terry's arm and told him it was time to start the raid, and told him to write down everything that had happened and submit a report. Terry said goodbye to them and wished them luck on the raid. Misu told him to get home safely. Saying John, love it or not, lost for the first time since he fell back. He knew that if Terry gave it his all from the start, he wouldn't have any chance. Although their encounter was unexpected, did, it gave him another goal he must overcome now. Terry stopped, looked at him, and smiled. Sang Yuan felt she was saying something like he could try as much as he wanted. Later that day, they met at Chunhui Station at the unmarked door number 727. Misu suggested they do a brief recap in the introduction. A shy lady and a tall man greeted them. San Yung introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to be in the presence of such great players. The man replied that they had come there to see the news prodigy kid. He introduced himself as Park Hee-seok, a wizard player who specializes in the ignition skill. He's at level 120 rank A. Sang Yuan asked if pyrotechnics existed. He replied that it's the same realm of magic as young Kael, but he demonstrated his blue flame and told them that since he spends most of his game time conjuring flames, his flames are far stronger than Yungcheol's. He was thinking about how he took the right decision to focus on one thing until reaching a certain level. Then Miso introduced the woman. She was Kang Yohei, a space manipulator, basically a mage who specializes in spatial link abilities. She was shy and reserved. She's at level 10 and a rank A player. After Seok displayed his powers, she did the same and they tried to stop her, but they failed. Consequently, a fierce wind blew and Misu scolded her. Sang Jun wondered what that wind was, completely unlike anything a space controller can produce. A portal opened before him and Yoji shut it down. She bowed, telling him it was a pleasure to meet him. Sang Jun extended his hand. After meeting the rest of the squad, she realized she'd been right to trust Misu. She completed the perfect team combo. He was the close-range swordsman, Misu handled long-range combat, Seok for any firepower they might lack, and I to help them escape when needed. Aside from the fact that they lacked a healer, it was a perfect team, and the most important part, the chemistry was incredible. He could tell it wasn't their first time working together. Things like that matter, especially when survival's on the line. Back then, he had experienced that too. A bittersweet expression crossed his face as he recalled them. It prompted Misu to ask if he was okay. She asked whether he'd been injured fighting his sister. He replied he was fine and just had something else on his mind. He decided to set aside his worries, suggested they go through the door now, intending to focus on the present instead of the past. They emerged on the other side, a frost-filled hell. It was a snowy place. She thanked Seok because without his upgrade, they'd all have been frozen. Seok used the flame blessing that boosted resistance to the cold. Misu remarked the weather wasn't like the last time they were there. Then she noticed Sang Jun had another weapon besides his longsword. She asked why he hadn't used it before. He replied he'd only just acquired it, feeling he might need it if battles got far more mobile. That made Mizu ask if he was proficient with a variety of weapons, since swordsmen usually stick to one. He answered that he'd put some effort into it, but deep down it's hard to make an excuse. It was a drawback of his rare skill. Later, Misoi called Yoha, ordering him to execute Plan C against the Cyclops. Yo agreed. The Cyclops let out a deep, guttural growl. Then it struck, shattering the ground. Misu and Sangyang surged behind it, emerging from the portal Yo had opened. Misu waited for Sangyang's response, telling him to watch his back. Hey! The Cyclops spotted them. Sangyu, caught off guard, let out a harsh grunt. Misu radioed Seok, who replied he was on it. She loosed an arrow as Sangyun pressed forward. The Cyclops saw the projectile heading for its eyes and was blinded just in time when Sangyun closed the gap, slamming it and forcing a guttural howl. Blood sprayed from the fresh wounds across its body. Our boy called Yo, who answered with his skill. The Cyclops locked its gaze on Sangyun, about to seize him. It was about to grab him. When its hand struck the ground, debris erupted everywhere. A sword lay near where its hand had been. The Cyclops smirked, thinking it had caught Sangjun, but to its surprise, Sangjun appeared behind it. The Cyclops was bewildered. The Cyclops was confused. Yohi and Seok attacked again. Demon Strike level 2 was activated. Sangjun smiled, then sliced off its head. Yohi and Seok were left stunned. Sangjun landed safely on the ground. They asked him what he had just done, thinking a single blow wouldn't be enough to kill it. Sangjun apologized. They replied that he didn't need to apologize, they were just surprised. Misu pointed out that she had warned them earlier and said she had the same reaction. She also believes this won't be the last time she surprises them. She was sure she hadn't shown them everything yet, letting out a nervous laugh. Deep down, he could feel the pressure, and the way she said it made him want to prove what he could do. Putting that thought aside, despite it being his first foray, he could see their teamwork was pretty solid. He wondered if that was the skill gap veteran players possess. He felt good about it. More Cyclops arrived, so it was time for the second round. In the end, they killed them all. Seok's eyes shone as he told Sangyang it was amazing, claiming he was the best swordsman he'd ever worked with. Sangyang thanked him. Misu was also pleased. She thanked Sangyang for making Seok happy, since Seok rarely gets the chance to use his pyromancy to its fullest potential, so she was glad she could do it thanks to him. She realized it must be the ultimate tool for mages. If they lack a reliable swordsman, they have no choice but to rely on support abilities, but the reverent look Seok gave was too much for him. Mizu asked which skill he'd used before. She replied that she always manages to surprise him. Earlier, a massive explosion rocked the forest as they fell one cyclops after another. Then Mizu spotted a hulking armored demon ogre charging at them from the front. T-Seok asked what they should do, and she suggested focusing their firepower on it. First, they needed to put as much distance between themselves and the beast as possible, but confusion set in when Sangun called Yohei and ordered him to open a portal that would bring them straight to the monster directly in front of the creature. Misu grew nervous as she warned that the monster specialized in defense, but she saw him gearing up for something, so she chose to trust him. She told Yoji to do exactly as he instructed and opened the portal. Sang-hun activated a full charge, gathering a massive surge of energy and unleashing it in a single blast, charging toward the target ahead. The damage dealt and the charge distance will increase dramatically with charge time. However, any movement during this period, his movement will be restricted. He darts through the portal at full speed. The monster was taken aback when it appeared, about to growl, but our guy had already sliced it in half. When they saw it, they couldn't believe it was actually happening. Mizu remarked she'd never seen a movement skill this powerful before. He replied that since he has a crew he can rely on, he simply decided to wield it aggressively. Yohei told them to shut up. She told them they'd arrived. They crouched on the ground as they watched the creature below the cliff. The mid-boss, the Ice Hell Cerberus, was asleep. It was a relief for them, as they'd still have time to plan their next move. Yohei suggested opening a portal ahead of time, since they lack enough intel on it. T-Seok suggested they start with him tossing games about it. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun was thrilled to finally find his punching bag. He activated the skill, the Night and Wolves Era. While the moon shines within the dungeon, the user's health, recovery, and regeneration speed are multiplied fivefold. Whether the moon is present or not, any dog or wolf-like monster will be permanently stunned when it faces the user wielding the blue lunar stone. When the moon hangs in the sky, all dog and wolf-type monsters cannot attack the user. Miso suggested they go with Plan F, and they were thrown off when Sang-hyun rose. He wore an excited grin on his face. They recognized that look, and it set them on edge. T-Seok asked if he had a plan, telling them they could stay and watch. They pressed him for an explanation, but he didn't have enough time to cover every detail. For the night and wolves effect to stay active, the moon must be fully in view. Even the slightest cloud covering the moon will cut the effects in half. He simply walked away without saying a word, though he felt a pang of shame. When he landed, Cerberus noticed him. Sang-hyun moved on his own, since asking forgiveness is quicker than asking permission. The three heads growled. Miso told them to prepare to give him covering fire, but Yohei noticed something was off. The Cerberus didn't move. Miso saw him and agreed, making him wonder if he was merely on guard, but then he tried to attack them the instant he spotted them during his investigation. Cerberus growled. They noticed he was moving. Yohei told them they need to help him, but Miso could tell he didn't seem to be trying to attack. Miso could tell he didn't appear to be trying to attack. She saw his tail sway, and it seemed he was ready to obey him. The system notified that Ice Hell Cerberus recognized him as a higher rank entity. He entered full obedience sufficiently soon. Sang-hun didn't expect it to be that easy, decided to finish things quickly, and the system praised him for defeating the mid-boss. He admits he felt bad killing something that was willing to obey him, earned the rank C title reduction. The limit of his chosen skill will be halved. He used it on the recovery skill. The cooldown on recovery was cut by 30 seconds from 60. With that, it can purge every status ailment currently affecting it. Miso told him to hold up. He asked if something was wrong then, out of nowhere, a bright blue crystal materialized. He panics, realizing he never mentioned his ability to them. Having always been a lone wolf, it never crossed his mind, and he worries she might claim ownership. He wishes with all his might that she wouldn't, but Miso replied that since he took the fight down solo, he can keep the loot. He was about to call it a relief, but corrected himself instantly and simply thanked her. He asked if she'd mentioned it to the others. Their looks said no need. They stared at him with reverence. He laughed nervously as he thanked them. He made a mental note to wield his powers without getting caught. Unexpectedly, Miso told him they'd leave so he could handle his own business, and he was confused. Misu replied that whenever he gets an artifact, he always does something. He asked her if she knew, and she admitted she'd known for a long time. It was right after they cleared the mission area. As he was about to leave, he wondered why he was there alone, so he turned around, and that's where he uncovered his secret. He felt cornered because a player's unique ability is like a lifeline, and it had just been exposed. He was about to speak when Miso cut him off, saying he was one of those players with strange rituals. She knew that players like that showed up from time to time, and he was stunned. She told him not to worry about them and just enjoy himself. She empathized, saying that if she were in his shoes, she'd want to hide a secret like that too. Yohei asked him if Sanjun really does that. Miso replied yes, that's why they have to give him privacy. The expression on Sanjun's face was hilarious. There was a huge misunderstanding, but having his secret exposed would have been worse. He decided to move on and eat Ice Heart is a golden artifact and a support gear. Its special effect is to freeze, adds +10 evasion and +10 defense. It is said that the extreme cold that mimics the cruel winter chill is contained within the heart, ready to freeze the world. Meanwhile, the whole area turned grim. Yohei forged the final portal. Miso praised her for the hard work. Sangjun agreed that everything was thanks to Yohei. She asked if it was truly okay, because even if they gathered all the dead ogre corpses, she doubted the boss would actually come to eat them. Tangyun assured her the boss would do anything for food, and she asked how he knew. He was speechless, then he shifted focus, ordering T-Seok to light a fire to lure the boss. Miso saw through the evasion, the fire roared to life, and they waited hidden. 20 minutes have passed, so they expect it to arrive any moment now. Suddenly, they heard a monster growling. The boss monster had arrived. Everyone readied themselves for battle. It was the final boss, the massive frost grizzly bear. Miso watched from the edge of the cliff. She acknowledges that they've been able to pull off successful raids thanks to Sangjung. Yet, watching Sangjung stand before the towering boss, he looked exhausted, a truly perilous situation. Just minutes earlier, Miso couldn't believe what he'd said. She asked him what he meant when he mentioned being a bait. He replied there was no other choice, as it was the quickest, safest way for their team to launch the raid. He explained that most giant monsters share a trait that triggers when their health drops to a certain threshold. They enter what's called a gluttony state. A monster in the gluttony state grows stronger and far more violent, gaining the urge to devour everything around it. That's why they piled the ogre corpses. He thought of poisoning his food. So they had Yoji pile the ogre corpses using his portals and prepared juniper wood with a strong sedative effect for his meal. But there's a problem, reducing health enough to trigger gluttony. He told them he would create a comfortable situation for them to cause the gluttony. He told them he would create a comfortable situation for them to cause damage. He asked them to trust him, but realized it was nonsense. He was just one step away from the afterlife right then, and it made him feel bad because he thought he had already grown, thought he could finally face this level of attacks, but it was incredibly strong. He wondered if his own strength wasn't enough. He knew that if he kept going, he could truly die. He focused on dodging every strike from then on. Debris flew everywhere. He leapt high to evade the attack. He was airborne when the boss monster stared him down. He had a quick reaction time. Now he wondered if leaping was a bad idea because he was about to fall into its maw. Miso let loose a few arrows. That surprised the boss monster. He looked at her. Miso told him it was the time. Her support made him smile. It was thanks to her that he stayed alive. He ready to counterattack. The bear saw him coming. He activated the full charge and sliced the bear from all sides. The great grizzly bear had been frozen for a second by the full charge effect. He was pleased that it worked. The freezing came from the ice heart and he fused it with the full charge. He doubted it because of his state resistance, so he could barely believe it actually. It worked. He aimed at the bear's leg and stabbed it. The bear let out a deep growl of pain. He used the level 2 special ability, Demonic Strike. Miso called T-Seok and he replied that he already knew. He gathered his fire to unleash his most powerful attack. Before launching it, he warned Sangjun to dodge. Sangjun heard him. T-Seok unleashed the ability called Blue Flame Flamingo. The bear lost its balance when struck. The brown firepower finally changed, let out a fierce growl. Sanchun was thrilled that the damage was enough. The great brown bear has entered the gluttony state as they had planned. Miso saw his expression. The massive grizzly bear proceeded to devour everything around it. Sangjun was stunned, overwhelmed as the massive grizzly bear transformed and looked so evil. He trusted Yoji to take his turn, yet he doubted whether he could hold out. T-Seok's jaw dropped at the sight of the bear, and he remarked that it now resembled a completely different monster. Miso asked about Yoji. He replied that she was still getting ready. Yo kept gathering strength. While chanting his spell, Miso worried that he wouldn't make it in time. T-Seok told him that shouldn't be his concern now because the crucial thing is whether Sangjun will survive or not. Sangjun ran for his life, panic gripping him, for not only could the raid fail, but he could lose his life there. He wondered if she still wasn't ready. His eyes widened as the bear lunged at him. Knowing he couldn't dodge the strike, he chose to meet it head-on and activated Psychedelic. Meanwhile, a massive portal materialized in front of Yoji. He finished the preparations, and the distortion began. At this point, the bear charged at Sangun, brandishing its sword. The portal opened between them, and to Sangun's surprise, the bear vanished. Yohi fell to her knees, and Miso and T-Seok rushed to her aid. She replied that she was fine and had simply used too much energy. Meanwhile, the relief on Sangyung's face was unmistakable. Had his attack not landed properly, he could have been devoured alive. The bear devoured the bodies, and the system reported that it had slipped into a deep sedative state because of the dubious juniper effect on snowy mountains. Sangyun saw it, feeling relieved now that in the end they had done it. Miso and T-Seok wept with relief, praising her. The bear let out a low growl. T-Seok, Miso, and Sangyun stepped before it, slashed it with their swords, and it fell. The system notified them that they had defeated it, and with that they cleared the unidentified door. Miso thanked Sangyun for everything, feeling guilty about relying on him so much. He replied that it was fine and that it had been his idea anyway. The system alerted him to his drastic level up because he'd cleared the door, but he admitted to himself that the dungeon was a bit too much. Finally, Yoji materialized through a portal, and praised everyone for their hard work. She apologized for not being much help in wrapping things up there. Sanjun said she shouldn't be. He thanked her for going along with his stupid last-minute plan. She responded that it was a great chance to understand the limits of her capacity, skill. Sang Hyen said he was looking forward to having the opportunity to work with them again. He was truly grateful to all of them since they'd followed his reckless request, but he also knew he would have pressured them had they not come with him. In the door raids he'd undertaken before, they always ended in tragedy. Most doors with good rewards boasted a 90% survival rate. Since the parties were made up of seasoned members, the survival rate was fairly high. There was a moment when he was gravely wounded and a comrade helped him to his feet, but when he looked to his side, another comrade's corpse lay there. The 10% death chance always caught up. He knew it was merely coincidence that he wasn't on the receiving end. He learned that the work of a hero is always done in the face of death. Though getting stronger matters, he set another goal for this life, and that thought made him smile, and that goal is to prevent any needless death. The time has come. Everyone anticipated the loot for their hard work. A brilliant orb blazed before them. It was the door's final reward, the first clear bonus. Upon reaching this stage, each of them would receive a fitting prize. Just as he was about to claim it, the goddess of luck took his hand. She urged him to look as she revealed the truth behind his powers. That made him smile. Her declaration thrilled him to see what lay ahead. The system notified him that he possessed a unique rank artifact. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped at the sight of the singular items before him. He then knew he'd made the right choice. The unique rank EVA was unmistakably on an entirely different level. Different. The goddess of luck smiled as if she knew more was coming. The system announced that thanks to the goddess of luck's authority, a hidden effect reserved for artifacts above the unique rank unique. Sang Hyen was reminded that this was one of the conditions of his contract, the way the goddess of luck thanked him for his effort. It made him like her even more, to the point where he was willing to do anything for her. After that, Sang Hyen reviewed willing to do anything for her. After that, Sang Hyen surveyed his surroundings and saw everyone busy with their reward, so he decided to choose his own artifact. No, to think twice, the form of his chosen artifact took life. It was an artifact that had always been on his mind, the Great Spirit Warrior Blade. A two-handed greatsword classified as a unique artifact. Its stats were over 500 in each category for a unique artifact. Its stats were plus 500 strength, plus 500 agility, and plus 51, a hidden ability called the knockdown effect. That great sword embodied the fighting spirit of any great warrior, concealing not only massive power but also wind blessings. From the wind blessing granted by the god of the fighting spirit, the aura forged by the blade will grant its wielder a 10% increased recovery rate. As expected, it has some incredible stats to match its reputation as a unique artifact. He clutched it tightly and tried to balance it, only to be shocked when it cracked the floor. The sword was far too heavy for him. He asked what happened to Leighton, checked, and saw that he was actively passive with no cooldown. Because of Burr's artifact skill effect, all abilities lose their mana cost effect. As a penalty, Leighton's effects are halved. With that, every equipped artifact feels as if it weighs 100 kilograms. He read it carefully, and when he saw the weight, he couldn't help feeling annoyed and cheated. He hadn't known such a condition existed. His loud voice caught Miso's attention. Then he saw everyone's faces. They were happy, holding the big rewards. Miso replied that everyone got the artifacts that fit their class, all thanks to him. He answered that he did nothing. Miso insists it was him, and shared that they had a conversation. They think it's only appropriate to give him the boss's corpse and the drops as magic stone. He got nervous and replied that there's no need for that. Yoha insists they should settle things, and that's the conclusion they reached after calculating everything. They were surprised when he lowered his head and his hand covered his eyes. He was moved by how considerate his teammates are. The boss's corpse is estimated at 60 million. With everything combined, it would be around 150 million. Sang Hyun hid his malicious grin behind his hand. He wanted to laugh but stopped. After that, they left the frozen hell. Miso invited him to celebrate, but he replied they'd do it next time era porqueria comprobar how much it was all worth. Everyone went their separate ways after saying goodbye. Then Miso remembered something. She asked him if she could call him whenever she wanted. He wanted to report, "Who do you think you are?" But he couldn't say it, so he simply accepted. That made her feel good. With her cheeks flushed, she told him she'd see him again soon. Her expression made Sang Hyen's eyes widen. He never thought he'd see her make a face like that. Meanwhile, T-Suk and He were embarrassed because they felt they were intruding on something. Sang Hyen thought it was sweet of her, realizing it had been a while since anyone had spoken to him that way. In the back alley behind the Chunju station gate, he absorbed the faded great sword. With that, she had met the conditions for Leighton, and the effect reactivated. As expected, since the worn-down great sword had no extra stats, she didn't gain much from absorbing it, but because the meal was grilled mackerel kimbap, her favorite, she was pleased. Now everything's cleared, she moved on to review what she'd accomplished so far. Her stats screen showed code, she was at level 51 with the titles Smart Hunter and others 8. Her constellation is Goddess of Luck with the exclusive Devour ability. Artifact. In total, she consumed 5 artifacts. Her HP stands at 1,398. Her MP is 183, and her experience is 408. Her strength is 250 and has 150 additional. His resistance is 109, 83 dexterity with an extra 50, 71 mana, 169 luck, 30 evasion, 62 defense. Recoil Blast is a hidden skill that consumes 27 mana to push an opponent backward. Its success rate and recoil distance depend on the opponent's skill resistance. He can expend up to his full mana, 183 mana, to boost both the success rate and the recoil distance. Cleaving Hunter is a C-rank title that grants the effect. Each time he defeats a monster of any size, he regains resistance. He was thrilled with these effects. Thighs recovers a resistance. He was delighted with these effects. He was shocked to learn that simply swapping a greatsword boosted his strength stat that much. He also earned 2 new titles and a new skill. He decided to push his luck stat even higher. The system notified him that his luck surpassed 200 and his critical hit range had been recalibrated. His current critical range is 120 per 100 to 600 per 101. A max critical of 600 per 100 means he can hit 6 times harder. He couldn't believe he'd come this far so quickly compared to his past life. What took Dakian years to reach level 50, he did in 15 days, and he was motivated to keep progressing at that pace. He was determined to catch up to Ghost Blade Dagunzu. The system suddenly notified him that the atmosphere around him is becoming gradually unsettling. All this happened while he was plotting revenge against Tyresoon. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar pattern. The system notified him that new constellations are seeking his presence. The Lion King shows great interest in his swordsmanship. Also present was the owner of a beautiful beard, who gave him high mark for his fighting spirit, and the Dark Hunter, who questions the presence of someone like him in the world. The Goddess of Luck told him it was a fairly decent alignment, adding that the value of the Sangya coin. He just fired off. Those 3 constellations stepped in front of him. He didn't expect the constellations to reappear so quickly, but given his growth rate is ridiculously rapidly. But considering that his growth rate is ridiculously fast, it made sense, but he knew the credit goes to the Goddess of Luck since she's very sociable. He decided to confirm who showed up this time. It was the Lion King, the owner of a famous beautiful beard. They're real-world heroes who became constellations. He wondered if they saw his potential and came for that, but they made him uncomfortable because they're chatterboxes. The Lion King scolded him for nervously looking around in front of his superiors, while the beautiful bearded owner blew up and told him that in his general days he would have cut his head off. He only laughed nervously and apologized. That's exactly why he hated hero constellations. He could already imagine how hard they'd press him if he forged a contract with them, but the Dark Huntress was even more dangerous. She's the last person he ever wanted to meet. She's a bounty hunter who scans the dimensional core for real-time updates in real time, while she roams tracking players who have received excessive benefit due to system glitches or have committed serious rule violations. There were also cases in his past life, except that unlike unique cases like the Goddess of Luck, she relentlessly hunted high-rank players who formed dual contract, to the point where some ended broken and ruined. It was truly terrifying. He felt nervous because he didn't like any of the constellations. Signing a constellation contract is a weighty decision. It can rewrite a player's entire future, so whatever you choose truly matters. Yet at that moment, having just the Goddess of Luck was enough for him, though it didn't mean he wasn't aiming higher. Those were the mythic constellations. Only a handful of players in history have managed to forge contracts with them. They are literally mythic beings, and right now Sang Jian had no choice, so even if he didn't want to gamble, he'd do it. He told everyone he wouldn't pick any of them. The Lion King was stunned, saying he'd never been treated like that before. The owner of the gorgeous beard said he'd consider a third visit to recruit him, because he sees him as a brother. In Sang Hyun's mind, even if they come 3 more times, his answer won't change. Sang Hyun flinched. Before the Dark Hunter left, she glanced back and warned him that one day he would uncover her hidden secret. Then she was gone. Sang Hyun said it would be problematic even though he really didn't want to deal with it. He couldn't help it. He knew he'd have to be careful with the constellations from then on. After that, he checked his phone and realized the time. It was 11:25 p.m., and if he didn't leave right away, he'd be late. He knows the monsters that will emerge from the next portal are packs of cobbles. Like Cerberus, they fall somewhere between dog and wolf, so there's no way he'll miss a big prize like that. With 3 races a day, he knew it wouldn't be easy, but he was excited to do it until the mythical constellations couldn't help but take an interest in him. Near Hamzel Station, in the search area inside the level B 4 Players Association crack management office, a woman answered the phone, startled by what she heard. She couldn't believe it. A crack has opened at exit 1 of Buopio Station, and someone ordered ordered all available combatants to mobilize immediately. She confirmed the situation with the person on the other end of the line and told them they'd request nearby players for help, but the person informed her that someone was already fighting there. She couldn't believe it, and the woman said again that there is a player inside. She asked how that person got there. The woman replied she had no idea, but the person was battling the monsters alone. She responded that fighting alone was far too dangerous. She advised them to evacuate immediately, but the woman on the line replied that the player didn't seem to be in danger. That player was none other than Sang-jun. The rift between realities was created 11 years after the first collapse, unlike dungeons or portals. It's a disaster, unpredictable, where monsters could breach our world. The ritual had been formed and the cobbles poured through, however, Sang-jun was already there. The situation was not unpredictable for him at all. 10 minutes earlier, he left the station and was already waiting. When he turned to one side, he saw it. A rift opened, he knew it had begun there. There was a specific reason he recalled it so vividly, because that rift was truly a tragedy. It caused countless civilian casualties, but now that he's there, he won't let it happen. He told himself it was good that he had come back. Sang Hyun grew up in an orphanage from the moment he was born, so he has no memory of what his parents looked like. Even so, he never truly felt sad or depressed about it, but he understood how painful loss can be, so those incidents never left his mind. Someone approached and asked if he was alright. That encounter gave Sang Hyun a purpose beyond simply getting stronger. The cobbles let out a deep growl. In this age of dogs and wolves, the cobble warriors were intimidated, froze, and emitted a low snarl. Sang Hyun could tell his skill was working, yet it still didn't match the results he got against Cerberus. He guessed it was because the moon was completely shrouded, so the cobbles weren't fully subdued, which actually worked to his advantage. The cobble growled, and Sang Hyun seized the moment to test his new abilities. He triggered the full charge. In a swift motion, he sliced the cobble. The monsters were stunned as a vortex erupted, hurling them all into the air. The recoil burst consumes 27 mana to push an opponent backward. Success rate and recoil distance hinge on the opponent's skill resistance. He can channel his full hand to boost both the hit chance and the push distance. The cobbles were slammed backward, each one caught in the blast. Sang Hyun hadn't expected the recoil to cover such a wide area, and with the full charge it dealt heavy damage. It was enough for an area of effect strike. Moreover, his luck stats expand his critical hit range, which spans from 120% to 600%. But when those cobbles didn't fall in a single blow, it wasn't a lethal strike, so he attacked again, aiming for maximum damage. As the fight raged, a car screeched onto the scene. Two men arrived, and the hidden civilians took notice. They introduced themselves as members of the Players Association, and they were looking for the caller. The man was Lee Hyun. This man is Lee Hyun, level 110 player B rank plus. The woman who called out pointed out where the monsters were. While she spoke, her teammate caught her attention. The man named Lee Young, level 90 B rank, suggested reviewing the situation first. They were shocked by what they saw. A massive cobble attacked Sang Young. Those men drew their weapons, assuming it was a cobble fisher. Kabat. Just as they were about to strike, Sang Yu shouted for them not to approach because he planned to take it down himself. The encounter was triggered. No allies within a 5,000,000 unit radius of the target, boosting his skills by 20%. Then Sang Hyun activated his abilities by 20%. Then Sang Hyun activated Psychedelic, which fortifies his body and makes him faster. The massive cobble raised its weapon. Sang Hyun was thrilled to test a recoil burst combined with all his abilities. He also wonders what will happen next. With a single blow, the cobble was flung into the air. Its eyes went wide as it rose, slammed into the fisher's edges, and was electrocuted. After he got fried, he crashed to the ground. The two players were left stunned by what they'd just witnessed. They knew it was Sang-jun. Sang-jun answered yes and asked if they were members of the Players Guild. He apologized for the way he treated them before. They replied that it was fine, because thanks to him there were no casualties. He said it was okay, since he was just passing through. Hyun guessed Sang-young was about to join. He asked how they knew. Hyun said he'd heard what most high-level players do, and wanted to tag along. Young hadn't expected that from Hyun. Hyun promised Sang-young they wouldn't stand in his way, they just wanted to watch him hunt. Sang-young smiled and told them to do what they wanted, but deep down he finds these rookies adorable, which makes him sound like an old man. They reached the fisher at Babyang Station at the midway point. Sang-jun sliced through the monsters blocking his path. Jun and Hyun were breathless, trying to catch up. Young commented on how fast he was. Hyun told Young not to fixate on things like level and just keep running. He asked whether he hadn't realized, judging by the fights outside the fisher, that Sang-jun was gifted with an astonishing battle sense or something else, and that they'd keep watching to learn from him. Jun argues there's something strange about the amount of health he still has after that fight. He couldn't. He answered that throughout his life as a player, health had always been something he could count on. Sure, but the last battle was hard to handle. 30 minutes ago at Babyang Station, a fisher inside the entrance. They were stunned by what they saw, the whole area was swarming with monsters waiting for them. One of the kobold archers growled. Sang-hyo instantly told them to get behind him. He knew that would happen, so he brought a corpse with him to use as a flesh shield. The flesh shield. The kobolds fired their arrows, while Sang-hyun and the other two hid behind his meat shield. Young flinched when he was nearly hit. Sang-hyun. He began to think bringing them was a mistake. He couldn't advance while trying to protect them. He bit his lip and told himself to stop acting weak. He forced himself to overcome situations like this because it was the only way to rise to high rank. Another arrow was loosed, but to his surprise, the kobold archer was counter-shot in the head. The kobolds were distracted. Sang-hyun seized the chance to strike and told them they should have paid attention. With a single swing, he cleaved several heads at once, landed safely on the ground, and announced they'd reached the second floor. But to his surprise, another kobold attacked. It shoved him back, catching him off guard, so he was glad he could react in time. Had he lowered his guard, he'd be shredded now. That kobold was a kobold champion. No one would have guessed such a tough monster was waiting on the second floor. He let out a low growl, which alarmed Sang-jun as he was charging again. He considered halting his assault with a recoil strike, but he couldn't risk his physical body on such an uncertain gamble, so he had to mitigate the total damage while stopping his attack from landing. His sword brushed the shield, and not only that, but surprisingly it pierced through and sliced off the kobold's head. Kobold champion, he hadn't expected that kind of damage. It wasn't just enough to stop the shield, it even took down the infamous high defense kobold champion with ease. He didn't think he'd ever reach the needed stat, which made him believe it was sheer force. The kobolds were confused when the champion kobold's head rolled. Realizing the power of his sword, he smiled maliciously while he fixed his gaze on the other kobold. The booming roar caught Young and Hyen's attention. After a while, the shredded bodies were scattered across the second floor. An artifact appeared. They were the quick movement shoes, a pair of boots that hold a killer's desire to be swift, blessed by the earth spirit to let the wearer move 3 times faster on untamed terrain. In all other situations, the wearer gains speed twice as fast as normal. Sang-hyen wore them, declaring he'd arrived just in time. Kobolds are more possessive than goblins, so they often carry artifacts. The boots fit him perfectly, and he was pleased with the snug fit. Although it was funny, he hoped not to get foot fungus, but with that the raid should be much easier, and moreover, Young and Hyen also managed to hold their ground. They finished off the kobolds on the first floor. Sang-hyun admitted they were far better in combat than he expected, which led him to think the raid would be far easier than he had imagined. With his 5 silver rank artifacts, 4 gold and 1 platinum, together worth over 150 million. On top of that, slaying the kobold pack along the way restored his health. He liked the effects of his new title, Wily Hunter, which lets him regain stamina for every monster he defeats. Suddenly, he froze, sensing a repulsive aura as he entered the central chamber of the Baekpyeong Fissure, the king's treasure. He was bewildered by the glittering sight before him, a mountain of loot. He felt guilty saying it, but he thought of simply grabbing everything and making a run for it. Afterwards, he was blinded by the treasure, able to forget growth and goals, and do whatever he wanted with that loot. Unbeknownst to him, someone was lurking in the shadows. Someone fired a crossbow, sending the treasure scattering. Sang-young dodged the surprise attack and instantly counter-struck. The kobold snarled. Sang-young muttered that he was getting tired of the same routine. When he tried to cut it down, the kobold leapt, didn't expect him to dodge at that distance. He felt as if the kobold had led him here on purpose. This kobold is the final boss, the Emperor King kobold. He let out a short laugh and as he fell, aimed his crossbow at him. Sang-yun startled, the crossbow fired. Sang-yun was forced to use all his energy to dodge it. He realized how dangerous it was. Had he not evaded it at full speed, it would have pierced his body, slammed him to the ground. He just learned how cunning the bastard was. He snatched an arrow from his back. It irritated Sang-yeon. Young and Young rushed inside, and it seemed they could say that Sang-yeon had already begun, apologizing for arriving late. They were frightened upon seeing the final monster. Because of the king kobold's gaze, a state of overwhelm set in. They couldn't believe that boss. They couldn't move their bodies because of it. But our boy Sang-hyun charged at him, pointing out how they dared to look away while they fought. His level 1 recovery skill activated, and thanks to the recovery, the overwhelming state has been cleared. The kobold saw it coming, used his crossbow to deflect the attack, but still took a hit. Because of the king's skill resistance, the demonic strike never triggered, even though Sang-young created an opening through his recovery, and the stun couldn't land due to the stat gap. However, the previous brumation was deactivated. He realized that if it provokes that kind of response from 2 level 100 players, it must be far stronger than the goblin lord he faced before. He hadn't grasped it earlier, but this time he'll definitely get his hands on it. He got fired up to attack, and the king kobold drew several arrows at once, which surprised him. The king kobold unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate arrows, which amused that bastard. After the volley, king kobold stepped back and watched for a moment. Sang-hyen could tell he was clever, unlike the other monsters he'd encountered, but the the endless arrows were insane. He realized he needed to keep his distance to avoid being fully overwhelmed and was trying to turn this into a war of attrition. He also knew that the bastard's recovery is shorter than his. And if King Cobbled realized that, then Sang Hyen's life was in danger, unable to act because of the overwhelm, so he absolutely cannot let this turn into a war of attrition. He thought that if only he had a way to handle the damage from afar, it would be easier, but an idea struck and he found his answer. Jung asked Hyen if he was okay. Jung answered yes and said he'd never been afflicted with that kind of condition before, so he was surprised. They watched the fight unfold before them. Jung remarked how surprising it was that Sang Hyu fought right in front of them. Jung noted how astonishing it was that Sang Jun was holding his ground. It made them wonder if he possessed any healing abilities. Jung replied that it wasn't impossible for him to have one or two of those, but deep down he couldn't shake his anxiety, and then he saw it. The arrows were driving Sang Young deeper, and he regretted not noticing sooner. In an instant, he warned Sang Young that it was a trap. Meanwhile, Sang Young was goading King Cobbled, asking if he had finished firing. He landed on the Cobbled. The king smiled, aimed his crossbow at him, and unleashed an attack. Sang Young saw it coming but couldn't move, so the bolt struck his torso. Sang Jun was on the brink of collapse, and that made King Cobble grin. But he was taken aback when Sang Jun called him an idiot. He told him he wasn't the only one with trick. The system notified Sang Jun that, thanks to the sacrifice effect, the incoming attack was nullified and his health points were restored. He told the Kobold King he should have realized he was taking hits without answering. Then when his turn came, he used psychedelic, surged forward, and fused the skill with a recoil explosion. The Kobold King roared fiercely. Hume's and Jung's jaws dropped as they saw gold coins being fired like shotgun shells. That made Jung wonder what kind of strike that was. Jung replied that wasn't the point. He had seen countless players before, but had never seen one with such a high combat sense. The Kobold King bled, yet remained standing. Sang Jun stepped forward, called him a tenacious bastard, and that made him smile while positioning himself to fight. The Kobold King could feel his doom as the oncoming attack closed in, his sword shattered into pieces. Then Sang Jun aimed at his head, let out a fierce roar, and his blood sprayed everywhere. Then the system notified Sang Hun that he had defeated the Kobold King. The king's head slammed onto the ground. The system reported that Sang Hun had leveled up dramatically. He also earned a rank C title before his drink could cool. It's a title forged from an old memory by the owner of a splendid beard. After entering a dungeon, all players receive a 2-hour overwhelm immunity status. The bearded proprietor boasts that, at his peak, he used to fell enemies before his drink even cooled. Sang John remarked that it was his first time seeing a constellation title, and at last he finally managed to obtain the brumation. King Cobbold's loot is the Talisman of Despair, a platinum artifact that brings overwhelm. The cries of desperation from the Kobold tribe in Cathis are sealed within the enemies. Exposed to those screams will be consumed and lose any will to fight. Also present are the evasion boots, a golden artifact that grants a special effect called Step Back. Those boots specialize in rapid evasion. They're designed more for moving backward than forward. For opponents who aren't careful, it could be a good opportunity. Next came the Search Collar, a golden artifact that grants a special effect called Search. It's a collar forged especially for King Cobbold, who needed to detect any nearby opposing forces. The collar lets its wearer mark any enemy within a 100-meter radius with a red sigil. Sang Yon already knew those items would be useful, so he decided to take them with him and eat them when the chance arose. Because currently those two are watching him, they called out to him. He asked what was happening. They sprinted toward him, shouting that they needed to leave because the rift had begun to close. He sighed, momentarily worried, but it was only natural for the rift to seal once cleared. He couldn't understand why those two were overreacting, but then he realized. He looked at the treasures before him and wondered what would become of them all. He couldn't leave them behind, so those two had to take him out. At Young Station, outside the rift, a silhouette of people could be seen emerging. The crowd cheered at seeing them return, but they were confused because Sang Jun looked so sad. They wondered what was wrong. Sang Jun was confused when a microphone was shoved in his face. It was Youngman, and the filming crew stood behind him. Youngman told Sang Jun that he was the hero who saved Young Station and asked for his message. Sang Jun let out a nervous laugh. Meanwhile, in the basement of the player village building, Rank 1 training hall, a woman summoned 3 Rank B golems. She is a player from the Korean Players Association, named Cole Lee Hyan. She is at level 120, a summoner-type mage, rank B, and she had a simulated battle with Terry. Terry watched the golems quickly slice them into pieces, causing the rocks to disintegrate. The golem was caught off guard. She was ready to strike again. She grabbed her dagger and slashed the remaining golem. Those golems shattered and fell to the ground, and Hyan was stunned. To Terry, they were far too slow. She acknowledged that this was the limit of a simulated battle and thanked him for everything. She wanted that simulated bout so she wouldn't forget the feeling she got that day. She wants to fight Sang Young again, and she laments not having asked for his contact info. She would have have gotten it if Miso hadn't interrupted them. The news caught her attention. It reported that the rift had appeared and a nearby player managed to seal it on his own, and they were able to interview that player. She was stunned by what she saw. It was Sang-jun. The reporter remarked how amazing it was that he managed to stay humble. Terry was pleased, having never thought she'd see him like that again. Young Min interviewed Sang-jun about how his opponent was, since the Players Association estimated him to be level 150. He was at a lower level in comparison. They indeed assumed it would be hard to take him down alone. He replied that level is important to consider, but he doesn't think it's a decisive factor in winning or losing. Terry agrees with him, and based on his response, she realized he's very aware of his own capabilities. She noticed a certain maturity in him, as if he'd been through a lot as a player. It sparked her curiosity about who his master is. He knew there was a chance a combat lord might approach him, or perhaps Sang-jung had hired a god like her. The next day, at Sang-jung's house, the artifacts lay before him. He slipped into the void of consciousness. With the artifacts obtained, he will have the abilities to overwhelm, to hunt, and to retreat. They are all useful abilities, and he credits his luck stats for it. He was pleased to keep growing just as he had planned. Once the player era began, most warriors carried this image with them. Strength was everything to warriors, and they could not break free from that stereotype. With the emergence of newer, stronger monsters, warriors who focused solely on brute force began treading the path of self-destruction. When warriors start to lose hope, the sword demon Du Jiangsu appears. He changed the entire paradigm for the monsters, shedding his armor in exchange for greater dexterity and compensated his lack of defense with a better evasion. Instead of pure strength, he focused on skills with high utility, meaning he could handle any situation. He was regarded as a versatile warrior because he forged that style. Even though Sang-jung never walked that road, he's stubborn as hell. He swore this time would be different. The artifacts were primed for absorption. He turned into a mushroom soup from a fresh cobalt forest and a black pepper steak from the raging cobalt plains. It made his mouth water. He figures it's something King Cobbled would have devoured. He figured efficiency would be his priority, so he didn't expect any culinary nuance, yet he was baffled to find only 2 dishes. Then a dish with an ominous look materialized. It was a seasoned larva from a fresh cobalt swamp, and it made him backtrack on his earlier claim. The next day, a crowd gathered in front of Sang-jun's house. Reporters were shouting at the guards who'd been granted clearance. Sang-jun watched their argument from his window. He'd hoped for a breath of fresh air, but the whole scene made him nauseous. The insect dish was too much for him, so he chose to stay home and rest. He had no clue what to do. So with no plan in mind, he stayed home to recuperate, still weary from yesterday. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered. It was Kim Ji-hai from the player management department. She remembered him, then asked why he was calling. She replied that they wanted to award him a plaque for sealing the breach. First they called him a hero, and now they're handing him a plaque. Far too much for him, especially given the looming danger that will threaten every player soon. He's just a player in the near future. He knows the rift he sealed was only the tip of the iceberg and that he has a long road ahead. He chose to turn down the offer. Gigi didn't see that coming. She asked him to pick up his dungeon priority card from them instead. It was tied to the Silent Ground dungeon, and she asked if he was approved. Gigi told him he was approved. Thanks to his recent achievement, securing his superior's clearance wasn't too hard. Silent Ground is a dungeon where every named monster wields silence against its foes. Moreover, in his past life he had a colleague who kept staring at a photo of his younger sister. The long-haired blonde replied that he had a habit of looking at the picture when everything had finished, because 10 years had passed since his sister left them. Ti-hyun asked which was the last dungeon she went to clear. The man answered that it was Silent Ground. Since his sister relied mainly on skills, everything ended before she had a chance to act. It would have been easy for someone with stats like his, but not for his sister. He said he wished he could go back in time. When Sang-jun remembered that, he was spurred into action. He needed to do something in that dungeon, so he told Jiggy to prep it. A sleek car rolled by, with Sang-yun behind the wheel. He loved his modern ride, though it still felt a bit crazy to have one. Ideally, he wanted to spend money only on artifact, but last week at Bupyeong Station during the Rift incident, the Rift taught him a lesson. People kept staring at him. He liked the attention, just not that kind. So he swore never to take public transport again. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Kim Ji-hae of the Players Association. He answered, and Ji-hae asked him if he'd join the Silent Ground raid since it was day 1. He said he was already on his way. Ji-hae then told him that when he arrived, another staff member would guide him. That made Sang-young realize how quickly time had passed. While reviewing his results so far, he noticed how focused he'd been in training. A week had already passed since he returned from the Rift, and he was eager to test his new skill. Then he noticed something odd: traffic. At that hour there shouldn't have been any, and he'd even planned his route to avoid rush hour. Sukura grew sour when he realized it would take time to clear. He wondered if another rift had opened, and then his eyes widened as he saw a man being interviewed near a fissure. On closer look, he recognized Du Jeong-soo. Dungeon No. 21 showed up at the Uido crossing. Fans lining the road roared their cheers for Jeong-soo. The female reporter, noting his everlasting popularity, asked how it felt to be loved by so many fans. With a calm stare, almost indifferent, he simply said it was an honor. The reporter frowned at his lukewarm reply. In his mind, popularity wasn't an excuse for laziness. She insisted, asking him about his attack strategy. He answered bluntly, it was always the same. Defeat the monsters, that's all. His answer caught her off guard, but oddly she found it charming. His direct honesty had its own appeal. The cameraman reminded him to stay focused. Then they noticed Sang-joon peeking out of his car window. Some people in the crowd wondered if Sang-joon had come to spy on Jeong-soo. He realized too late that he'd been staring without thinking and ended up drawing attention. To make matters worse, his face was already known. Someone in the crowd called it a special event, like a meeting between a god and a human. They even described San-jun as a challenger to the Ghost Blade throne. A man bowed and whispered to Jae-tsu, telling him that San-jun was the player who had just cleared a rift. He added that rumors said San-jun wielded a sword style similar to Jeong-soo's. Jeong-soo smiled mischievously and said he already knew who he was. The reporter then turned to San-jun, asking him why he had come there. They asked if he was challenging Jeong-soo, and he quickly denied it. Then they noticed his car and asked why he had switched it, even asking how much it cost. Sang-joon felt uneasy. This wasn't the kind of attention he wanted, especially not from Jeong-soo. As he contemplated how to handle the situation, he noticed Jeong-soo already watching him and smiling, a grin that left him baffled. Was Jeong-soo looking down on him? The reporter pressed, asking if it was a full-scale challenge or just a one-off. Sang-hyo didn't grasp the meaning of the smile, but to him, it felt like luck to witness it firsthand. Seeing Jeong-soo like that made him realize how much farther he still had to go. Yeon-soo told the man beside him that it was time to leave. In his mind, he reflected that he'd met many ambitious players, but Sang-joon felt different. Sang-joon also noticed that Yeon-soo wasn't looking at him with Yeong-soo. He recalled his name and hoped to meet him again. In dungeon number 66, codenamed Silent Ground, finally Sang-joon arrived at the dungeon. He thought about Jin-soo's presence, how even while still, he showed no opening. That made him realize that the higher the target, the greater the thrill of the chase. He felt driven to catch up at full speed. Suddenly, a woman's scream caught his attention. She shouted at someone nearby, causing Sang-joon to look in her direction. She complained that they were supposed to raid Silent Ground that day. Was she a demo? To find out why, suddenly it was Sang-hyun's turn. Sang-hyun stepped forward and asked if something was wrong. The staff seemed surprised to see him, while the angry woman thought his arrival couldn't have come at a worse moment. She shouted that just because he was a high-rank player didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. She scolded him, saying even among players there should be basic decency. Sang-hyun felt relieved to confirm he hadn't mixed up the date. He had doubted his memory and worried he might have been mistaken, but then remembered that was the day his friend lost his younger sister in Silent Ground, and that furious woman was her. Still, he never imagined she'd be so expressive. Her personality was nothing like her quiet brother's. Sang-hyun guessed it must have been hard for his friend to grow up with such a brother, yet he knew he couldn't hold back now. He looked her straight in the eyes and replied, "So what?" choosing to appear strong. He told her that no matter how unfair things were, she had no right to speak to him that way. He explained he was there according to the schedule set by the association, so what exactly was the problem? With that, he turned and headed toward the dungeon. The woman shouted furiously for him to stop. Others had to restrain her as she struggled and screamed. She threatened him, saying she knew who he was and warned him to watch himself. Sang-hyun sighed, wishing he had taken the day off instead of dealing with his headache. At the entrance of Silent Ground, he finally stepped inside. The rotten stench greeted him immediately, just as expected from a monster-infested dungeon. Suddenly, the ground split beneath him. A hand shot up from where he stood, followed by the rest of the monster's body. Its head was nothing but a gaping maw. Every monster in this dungeon was undead, and it clutched his leg with both hands as a system alert flashed. Silence status inflicted by the ghoul's attack. Skills disabled for 0 seconds. He was stunned. Just a single touch was enough to trigger the silence. He quickly drew his sword from his back and drove it into the monster, but more creatures erupted from the earth, swarming him all at once. Sang-hyun knew he couldn't afford to be hit and had to preserve his abilities. That meant the fight would boil down to fundamentals, and fundamentals were exactly what he trusted most. In the strategy meeting room of Scout Team 4 of the Korean Players Association, the next player up for discussion was introduced, Shin Sang-hyun. Someone asked if this was the notorious rookie, often compared to Kyung-soo. Another voice reminded them that just a month ago Sang-hyun was merely a carrier before his abilities awakened. The big man at the table finally spoke. He already knew Sang-hyun. Lee Jong and Lee Hyun couldn't stop praising him. That man was Hyun, the leader of Exploration Team 4. The bespectacled man seated to his left confirmed the information, explaining that Sang-hyun had recently garnered public attention. Hyun admitted admitted that Sang Hyen's growth rate was unmatched among players, yet he doubted whether Sang Hyen truly deserved to be deemed special. Compared to names like Mi Su-rai and Yongsoo, he wasn't convinced. The bespectacled man, Shin Min-hee, the team's deputy leader, agreed. She said that, although Sang Hyen's solo handling of the recent breakout deserved recognition, they couldn't accurately judge how dangerous the situation truly was, so they should be cautious when assessing his achievement. She even suggested that Sang Hyen might be adept at manipulating the media. Someone objected right away, and Min-yee's temper flared. The room went tense. It was the 100th time Ga-hee had interrupted him. She always cut him off before he could finish his thought. Min-jae snapped and told her to shut up, but Hyen asked if she had anything to add. She stood up, apologized for the interruption, and said yes. Ga-hee disclosed that she had been following Sang Hyen personally. As a strategy scout for Exploration Team 4, she explained that she'd been gathering data on him over the past few days. Though reviewing everything would take time, she insisted it was worth it. According to her, this was the only way to make them understand that Sang Hyen wasn't just any player. She displayed a graph of a typical player's growth, setting the level cap at 50, assuming that was the level Sang Hyen had reached. She then switched the screen to show Sang Hyen's growth data. Normally, a level 50 player's chart sat low, just 2 projected skills and no projected titles. Sang Hyen's chart, however, shot to the top, 1 skill projected and 7 titles projected. The others were stunned, insisting it was impossible. Min-jae challenged her, asking if she'd lost her ability to evaluate players objectively. She reminded him not to forget his role as a talent scout. The others admitted that the number of skills could be believable, but the number of titles was hard to accept. At that rate, she was suggesting that Sang Hyen matched the growth of the sword demon, Du Jeon-soo. Ga-hee replied firmly that her conclusion was based on objective data. It couldn't be denied. She added that she had spoken with all of Sang Hyen's former dungeon comrades and asked them if he had shown any unusual trait. One of them, Di Kyung, admitted that 2 things stood out as strange. Ga-hee told him to focus on Sang Hyen's skills, combat sense, and battlefield presence. Di Kyung responded that Sang Hyen's abilities were extraordinary. He had never seen anyone use stun that way before. Still, he admitted that if that were all, it wouldn't be enough to call him truly special. He said the reason he is special is Sang Hyen's natural combat sense. Ga-hee then asked for their opinions on Sang Hyen's combat instinct. Yo-hee and T-seok responded passionately, saying that his training was on another level. Ga-hee pressed further, asking if they meant he was simply impressive compared to players of similar rank. Yo-hee shook her head. If that were the case, she said, not even they'd be here talking about him. T-seok agreed, though it was hard to put into words, explaining that Sang Hyen stood out because he seemed so well trained. To him, it was as if Sang Hyen fought like a battle-hardened veteran with years of real battlefield experience. Ga-hee asked him to elaborate. T-seok said it felt like Sang Hyen already knew what was about to happen. His ability to predict the opponent's next move was astonishing. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Sang Hyen was battling several undead. Back in the meeting, T-seok admitted that most players, no matter how good they are, reveal small weaknesses in their move. Ga-hee nodded in agreement. Unless someone has years of experience, the openings, Ga-hee nodded in agreement that unless someone has years of experience, the openings are meant to be exposed, but T-seok insisted that Sang Hyen was different. His body seemed to move on its own, reacting instinctively before his mind could even decide. At that very moment, Sang Hyen dodged the snapping jaws of a zombie with flawless timing. Ga-hee summarized T-seok's explanation. Sang Hyen had an incredibly sharp for combat. T-seok confirmed it, calling it the perfect description. Regardless of the situation, Sang Hyen always had a solution ready. At that moment, Sang Hyen closed the distance with a zombie and felled it with a deft strike. Back in the meeting room, Ga-hee concluded that what set Sang Hyen apart was an instinct bordering on clairvoyance. She added that his battle sense rivaled that of most A-rank players, and if that ability were factored into her analysis, she argued Sang Hyen would qualify as an S-rank player. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Sang Hyen let out a heavy sigh. He muttered in frustration. There were simply too many damned monsters. Back in the meeting room, Min-jae was incredulous. He pressed Ga-hee, asking if she really understood what it meant for someone to be considered S-rank. Guy calmly replied that she did. Min-jae then pressed further, asking if she was really suggesting that Sang Hyen somehow predicted the fissures would open and earn titles because of that. He sneered and added sarcastically that she could just as well claim that Sang Hyen had gone back in time and returned. That caught his attention. He admitted it was an interesting theory, which only further enraged Min-jae. Ikun finally told both of them to shut up. He acknowledged Ga-gee's point that Sang Hyen was not just a player ordinary. He then assigned her to keep a close watch on him. Minya tried to object, but Ikun made it clear that Ga-hee would handle it alone. Ga-hee accepted happily, saying she would do the best she could. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Sang Hyen seemed sickened by the stench. He already hated the smell of monster monster blood, but the fetid odor of the ghouls was even worse. To make matters worse, they materialized out of nowhere and didn't even leave any artifact. Then he recalled something, a certain ability. His eyes flashed as a malicious grin spread across his face, murmuring that he should have used it from the start. It was his detection spell. When he activated the detection eyes, he could mark every monster within a 100-meter radius, reaching out to 500 meters. Anything that left the zone would stay marked. He unleashed the spell and was stunned to discover that many monsters still remained. He thought he'd already cleared most of them. For a moment, he considered simply skipping a few, then he saw something small, an insect flying. He wondered if even a fly could count as a monster, but since it was marked, the answer was yes. Then all of a sudden it exploded. A fly suicidal enough to react just in time, escaping with only minor burns. Had it not, he could have lost a hand. He then realized that if there were suicidal flies, wizard-type monsters must be nearby. Soon, more flies swarmed him from all the directions, detonating simultaneously under the control of several wizard monsters. They were skeletal figures draped in robes. Back in the meeting, Minnie faced Gagi once more. He said he understood she held Sang Hyen in high regard, but he pressed her for specifics. Beyond his battlefield instinct, did she have any intel on his abilities or titles? From her point of view, her analysis hinted that Sang Hyen employed an unconventional method to obtain them. He asked if he was wrong. Gagi conceded, and she was. She explained she'd entertained that possibility herself. It was her own theory, but what if there was even a sliver of a chance it was right? In the dungeon, Sang Hyen emerged unscathed from another blast. A radiant shield enveloped him, his sword-based defensive skill. By channeling his blade, he could forge a barrier that blocked incoming attacks, but it had its limit. He could only move backward. It drained 2 mana points every 2 seconds, and if the barrier broke, he'd have to reactivate it. Still, Sang Hyen smiled. It was his turn to strike back. Meanwhile, Gehi finished her thought. She declared that Shin Sang Hyen could be a player beyond normal comprehension. A few days earlier, in the underground training hall of Building C at Player Town, arrows were fired. Sang Hyen deftly deflected them with his sword. It had already been 3 days since this training began. Normally, aside from special cases like consuming artifacts or having unique abilities, acquiring new skills followed a simple rule: constant training. Following known training paths, it was fairly easy to acquire passive abilities, but active ones like a full charge required a different approach. For that, a strict routine and relentless practice were required. Given how specific the conditions were, most players never shared the information. Finding it usually came down to luck, though that would only be true if he didn't have years of experience to guide him. Back in the dungeon, after Sang Hyen wielded the defensive sword, the mage-type beast grew cautious and curious. They unleashed a swarm of suicidal flies. The horde spiraled straight toward him. He considered how valuable the defensive sword was, the effort it had taken him to find it. Finding it had been a grind. As a defensive skill, it was incredible, but the drawback of being unable to advance while using it was far too limiting. Explosions shook the area, filling it with thick black smoke. Then, cutting through the haze, Sang Jian emerged. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance to the mage-type monsters. Smiling, he whispered that rules were made to be broken. The robed skeletons panicked. With a gesture, he summoned green flames, hellfire. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the battlefield, yet Sang Hyen kept his speed. He told them it was already too late. Spinning on his heel, he sliced through them with a clean cut. A figure clad head to toe in armor kept his distance, watching the magical beasts burn. Then a crystal appeared, a rare purple magical stone, a lucky drop. A high-grade stone like that could fetch 100,000 easily. The tougher the dungeon, the better the reward. He decided to grab it later after clearing the area, and for now sprinted toward the dungeon's heart. With active detection, the system pinged that only one monster remained. That caught him off guard. Where had all the mobs vanished so quickly? And where was this last monster hiding? A chill ran down his spine. He realized something was behind him, but it was too late to react properly. He couldn't even tell which direction the attack would come from, so he had no choice but to gamble. He leapt, praying his decision would be the right one. The floor beneath him shattered. He hadn't seen it coming. Now he understood why the other monsters had disappeared. They hadn't been slain, they'd fled. A monster who didn't care whether it faced friends or foes. He just slaughters everything, the Death Knight. He swung a strike while still airborne. Sang Jun wondered why he was there instead of guarding the dungeon's core. Standing frozen before him, Sang Jun felt the truth. This was the monster that had killed his friend's sister, the mid-boss, the Death Knight of penitence and rage. He gritted his teeth, vowing not to let history repeat itself. Summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his sword and blocked the blow. The clash nearly overwhelmed him. The Death Knight's blows were unbearably heavy. Each strike shoved Sang Jun backward. The Death Knight was exactly what its name implied, a knight forged from death itself. In truth, it was a monster born when the soul of a fallen knight fused with an immortal body. Its primary ability, Swamp of Silence, was always active. Anyone who touched the aura beneath its feet was silenced instantly. Because of this, the guild judged that dungeons labeled as silent terrain would be far easier if cleared by ranged fighters. Using the bolts scattered through the dungeon as reference points, they pegged Silent Terrain's difficulty at around level 120. That proved the guild's biggest mistake. The real threat of the Death Knight wasn't the swamp, it was the knight's soul itself. When the soul of a highly trained knight merged with its body, the Death Knight's danger level skyrocketed. Once this truth emerged, the Silent Terrain difficulty rating was re-evaluated. The Death Knight that ravaged him was later classified among the highest tiers. It slammed him into the ground. Sang Jun coughed up blood, his chest burning. For the first time, he felt he could truly die here. A faint blue glow spread across his body as he clenched his teeth in fury. Every brush with death brought his old habits roaring back. In danger, his first instinct was self-critique, and he knew that if it continued, he'd never change. He then drew the Death Knight's attention. He stared down the threatening figure, taunting it to bring everything it had. The Death Knight didn't move, but its expression twisted in clear rage. It was surprised when Sang Jun lunged forward and kept pressing. Everything was going according to Sang Jun's plan. He knew it would be foolish to fight with the little health he had left, so he needed a way to restore his HP. The system pinged the number of monsters detected. At first it showed 17, but it kept rising. Just as he expected, while the Death Knight was out of sight, they moved toward the center to avoid the fight. He saw a door ahead and burst through it. On the other side of the door, the monsters waited. He saw them and let out a deafening roar, aimed and sliced them in half, attacking nonstop. With the Death Knight still behind him, he activated the skill Cunning Hunter, a rank C ability that restores 1 stamina point. Each time he felled a monster, big or small, he felt a surge of satisfaction. In the end, he regained 35 HP thanks to the Hunter's effect. Clever. Plus, he's far quicker thanks to the artifact he snagged from the last fisher, making it a breeze to shake off anyone chasing him. He decided to keep restoring his HP that way, slashing the monsters ahead as he pressed toward the deepest part of the dungeon hunted by the Death Knight. He burst through another door, reaching the furthest reaches of the silent ground. He was taken aback by what lay before him. A horde of monsters swarmed the area. He hadn't expected so many, but he liked it since it would help him fully replenish his HP. He had a scheme, but the Death Knight caught him flat-footed. The shock forced a curse out of his mouth, and the Death Knight cleaved every monster with one blow. He spat another curse, only to realize the strike wasn't meant for him. A geyser of blood erupted as the monsters' corpses were sliced, and the Death Knight's gaze locked onto him. Having sensed his HP recovery, the Death Knight slaughtered all his allies. He attacked, and our MC tried to counter with his recoil blast. He didn't care that the Death Knight was slaying the monsters, since he'd also recovered enough and saw an opening to strike, but to his surprise, it failed. He was inside the Death Knight's Silent Swamp's range, where all abilities were nullified. At that point, Sang-young knew he'd screwed up. The Death Knight seized his chance, hurled him into the wall, and forced him to cough up blood. He realized he'd made a stupid mistake, especially after he'd mentally noted to be careful. All the HP he'd regained vanished. He would have died if he hadn't blocked with his greatsword. It was evident in his eyes that he was losing the hope. He thought of his fallen comrades, and that reminded him not to give up. Still not when their deaths drove him. He recalled his friend asking a favor. He wanted to be buried beside his younger sister. In that moment, he urged his friend not to give up since the collapse was almost over and the rescue team would be there soon. Sang Jun urged him to stay awake, but unfortunately his friend was gone. Sang Hyen sank into a deep sorrow, screaming out loud. In the present moment, the Death Knight simply stood there, waiting for the smoke to clear. Sang Hyen said everything was wrong, that it was his fault for trying to manage his stamina all the way to the final boss round. He admitted he'd messed up stamina all the way to the final boss round. He confessed he'd made a mistake and swore he wouldn't repeat it. He declared the fight would end, unleashing dark energy from his body. It was the sign that his psychedelic ability had activated. He didn't want to give up there, and it wasn't because he was bound by his goals or his path. He closed in on the Death Knight, moving at lightning speed. Sang Jin was driven by what he wanted to protect. Their swords clashed repeatedly. He could see that a single scratch would be enough to rip the skin off his palm. He couldn't defeat him in a pure strength bout, but he realized something. He finally discovered his edge over the Death Knight, evading the foe's powerful attack. The Death Knight was shocked that he'd slipped away and reappeared behind him, sensing his presence. Sang Yun scolded him, saying it meant nothing if he couldn't land a hit. Then his blade struck the Death Knight's armor, delivering a critical blow. Critical hit rates were influenced by the player's luck stat, with the current crit range from 120-100 up to 600-100, flinging him far when it hit 600-100. The Death Knight took continuous damage. He slammed into the ground. Sang Jun clicked his tongue, then told the Death Knight to quit the drama and get up. He knew the fight wouldn't end that easily. The Death Knight's helm shattered, exposing a skull wreathed in raging blue flame. He harnessed the flames of his final life as a sacrifice, and all his physical stats surged in 10 seconds. It was the start of the usual death game pattern. The Death Knight unleashed a wave of energy. At his current level, he knew he'd die for from the very first strike. Trying to kill him was basically a suicide. In that situation, it's an absolute prey, but it won't let itself be eaten. A prey still has a role to play. 10 seconds later, the Death Knight closed in. He tried to claw him, but he managed to dodge. His plan was to run as far as he could. The Death Knight's attack shattered the ground. Fortunately, he managed to dodge, but the impact still overwhelmed him. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the run. The Death Knight spun around and gave chase. 9 seconds remained. He saw the Death Knight gathering energy in his left hand. Sang Yun got an idea of what he was doing. He reached toward his sword, pulled the blade toward him, and the sword shot back to his hand in a flash. When the timer hit 8 seconds, Sang Jian he decided to intervene. He hurled his blade to shatter the Death Knight's sword. The countdown kept ticking. The Death Knight let out a snarl, furious as hell. He roared loudly as he chased Sang Jin. 6 seconds left, and Sang Jin realized he still had a lot of time. But his body was in overdrive, his lungs felt crushed, yet he prayed he could hold on. He just needed a little more time. He forced his body to endure as the Death Knight unleashed another massive attack. Sang Jin lost his footing from the blow. At this point, only 5 seconds remained. His body scraped across the ground, alarmed as the Death Knight closed the gap. The system warned him he was inside the Death Knight's silent swamp range. All his abilities were nullified. He was forced to think of something or he'd die. Back then, Sang Jin was battling monsters. Those things were sliced in two, the battlefield a mess of mangled corpses and blood, but he finally wiped out all those damned necrophages. His friend arrived and asked if he was done. He replied that he'd just finished. He was surprised to see his friend completely fine, so he grew curious about how that happened. His friend smiled and said it hadn't been hard enough. That was new to him since he'd struggled with those necrophages. They kept using their silence ability over and over, which made things tough. Basically, it was a death sentence for a swordsman like him. His friend replied that's why he'd told him to get those state anomaly potions from the guild, but he never listened. He argued he wasn't being stubborn, he just didn't see the point of an artifact with a 2-hour cooldown. By then, the necrophages would have already used silence on him. His comrade Sang Yun answered, which is why he had to use it smartly. Even though the cooldown was 2 hours, he could still use it once, so he could make a change with it. He noted it was perfect for clearing a raid in his current situation. That's a player's sole purpose. They had fun while he told his friend not to lecture him. He complained that if it were that easy, he'd already be a ranked player. His friend argued he was telling the truth. Sang Jun got even more irritated when he said that, and now, in the present moment, he realized he wasn't in a position to treat his friend that way. He activated recovery abilities that nullified the silence effect, then he used his backstep. His step backward was so heavy it made the floor creak. Backstep is a movement skill that lets him take a swift step back. The direction his feet point becomes the decisive factor for the backstep standard. For opponents who weren't careful, he created a good backstep. For opponents who didn't careful, he created a good opportunity. Using that, Hyun managed to put some distance between them. Only 3 seconds remained. The Death Knight saw he was far again and grew furious. He let out a fierce roar. With 2 seconds left, Sang Yun was hanging from a chandelier. He was fed up with this Death Knight. By then, he'd spent all his mana on the backstep and had no tricks left. The Death Knight closed in again, let go of the chandelier, which helped him dodge the incoming strike. The timer dropped to 1, followed by Sang Yun being launched. He had no strength left but didn't know how much time remained. He knew it was his end when he saw the Death Knight charge at him again. He began to wonder where things had gone wrong, but realized every step of the way had been riddled with mistakes. He miscalculated the opponent's strength at the start and took a ridiculously large amount of damage. He repeated that mistake later, but at least he fought better in the end, yet he felt he should have used his rewind far more wisely. Unexpectedly, the Death Knight's body began to dissipate just before he could touch it. It made him laugh because our guy realized he was a damn lucky bastard. Finally, it was over. 10 seconds had passed. In that moment, he felt he had respawned once more. The system congratulated him for defeating the Death Knight. He'd earned more experience than he'd ever had and leveled up several times, and his stamina had fully recovered. He almost forgot about it. A full health recovery from a massive level up saved him, but HP and stamina were separate stats. He still hadn't regained his stamina and was still suffering a psychedelic penalty. He could keep stacking penalties and push through the raid, but the final boss of the Silent Realm wasn't an easy opponent. It would be too hard for him to keep moving like that, which led him to one thought. The only thing he could do at that moment was to undo the psychedelic. He needed to recover his stamina to absorb the penalty. He figured it would be fine since he hadn't taken any hits after triggering the psychedelic, but unexpectedly he felt something strange coursing through his body. Then the pain followed, a relentless excruciating ache. The psychedelic dissolved, leaving him severely drained from the accumulated damage. He let out a guttural scream. Exhausted due to the accumulated damage, he shouted loudly. The system warned him that the damage accumulated was above the permitted limit. The intensity of the exhaustion would worsen, and if the condition persisted, it could lead to death. He wished he had been warned in advance. He was in a bad situation, as he was also losing consciousness. fast. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the silent terrain, the staff could tell something was wrong. The analysis showed that Sang Hyan should have already left. Sang Hyan's friend's sister, along with her team, stood at the door, worried that something had happened there. One of them thought about filing a report, but the younger sister of her friend dismissed the idea because Sang Hyan insisted on going there, so he was responsible. But she was obviously concerned. She complained that it was annoying. It made her wonder what he was still doing there. Meanwhile, Sang Hyan fainted, and that's all for this manga. The author will take a 4-month break and then release new chapters. These waifus will return for our MC. We hope you will too. With that, I'm ManhwaCapped. Thank you for supporting the series. Here's the Goddess of Luck to boost your luck stat for making it to the end of the video. And just a little preview, here the goddess appears right after our guy faints. Sang Hyan lay unconscious as the monsters closed in. They had him in their sight. One of the monsters even drooled at the sight. It was about to grab him, but the Goddess of Luck declared she wouldn't spare anyone who tried to harm her player. That scared the monsters. The Goddess of Luck told him to stop whining and get up. She slapped him hard, then scolded him, asking if that was all he had, but there was no answer, so she looked around and noticed something that made her smile. She dragged her body to the wall and lay down there too, even falling asleep. Finally, Sang Hyan woke up, startled and panicked, wondering how long he'd been unconscious. He couldn't believe he had fainted inside the dungeon. When he tried to stand, his whole body ached. He cursed, realizing he hadn't known the psychedelic side effect would be so bad, but against an opponent like that he had no choice. He figured he'd have to be careful from then on. Luckily, it seemed the necrophages hadn't chased him, though he wondered if that made sense. Those things were addicted to corpses, and then he saw something lying beside him. He couldn't believe it, seeing the goddess asleep from exhaustion. He could say she'd saved him. He had no idea what had happened while he was out, but trusted the goddess would tell him once she woke. Meanwhile, he had to do what he could. A ring materialized. He moved toward it, only to be disappointed that it was the soul artifact. The item was called the Silent Ring. It was a platinum grade support ring. Its special effect was mana circulation. Just by wearing it, his mana recovery speed quadrupled. However, it only worked inside the dungeon on nights when the moon was visible. By day, his mana recovery was halved. Strange as it sounded, this ring, forged by a vengeful spirit hungry for mana, possessed an incredible capacity to gather mana. It infuriated him. He had toiled so hard just to earn a reward like this, and it wasn't even silent. He grumbled that they probably hadn't given it to him because the Death Knight wasn't the final boss. Then he realized something. He had already defeated the Death Knight and gained more experience than ever. Just before he passed out, a status window he'd never seen before popped up, so he decided to check it. His player info appeared before him. His name was Jin Sang Hyan, and he was level 83. His title was Smart Hunter, along with 8 others. His constellation was the Goddess of Luck, and his exclusive skill was Devour Artifact. He had consumed 29 artifacts. His mana points were 2,038, and his experience points were 1,738. His stats displayed 250 strength, 109 endurance, 83 dexterity, 71 mana, 229 luck, 33 evasion, and 65 defense. He also had 25 stat points available. He was stunned that his level had already reached 83. His jaw dropped. Seriously, he couldn't believe it, especially since the last time he defeated King Cobbled, he was only level 58. But now, just by defeating the Death Knight, he had gained over 20 levels. He wondered if he had received an insane amount of experience in exchange for not acquiring many artifacts. Just as he expected, his growth was becoming exponential, and if he kept this up, he could become a first-rank hunter in no time. Our guy laughed so hard he started coughing up blood, which of course roused the goddess. She was bleeding profusely. Later, they lit a campfire and settled around it. It had been ages since he'd sat by a fire. It had been a long time since he could relax like this inside a dungeon, even if only for a brief respite to recover his stamina, but he noticed the goddess was getting a little too relaxed. The Goddess of Luck told him that if he couldn't enjoy the little things in life, and let out a giggle. Silently, he admitted that he had once tried to live that way too, but things were different now. Determined to seize destiny with his own hands, the system notified him that monosynchronization with the Silent Ring had begun. Preparations to absorb the Silent Ring were complete. He was served bone marrow garnished with the forest's silent greens. He stared at the marrow in disbelief, saying he never imagined he'd eat something so strange. Even in his past life, he'd only seen food like that on YouTube, always wondering what it tasted like. In the videos, people scooped it out with a spoon before eating it. Now at last, it was his turn to take a bite. The system notified him that the Silent Ring had been absorbed, and he seemed satisfied, saying that eating meat by a campfire felt like a dream. The Goddess of Luck wondered who was truly the one relaxing too much, looking utterly stunned. He grew curious about how he ended up with that ability. Growth unrestricted skills were exceedingly rare. He hadn't known that. He explained that when players awaken, each one receives an innate skill. At least that's what he knew. The Goddess goddess of luck admitted she didn't know much about individual players' traits. She said that if what he claimed was true, then acquiring such a skill was an incredible stroke of luck. He clumsily agreed that indeed he was lucky, but deep down he thought it was a kind of luck only possible because he had returned. The goddess of luck said she, too, was fortunate to have met a growth-type player like him. She told him that becoming her constellation was an excellent choice for growth. At his current pace, she believed it wouldn't be long before his name spread across the nation. Yet she knew human greed was endless, and if the stage expanded from a single country to the whole world, there existed a realm no player could ever reach, the kingdom of true monsters. She had seen a man who had shattered every limit placed on mage-type players. After mastering the 4 elemental magic, he single-handedly held off an S-class rift, a monster above all monsters. He was the first high-rank archmage of the United Kingdom. Haran de Kisung-yeon realized that D was far from worthy of even glancing toward that man, but perhaps someday he could make him his target. Then, truncated direction and even using the defensive sword, blocking everything properly was becoming difficult. He couldn't even know how many more attacks he could endure. At this point, he began to wonder if those monsters were running out of mana. On the other hand, he knew his own would definitely run out if he kept using his skills like that. He'd already activated his abilities 4 times in a row. As he pondered, he suddenly spotted the pattern behind the skill usage. It almost seemed the enemy was deliberately trying to bait him into burning all his mana. Arceles then declared it was time to end the spectacle. He dubbed him the Vermin. Arceles began to transform. More bones erupted from his body as dark cloth wrapped around them slowly. He declared that the end had come and told Sang not to be too afraid. Sang-jun told the skeleton to chill out. He declared confidently that he'd finish the fight in the blink of an eye, adding mockingly that the Archlich didn't even have eyes anyway. The Archlich was an undead monster capable of high-level magic and classified as a high-rank mage. Compared to the Death Knight he'd faced before, it was usually no more dangerous. But in its transformed state, it could become the toughest opponent. The reason was simple. Normally, most mages used both hands to cast a single spell. Trying to cast with one hand made the spells weaker and less precise. That's why the Archlich chose an incredibly simple. He abused his undead body and forcibly grew extra arms to launch multiple spells at once. Sang-jun was convinced a perfect triple cast was impossible. Still, firing 3 spells in rapid succession was a simple yet terrifyingly powerful tactic, and he already knew what he had to do. He had to defeat the Archlich before it could fully unleash that ability. The Archlich claimed it had made a grave mistake. It activated the silence language. Bright symbols suddenly surrounded Sang-jun, freezing him in shock. He had been afflicted by the silence state. For 3 seconds he couldn't use any skill, but for Sang-jun that didn't matter at all, because even without abilities he was strong enough to slice off its head, which was exactly the Archlich's weak point. Sang-jun's eyes widened as the Archlich vanished in an instant and reappeared behind him. The Archlich used a blink ability at extreme short range, declared it had made a grave mistake, calling it Germany again, then unleashed flames of purgatory. The Archlich mocked him, saying he shouldn't lament his terrible fate, but then it froze in shock. Sang-jun's sword was a mere centimeter from his face. Then the Archlich let out a deafening scream. Orgai's attack landed, and he couldn't fathom how it had. This had happened. Sang-jun told him he was wrong about one thing, that he'd never had bad luck because luck had always been on his side. The Archlich's head rolled on the floor. He still couldn't believe it. He asked desperately how it had happened. Sang-jun laughed at the question, pointing out that the Archlich had been watching him the whole time, so he should already know the answer. He revealed he possessed a skill that could undo silence. The Archlich already knew because he had witnessed him during Sanji-eun's previous battle. He understood Sanji-eun's fighting style and even knew the limits of his mana capacity. He was certain his calculations were flawless. The Archlich insisted that Sanji-eun shouldn't have been able to use any skill. His calculations had been perfect, but Sang-jun highlighted the flaw in the Archlich's logic. If someone broke his limits, then even Germany could keep getting stronger. He activated mana circulation. Special effect triggered passively and had no cooldown. Thanks to the Devourer artifact, the ring's ability stayed active even when unequipped. As a penalty, the mana circulation effects were halved. Still, on nights when the moon was visible inside the dungeon, his mana desperation tripled. By day, it was only 1.5 times faster. Meanwhile, his friend's sister was left gaping. She saw Sang Hyeon was completely confused. He asked what was happening. A massive crowd of reporters and cameramen stood before him, and in the blink of an eye, they all pounced. One reporter shoved a microphone right up to his face while firing rapid questions. At the same time, a doctor checked his pulse. Others bombarded him with inquiries about his injuries, whether he'd lost a lot of blood, his blood type, and if he had any pre-existing conditions. Overwhelmed, Sang-yeon shouted for them to stop crowding him and give him some space. Then suddenly he spotted someone. His old friend was standing next to his younger sister. The sister insisted that Sang-yeon was clearly clearly fine now, so there was no reason for her to ask for his help. She denied being worried about him. Meanwhile, Sang-young's old friend seemed confused about why Sang-young kept staring at him intently. The crowd around him kept making a huge ruckus, but Sang Hyeon's focus stayed locked on his old friend, as if they were the only two people there. And deep down, Sang Hyeon felt relieved because he had finally paid his debt. Back then, 10 years after awakening, Sang Hyun had hit a dead end. His growth had completely stalled. Having poured everything into his devourer artifact skill, he never managed to forge meaningful relationships with other players. In the end, he isolated himself from the entire player community. It was just another ordinary day when nobody gave him any attention. Then the guild leader, his old friend, asked if he wanted to join them for a raid. The man clumsily explained that one of his members had a stomach ache. Apparently, the guy had eaten expired scallion kimchi without realizing kimchi could go bad. The others joked that's why you need a kimchi fridge. Still, they mentioned the absent member was also a swordsman. Sang Hyeon noticed how genuinely happy the guild seemed. Having never truly belonged anywhere, he found himself yearning for that same sense of security. But in the end, he apologized and said he planned to do the raid solo that day. It was a petty act of pride. He couldn't bear the thought of others seeing him fail even the most basic standards, and that pride almost cost him his life until someone showed up and told him things could have ended far worse. It was the same man who had invited him to the party. The man asked if he was okay. That overly kind guy had followed him into the dungeon. Sang Hyeon was sure he would have died there without him. The man clumsily explained that his guildmates had taken the scallion kimchi story to heart, so they worried he might go into the dungeon alone because he'd been upset with them. In the end, they rushed in just in case. Sang Hyeon thanked him sincerely. For the first time, he finally managed to shed his inferiority complex and start anew. Had it not been for that man back then, he never would have changed. After that, he accepted the guild's offer without hesitation. From then on, he accepted the guild's offer without hesitation, and over time, grew fond of the guild they built together. It wasn't a powerful guild, but it was a guild that protected the weaker players, and reminded him why he became a player in the first place. But one night, the man suddenly declared that this time he was quitting for good. He shouted that he truly couldn't take it any longer. Sang-jin remarked that he always said that and asked what he planned to do after retiring. The man shouted that he'd rather be literally anything else. He said he'd work part-time, become a farmer, or whatever was necessary. Then he revealed the truth. He was scared facing death over and over, watching people die right before his eyes. It had become too much to bear. He asked Sang Hyeon if he had ever explained why he founded the guild in the first place. It was because his younger sister had run away from home, so he decided to help players in danger and had lived his life that way ever since. However, it recently came to light that Thurn and Lawson had retired the day before. Despite receiving so much help from them, Sang-gung admitted he still wasn't strong enough to step in when it truly mattered. He wanted to tell the man to just quit, but the guild had already grown too large. There was no way the man could abandon all the members whose livelihoods depended on him. Sang-jun could say nothing. Back in the present, Sang-jun stepped up to him and pressed a fist against his chest, but now, finally, he had the chance to say those words himself. He told the man never to think about forming a guild, warning that it would only make his life miserable. The man stared at him, completely shocked, then apologized clumsily and admitted he didn't recall ever meeting him before. Meanwhile, his younger sister shouted angrily at Sang Hyeon, accusing him of meddling with her family after he had already robbed her of a dungeon. Sang Hyeon walked away calmly, praying that this time the man might finally have a happier life. In the residential sector of the dimensional core, various creatures prowled the grimy, eerie street. A massive beast clutched a backpack between its claws, muttering words no human could comprehend. Meanwhile, a mysterious man whispered that he had realized he must execute his plan at once. News later reported that, thanks to intel supplied by player Sang Jun, the danger rating of the Silent Terrains dungeon had been revised. Until now, the Silent Terrains had been classified as a dungeon of comparable rank. It was revealed that a monster known as the Death Knight was far more lethal than any other creature found within the dungeon. Consequently, entry to the Silent Terrains was completely barred until its proper danger level could be reassessed. The report added that the association's negligent administrative policies had caused countless needless deaths. After hearing the broadcast, Sang Hyeon murmured that it was good. He was sure that the past tragedy would never happen again. He wondered if, after stepping back, he had finally managed to save someone for the first time. He realized he had gained a lot by entering the Silent Terrain. He also obtained intel on the late-blooming model student. In addition, he received several incredible items, one of which was a bag, a platinum artifact, and a support-type accessory. Its special effect was subspace. According to the description, a wizard's failed experiment had accidentally opened a dimensional doorway. However, all that remained was a bag linked to an infinitely vast subspace. Through this bag, the user could break free of physical reality's inventory's limit, storing and retrieving items at will without concern for weight or size. The next item was the Lick Ring, a gold artifact and a support-type accessory. Its special effect, Silence, consumed 25 mana. It was a ring favored by the Archlick and required to cast the Swamp of Silence spell. The silent energy sealed within the ring threatened to devour all the world's light and heat. Finally, there was the Telekinesis Collar. It was also a golden artifact, a support-type accessory. Its special effect, Telekinesis. It allowed the wearer to move objects with the power of their mind. Through the collar, any designated item could be summoned via telekinesis. However, items weighing over 200 kilograms could not be summoned with the ability. Moreover, the heavier the designated target, the longer the summoning process would take. Sang Hyen, he was completely stunned. The rewards were sheer madness. He already knew Silence would appear, but never expected to also receive subspace and telekinesis. Those two abilities alone would vastly boost his combat flexibility. Depending on how he wielded them, he could even reach an entirely new tier. In his past life, he'd never heard of anyone possessing such powers. He wondered if he would finally earn the title of the first. The goddess of luck complained that despite all the blessings she'd bestowed, he'd never once properly thanked her. Sang Kyung quickly admitted his profound gratitude, but the goddess insisted he express it more sincerely. At that moment, the three artifacts suddenly began syncing with mana. Then, bizarre dishes started materializing one after another. Purple soul macarons, bathroom meringue whispers. One after another, purple soul macarons, void meringue whispers, and the legendary infinite layered treat. He stared at the plates, bewildered. He wondered what was up with the food names this time, cursed the Archlick, and asked himself what on earth he'd been eating all along. He decided to try the food first, the infinite layer phobia. The flavor took him completely by surprise. He was amazed to discover that, just as its name suggested, it truly had infinite layers. He felt as if there was no end to the countless layers melting in his mouth, and endless waves of taste overwhelmed his senses. To him, it tasted like a dream. Suddenly, guilt washed over him for having dismissed desserts his whole life. From the bottom of his heart, he sincerely apologized to every dessert he had ever underestimated. At that moment, he began absorbing the three artifacts. Finally, the absorption process completed. Sang Hyen admitted that, although the Archlick never seemed to shut up, it honestly hadn't been that bad after all. That basically meant he could continuously apply silence to every attack as long as he kept spending mana. Then he recalled the previously linked title he had earned after defeating that foe. The title was called End of a Twisted Wish. The description noted that a wizard's failed research had led to a slow descent into dark powers. Yet, even within a fate twisted by darkness, the wizard's pure passion remained intact. As a result, Sang Hun inherited the mana the Archlick had left behind. June inherited the mana the Archlick had left behind with regret before dying. The title's effect granted 150 mana, and he realized that if he combined this with mana circulation, he could maintain a constant mana reserve. However, if he were ever surrounded by a horde of weaker monsters, Pecto could easily become a dangerous liability. Sang Hyen wondered silently what he should do next. After thinking deeply, he smiled slowly. He decided that sometimes people just have to take a risk. He knew he could never keep growing if he stayed in his comfort zone forever. In the end, the silence was successfully linked to the basic attack. From that moment on, each time the basic attack triggered, the silence effect also applied depending on the target's resistance. Suddenly, a portal opened behind them. It turned instantly cold and desolate. Sang Hyen immediately asked the goddess of luck if she had summoned another constellation. He muttered that he would honestly feel bad if he ended up rejecting another again. But the goddess of luck seemed genuinely confused, insisting she had nothing to do with what was happening. Three new constellations suddenly appeared before him. The great Mongol conqueror declared that Sanyo had left a deep impression on him with his fierce, masculine brutality. Meanwhile, Sun Qin declared that a raw diamond like Sanyan deserved support with proper rewards and guidance. The goddess of luck immediately erupted in frustration, complaining that other constellations kept appearing even though they clearly knew she was already there. She demanded that everyone leave at once. However, a completely new goddess appeared and calmly declared that no player should be monopolized by a single constellation. The goddess of luck stared at the newcomer with utter disbelief. The new goddess casually told the great Mongol conqueror to step up. The conqueror simply laughed before obediently stepping aside for her. Sangu looked at the newly arrived goddess and felt he could already guess who she was just by her appearance. He asked if her alias truly matched perfectly with his personality. The new goddess smiled, then said she had been watching his brave spirit closely all this time. She admitted his actions left a strong impression on her, which is why she chose to appear before him in person. Confidently, she declared that a man like him was more than worthy of standing by her side. She arrogantly insisted he should abandon an outdated old god and instead be with someone as sophisticated and glamorous as herself. The goddess of luck erupted in fury, shouting that a brazen, disrespectful goddess dared to steal her throne. Meanwhile, the new goddess calmly ordered the other constellations to withdraw those ancient relics from a forgotten era from her noble sight. The goddess of luck could only repeat the word ancient over and over with utter disbelief. The new goddess mocked her, claiming luck was the only thing she had going for her anyway. Sang Hyen honestly had no idea what kind of relationship the two shared, but one thing was painfully obvious: they absolutely hated each other. He even began to wonder if there was even enough room in the world for a single goddess. The new goddess then declared she possessed secret information she could share with him. She insisted that if he listened to her intel and forged a contract with her, she would tell him everything. While containing the goddess of luck that Obama loves, information about the late blooming model student. At the moment he heard those words, San Jun suddenly grabbed her arm, urgently asking whether that constellation had already formed a contract with another player. He immediately changed the question, demanding to know how that person was and what they had been doing up to now. The new goddess explained that while traveling she had accidentally discovered him in the slums of the dimensional core. She added that the man had become completely obsessed with the core's eschatology. She then smiled and declared that if Sang Jian truly wanted to learn more about him, he would first have to abandon the goddess of luck and forge a contract with her instead. Sang Jian returned to his room, quietly muttering the phrase dimensional core eschatology to himself, confused. He couldn't grasp what she meant. In their previous life together, that person had never mentioned anything remotely similar. Just then he was startled when the goddess of luck suddenly appeared before him. At the moment he had managed to gather some information. The goddess of luck apologized and explained that the person could not be found anywhere in the slums. Sang Hyung thanked her silently for taking the time to investigate anyway. The goddess of luck happily remarked that it was honestly refreshing to see her humiliate that cunning cat goddess for once. Sang Hyung kept wondering why that person had been in the slums in the first place, a place generally filled with those who had not managed to become constellations. Inside Hyunjong Corporation, the company president was notified that a new participant had made the list for the upcoming open market. She seemed slightly amused, scanning Sanghai's profile as a faint smile tugged at her lip. She remarked that they'd landed a pretty interesting participant this time. The woman was Han Hyen Jong, a level 900 S+ player. Sang Hyun drove his car, and even while behind the wheel, he kept digging into the matter. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything about the late bloom model student or the dimensional core's scatology dimensional. The late bloom model or the dimensional core's scatology, which could rashly forge a contract with that goddess. He thought the new goddess probably wanted to sign a constellation contract with him so he could eventually ascend to a mythic constellation. After all, there have been cases where a constellation's rank rose alongside the growth of its contracted player. Yet if he bound himself to the goddess of luck and a disaster struck, his chances of survival would be far higher. Moreover, there was no guarantee the new goddess would ever succeed in becoming a mythic constellation in the first place. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck happily admitted she still felt satisfied every time she recalled the awe in that cat goddess's eyes. At that moment, the navigation system announced they had arrived. Songyong let out a silent sigh of relief that they had finally reached their destination. The destination was the Yunjiang Market, a place commonly known as the open market, as its name suggested, a place where people could buy and sell artifacts freely. Until then, the place where people could buy and sell artifacts freely. Until then, most artifact transactions had been handled directly between the players themselves. However, the open market guaranteed complete security in exchange for a costly commission. Still, Sunjian thought it only natural for a market like this to exist. Players constantly traded valuable goods at sky-high prices, and those deals often spiraled into theft, betrayals, and violent incidents. That's why the single most valuable asset of an open market was security. Most open markets worldwide were run by massive guilds. Among them, the undisputed #1 in the country was the Hunio market. Although the market belonged to the powerful guild known as Hunio Gong Corporation, the guild itself wasn't overwhelmingly dominant by force alone. It wasn't the kind of organization that could keep the nation's premier market running solely on military might. Nevertheless, the Hyunjong market remained at the top for one simple reason. Han Hyunjong, the leader of Hyen Jong Corporation, the world's only S+ rank buff player, high-rank players from around the globe gathered at the Hyen Jong market she ran. In a way, those elite players became invisible guards keeping the market peaceful. After all, anyone hoping to get Han Hyen Jung's buffs would have to queue up longer than several football fields combined. In a place like that, no one would dare cause trouble. Come to think of it, Sang Hyen realized just how terrifying that old woman truly was. At that moment, an employee approached him. Before letting him in, the employee politely explained that they needed to verify his entry code and identity. Sang Sang Hyun introduced himself as Shin Sang-hyun and said he'd received his entry permit about a day ago. After checking his details, the employee thanked him courteously. She then told Mr. Sang-hyun that his access extended down to the 8th basement. Sang-hyun stared in disbelief. The 8th basement was the VIP floor. Puzzled, Sang-hyun wondered if Han Hyun-jong had rated him that highly. Still, he decided he might as well take a look. Just then, someone nearby shouted Shin Sang-hyun's name and asked why he hadn't gone with Kim Miso that day. Another voice demanded why he'd even be with her in the first place. The man casually replied that the two were supposed to be dating. Someone else added that after Kim Iso lost her boyfriend in a greed-driven accident, it was understandable she'd move on with another player. Another person retorted that they'd never feel comfortable dating her either. Sang-hyun instantly felt uneasy, realizing he'd overheard something he really shouldn't have. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering why everyone got such a kick out of gossiping about others. Nearby, a joker quipped he'd still go out with her if she asked. Another guy laughed, saying he'd only play with her instead. Sang-hyun realized the rumors would follow her wherever she went. He knew he should ignore it, but he wasn't mature enough to just smile and play the big man. So instead, he remarked aloud that the Hyunjong market was surprisingly liberal from the entrance. He openly questioned how people could so easily spout filthy, shameless nonsense. Almost immediately, the men were escorted out by security. The group looked completely baffled as they demanded to know why they were being thrown out. The guards calmly replied that everything would be explained once they were outside. The men erupted in anger, shouting that the Zunjong market had no right to treat guests that way. Security staff coldly informed them that the market could treat anyone on the blacklist however it pleased. Sang-hyun smiled broadly as he watched them being dragged away. In his mind, he silently thought that this is how adults fight. Then with a calm smile, he decided it was finally time to begin. He stepped into the elevator. First, he decided to visit the VIP area on the 8th floor. After liquidating all the silent land holdings, Sang-hyun had earned a total of 3,900,000. Still, he doubted that amount would be enough to purchase VIP floor artifact. Yet he believed that even window shopping there would be motivation enough on its own. After all, the Yunjong market's VIP floor was a place he'd never seen in his life previously. He was certain that simply experiencing it would greatly help his. Finally, he arrived at the VIP lounge on the 8th floor. A woman introduced herself as Song Ah-hyun and explained that she would guide him through the section via. She kindly added that if he preferred not to have a guide, he only needed to let her know and she would wait nearby. If he preferred not having a guide, he only had to tell her, and she would wait close by in case he needed help later. Sang-hyun felt honestly completely out of place there. To him, it was like a kid wandering alone through a luxury department store. Still, he told himself he couldn't turn back now, especially since he might eventually become a regular customer there in the future. In the end, Sang-hyun politely accepted Sang-hyun's guidance. She smiled and kindly asked him to let her know if he had any questions about anything. He looked at the displays, and the moment he saw the price of the first item, he was utterly overwhelmed. Jun explained that the item was an epic-grade artifact known as the Abyssal Tome, with a listed sale price of 140 million won. The price was in won. Sanjun quickly replied that he understood, but as a swordsman, book-type artifacts were of no use to him. Ayan immediately apologized and kindly offered to guide him toward artifacts more suitable for a swordsman. Ayan immediately apologized and kindly offered to guide him toward artifacts more suitable for a swordsman. Trying to stay calm, Sang-hyun said that was fine for now. Inside, however, he prayed desperately that she hadn't noticed he had frozen the instant he saw the price tag. The nearby guests continued admiring another item, saying they never imagined they'd see something like that with their own eyes. Others wondered who in the world would buy such a scandalously expensive piece after bringing it into the country. Curious, Sanjung asked what everyone was looking at. Ayan explained that it was a special exhibition stage used to showcase merchandise that the market had recently acquired. Of course, those displayed items were also available for purchase. Ayan then offered to explain the exhibited artifact, but Sang-hyun politely declined, saying he wanted to take a look himself this time. As he approached, he wondered what exactly made the exhibition special and how incredible the artifact had to be for people to react that way. Then he saw it. The artifact glowed intensely as flames spiraled around it. Its name was the Mage Stone, an omnipotent grade artifact. Vendor Jerondaki, National Sales Agent Han Hyun-jong. The moment Sanjin saw the word omnipotent, he froze in shock. That was the highest tier among the 9 artifact grades. He'd never imagined he'd see one in real life. Then his eyes drifted slowly to the price tag, the listed price. Sang-hyun genuinely felt dizzy staring at the sea of zeros. He wondered if Daki casually hawking an artifact of that caliber meant the man already owned gear of an even higher order. After all, if someone could nonchalantly sell an artifact perfectly suited to his own class, then he probably possessed far more ridiculous treasures. Sang-jun let out a bitter laugh. He'd come here originally for motivation, but now all he could feel was how powerless he still was. Meanwhile, in the fourth basement of the Shenzhen Market's Platinum Zone, Sang Join examined another display. This time, the listed price was 700,000 won, and he chuckled awkwardly, admitting it was certainly not cheap either. Still, compared to the terrifying wall of zeros he'd seen before, this somehow felt far healthier for his sanity. Unexpectedly, someone approached him. The man introduced himself as Yong Hyan Hyunk and politely asked Sang Hyan what kind of artifact he was after. Sang Hyan recognized the name instantly. In the future, Jiang Hyan Hyok would become famous under the alias Perfect Storm. He was one of the many legendary players who rose to prominence after the regression. Sang Hyan replied that he wasn't looking for anything in particular, just browsing. Yong Hyan Hyok then asked if he'd like to see some of his artifacts also. He explained that there was a particular artifact with the foot because it just wasn't working well for him. Then he opened the item's details and offered to let Sangjiang inspect it up close. The artifact was called the Life Current Ring. It was a platinum grade support ring. Its special life current effect granted 50 mana. Its passive effect consumed a constant percentage of mana automatically to restore resistance over time. It could recover up to 5% resistance every 10 minutes. Its active effect let the wearer consume 20% of his current mana to instantly regain 30% resistance. Additionally, when the wearer's mana dropped below 10%, the mana would be consumed automatically to restore HP equal to 5% of the carrier's maximum resistance. The cooldown was 1 hour. Sangjiang wondered if Jun Yok was planning to use the direct transaction extension system right there. Unlike other open markets, the Junyang market operated under a unique policy known as direct transaction exemption. Normally, the Union market charged a SIVA transaction fee of 5% in exchange for providing security and convenience during trade. However, if those players agreed to conduct a direct transaction within the market, would they be exempt from paying that fee entirely? Sang Hyan admitted to himself that the artifact was honestly quite good. Since he had already acquired a title related to mana, he felt the ring would suit him well, but he still apologized and explained that the artifact was slightly different from what he was actually looking for. Yung replied calmly that it was perfectly fine. Deep down, the kind of artifact Sang Hyan truly wanted was something so useless that no one would even consider buying it in the first place. That way, after devouring it, he could wield its effects in completely different ways. And most importantly, those kinds of artifacts were much cheaper too. Suddenly, their conversation was cut short by loud shouts nearby. Someone was scolding another person for eating inside the market. A girl was casually sitting on the floor holding a slice of pizza while several pizza boxes were stacked beside her. The guards looked absolutely furious. The girl argued that she was simply using her own money. She also pointed out that she'd never seen any official rule prohibiting food in the area. The guard replied that even if there was no written rule, basic courtesy still applied because everyone else had to deal with the smell. Apparently, this had been going on for several days, and it wasn't just a few slices. He had been bringing whole stacks of pizzas. The girl asked clumsily if he also wanted some pizza, though she immediately clarified that she really didn't plan to share anything with him. The employee seemed personally offended, assuming he was acting that way because he wanted to eat his pizza. Feeling pressured, she reluctantly offered him a bite of the free review spaghetti she had received earlier. Yeonhyuk casually remarked that she was causing trouble again. The guard shouted loudly that he didn't want any of her food. Meanwhile, the girl argued that the pizza hadn't done anything wrong. She then added that technically she hadn't done anything wrong either. Sang Hyung approached her and politely apologized for interrupting her meal. He then asked if she could show him the information on the artifact she was selling. While she casually took another bite of pizza, she let him grab the artifacts and inspect them himself, since it wasn't like he was going to steal them anyway. Sang Hyan then seized the ring artifacts, and the moment he examined them, he felt their power instantly. Exactly the kind of artifacts he'd been looking for. The first artifact was the Speed Ring, a platinum grade support item. Its special effect was speed, plus a +10 to dexterity. The ring let its wearer move at explosive velocities far beyond normal human limit. Triple speed consumed 30 mana per second, and quadruple speed 840 mana per second. The second artifact was the Potential Boost Ring, also a platinum grade support item. Its special effect was simply a little faster, of platinum grade support. Its special effect was called Just a Little Faster, and with the ring's long sealed power finally released, the wearer's hidden potential awakened. Consuming 10 mana every second, the wearer's dexterity stat could increase by 5 times. However, once the wearer ran out of mana, the boost vanished instantly. Sang Hyan instantly realized it felt like the lightning he'd gotten before. The effects were insanely powerful, but the mana cost was utterly ridiculous. Because of that, no one had shown any interest in buying them. Ridiculously absurd. Because of that, no one had shown any interest in buying buying them. Without hesitation, Sang Yeon immediately declared he'd buy both rings. He then asked the price. The girl sheepishly admitted she personally loved those artifacts, so she suggested 1,200,000 won for the speed-focused ring and 1,000,000 won for the potential focused ring would be a fair price. Jang stared at her wordless. Feeling the weight of the silence, he quickly added that since he was buying both together, he could drop the combined price to 2 billion won, but Sang Yeon kept his gaze fixed, not uttering a single word. The pressure became unbearable. Finally, she announced, nervous, that being in a great mood after eating pizza should offer a special discount, 1,800,00011. Sang Hyun kept staring at her. In the end, the two settled on 1,300,000,000 won. Sang Hyun thanked her for the deal. The girl laughed, remarking that she was surprisingly good at haggling. Of course, she had no idea that Sang Hyun had spent most of his previous life in poverty. For him, haggling like this was simply natural. After completing the purchase, Sang Hyun casually mentioned that he was leaving. The girl cheerfully replied that she planned to treat herself to something tasty to eat first, and with the remaining money, she intended to donate the rest to an orphanage. Curious, Sang Hyun asked, and she explained that she herself ran an orphanage. Then proudly, she showed him a photo. It was a picture of her with several adorable children. At the instant Sang Hyun laid eyes on her, his pupils widened in stunned shock. There, it was, Joy Orphanage, the very place he himself had grown up in. She instantly caught his reaction. He suddenly went pale, so she asked if something was wrong. He replied that a memory had just resurfaced and went on to say he knew the orphanage, though he thought it no longer existed. The girl looked genuinely stunned. She confirmed the orphanage had been destroyed after being attacked during the collapse, then asked curiously how he knew the place. Jang Yun replied that she simply knew someone who used to live there. Deep down, however, she felt it was safer to hide the fact that he himself had grown up in that orphanage. After all, many people approached players assuming every player was wealthy. In that moment, because the amount of money she needed for the orphanage was probably for private security, and since she herself was also a player, she thought people would probably bother her even more for that reason. Her parents had run the orphanage long ago, which is why she had recently decided to rebuild and revive it herself. Sang Yeon whispered that he had no idea. She smiled and told him to drop by sometime when he got the chance. After that, she handed him the orphanage's business card. Proudly, she explained that the children themselves had drawn the illustrations. Then she cheerfully asked if he thought it was pretty. Sang Hyun stared at the card in stunned silence, let out an awkward laugh, and admitted it definitely looked pretty. The drawing itself was basically piles of cash everywhere. Honestly, it made him think those kids already had very realistic dreams. But beneath that uneasy laugh, Sang Hyun swallowed silently and suddenly felt a strangely moving emotion. The orphanage where he grew up had truly been a warm, wonderful place. Several of the kids there survived the collapse and were transferred to different institutions afterward. He wondered in silence how they were all doing now. Sang Hyun desperately tried to simply hold back his tears. For a moment, he nearly burst into sobs in front of someone he had just met, but he immediately told himself he couldn't let that happen. He realized he was getting emotional over something so small, yet he barely managed to suppress it. He had never realized before how rewarding it could be to have someone else cherish the same memories he carried. In that moment, Sang silently resolved to visit the orphanage soon, at another location within the Eden Guild headquarters in Uido. Sun Jun entered the building, and someone greeted him immediately. A middle-aged, muscular man in an orange sweater gave him the welcome and said they had been waiting for his arrival. The man introduced himself as Jino, and then invited Sang Yuan upstairs. Internally, Sang Yuan chuckled awkwardly to himself, thinking he never expected Yajino himself to greet him. Though he had only stopped by on a whim, he realized he now needed to take the situation seriously. An hour earlier, Sang had told the vendor he would contact her again later. She replied cheerfully that it was fine, since the kids would probably love to see him too. At that moment, Sang Hyun suddenly received a phone call. He apologized and explained he needed to answer, asking if it bothered her. She quickly said it was no problem and mentioned she should be leaving as well. She added she was glad they had managed to close the deal today. Sang Hyun then answered the call. It was Kim Miso. The instant he said her name out loud with a question, Miso immediately realized she apparently hadn't even saved his number. She called because they were about to receive an assignment for a raid on a gate with a minimum level requirement of 130. The location was Noan Station. The dungeon's name was the Black Gate. The name rang instantly familiar to Sang Hyun, and he recalled that the Black Gate was the exact same dungeon that Kang Boa, the Sword Arbiter, had successfully cleared for the first time. Afterwards, she revealed publicly the strategy needed to conquer the Black Gate. Sang Hyun recalled that flawless coordination among teammates was the absolute minimum requirement to clear the dungeon. Still, he believed that he and Kim Miso had worked quite well together so far. Moreover, archers and swordsmen naturally had an excellent compatibility, and if his memory memory served him right, the reward for the first successful clearing of the Black Gate was something truly extraordinary, like an epic-grade artifact. Those items could easily fetch about 120. Did you hear that? Sang Hyen told Miso enthusiastically that he would definitely participate. He asked what needed to be done and suggested heading first to his guild to discuss the proper plan. Miso told him to go so they could sort things out. Honestly, San Hyung was eager for it to arrive. At the very least, it would keep him from being the pathetic loser spouting nonsense in the corner of Hyunjung Market. Shinho noticed the strange expression on his face and asked if anything was wrong. Sang Hyen replied it was nothing. The two then headed to the 4th floor. Shinho explained that Mizu was in a meeting with the guildmaster, so he'd temporarily act as Sang Hyen's guide. He joked that Sang Hyen might feel uneasy having an old guy like him show the way. Sang Hyen laughed and assured him he felt perfectly fine. Shinho added that once they passed 3 more areas, they'd arrive at the special training room. It was hailed as one of Eden Guild's greatest prides, but there were restrictions on who could use it. The moment Sang Hyen stepped into the area, he immediately sensed the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Jinho laughed and admitted he felt exactly the same every time he came here. He then explained that no one was scheduled to use the facility that day, so Sang Hyen could relax and feel at ease. They opened the door. Sang Hyen immediately pointed out that someone was already inside. Jinho looked genuinely surprised. Inside the training hall, a woman was battling a massive golem. The giant golem let out a thunderous roar. Terry swiftly dodged its attack, then drove his 2 daggers into a single precise spot. A hole opened instantly in the golem's body. Its arm was ripped clean off, and moments later the massive construct collapsed to the floor. Hino asked if anyone had booked the training room, since she couldn't find any reservation in the system's database. Talierai finally noticed. Continued, he openly said that this sort of thing was just one of his hobbies. He explained that crossing blades with another swordsman was the best way to find out what kind of person he truly was. At that moment, Sang Hyen gave himself personally to see what kind of person he really was. Jino then pointed to a nearby weapons rack and mentioned that Sang Hyen could borrow a weapon from there if he didn't already have one. Sang Hyen replied calmly that it was fine, because he already carried a weapon with him at all times. Then right in front of Jino, Sang Hyen drew his weapon from the subspace. It was a hidden active special ability. Through this skill, he could store any objects he chose inside it. As the skill's level rose, the internal storage would keep expanding. Jinho's eyes widened in shock. Hada Hada admitted she never expected Sang Jun to possess such a power. Jinho explained that he'd heard rumors claiming Sang Jun was an interesting individual, but now he knew those rumors were absolutely true. He smiled and declared they should start immediately. Suddenly, Jino's body began to swell. He confessed he had originally planned to take it easy with Sang Jun, but after seeing that ability, he realized holding back now would be nothing short of disrespect. So from the outset, he decided to fight seriously, giving it his all. Meanwhile, inside the Eden Guild CEO's office, Miso's father told him to listen carefully this time. He warned that if things kept going this way, the same tragedy would happen again. Mizu instantly told him not to bring up the incident any further. His father apologized and asked for understanding, explaining he was only worried about her. Mizu whispered that she understood how she felt, then turned and walked away, telling him not to contact her again. His father shouted desperately for him to wait, but Kim Junchio could only sigh helplessly. A moment later, his secretary answered his call. Jung Chial asked Boss Chial if he still had connections within the association. Boss Chial replied affirmatively. The guild president then calmly declared he had a request concerning Sang Hyen. He ordered a thorough investigation into everything about him, starting with his family and his past. Shinyo announced that the setup was complete. The target players appeared as Yajinu Shin Sanjun. Shinyo asked Sanjun if he was ready. The system announced that the training mode configuration was finished and that the players could commence the simulated battle once prepared. It also showed that only one of the 2 players, Hino, asked whether they truly agreed to limit the match to just 2 assaults. He explained that crossing swords twice was already enough to gauge another swordsman's skill level. Jinyo then told Sangyang to say the word when he was ready. Sangyang watched Jin Ho's gigantification ability in silence. Even though Jin Ho was still smaller than the massive grizzly bear Sangyang had encountered before, the pressure radiating from him was on an entirely different tier. People often said Dokyung So had completely reshaped the swordsman meta with his all-terrain swordsman style, but that was only possible because he himself was Dokyung So. Not every player could easily adapt to such a demanding style. Meanwhile, other swordsmen completely rejected that path. Instead, they devoted themselves entirely to raw power, convinced that absolute might was the only true answer. Those fighters trained relentlessly, both their bodies and their brute strength. Sang Hyen himself had once belonged to that very category. Naturally, a question always arose. If Da Kai Ung Su stood at the pinnacle of the all-terrain sword style, then who reigned supreme supreme in pure force fencing. There was no universally accepted answer worldwide, but in his own country, everyone knew the name Joe Gino. He possessed enough power to crush an opponent with a single blow. Even as the swordsman's ultimate goal constantly evolved, Hino had managed to keep his spot at the very top. Sang Hyen silently wondered just how effective he would truly be when bolstered against a monster like this. The thought only fired him up more. At last, he declared himself ready and ordered them to begin. The system announced that all players in training mode indeed the simulation would kick off at once. Hino broke into a wide grin, admitting he liked Sang Hyen's confidence. He declared that a real man always casts doubt aside and proves himself through action. The instant Hino simply raised his blade, violent pressure waves erupted outward. Sang Hyen instantly weighed whether to block with a defensive sword or trigger the first stun, but then a crucial realization hit him. Fighting Yoji wasn't any different than battling a monster like him. The only answer was raw force against raw force. In that moment, the psychedelic skill activated, fortifying Sang Hyen's body and amplifying the ability. The psychedelic surged again, reinforcing Sang Jun's body and dramatically boosting his speed. Simultaneously, his face-off title ignited. The system confirmed that Jingho was isolated. Within a 5-meter radius of the target, no one else was present except Sang Jun himself. Consequently, the face-off effects triggered. Then Jinho swung his sword, delivering merely a light strike. Sang Jun forced himself to stay calm. After all, this was a straight-up strength showdown against none other than Yu Jinho. Charging head-on would have been suicide. Sang Jun instantly realized he needed to strike from the flank where the attack's power waned. Jinho looked visibly shocked. Sang Jun not only halted his massive blade, but even dented it. Jinho could barely believe Sang Jun had truly blocked his strike, yet his astonishment wasn't merely at the block. Of all the reactions Sang Jun could have taken, dodge, freeze, or even fling his sword in panic, he chose instead to meet him in a direct power duel. That was the moment Jingho never saw coming. Sang Jun calmly declared it was now his turn. In that instant, Jingho realized he'd been completely knocked out for a second. The pressure behind Sang Hyen's incoming strike was staggering. Instantly, Jingho recognized the blow was genuinely dangerous. The impact forced Hino to stagger backward, yet he seemed to be savoring it. It had been ages since anyone had forced him to retreat like that. Hino had completely misjudged Sang Hyen, having only heard stories about him from Mizu and Tolleri. He'd originally assumed Sang Hyen was just a big fish in a tiny pond. Now he saw how wrong he'd been. Jinho tightened his grip on his sword, then with a broad grin, regarded Sang Hyen as a true man, an equal. He openly confessed he was genuinely amazed. Sang Jun simply thanked him. Jingho laughed and admitted he never expected someone so slight to block his attack head-on. In that moment, he realized the rumors branding Shin Sang Jun a monster were true. Meanwhile, Sang Jun himself knew the real cause of that outcome. Psychedelic had triggered a critical effect together with knockback bursts. Under normal circumstances, most monsters would have exploded instantly from that combination, but Yoji wasn't the real monster here. Sang Hyen modestly claimed he'd simply landed a lucky critical strike. He made us laugh and told him there was no need for such humility. In his view, a real man never hides behind false modesty. Then Jinho apologized for his rudeness up to now. He admitted he should have taken Sang-hyun seriously from the start. The moment Sang-hyun heard that, excitement surged within him, because the next attack was the very technique Yajin would one day use to save countless lives during the second collapse 20 years later. Back then, endless meteors summoned by spell-casting monsters rained down relentlessly, and Gino shattered them all with a single sword strike. That technique was his signature Starbreaker. Gino admitted that the technique was still unfinished. In fact, this was the first time he'd ever shown it to anyone else. Still, he hoped Sang would be satisfied despite its flaws. Sang Hyen honestly admitted to himself that he was already sufficiently satisfied simply by knowing that Jingho was willing to fight him seriously. That only proved how much stronger he'd become, yet at the same time, he instantly sensed a terrifying problem. Even incomplete, this attack was nearly impossible to stop head-on, but surrender wasn't an option, so Sang Hyun chose to unleash the strongest strike he could muster at that moment. He readied himself to fuse psychedelic full charging and the speed boost together with knockback burst. It was the most powerful blow he could unleash in his current state. Sang Hyen declared he was ready. His strategy remained unchanged: strike the flank where the power was least concentrated. At the same time, he couldn't help but think how absurd the whole situation was. He was seriously trying to outmatch a level 700 player in a pure strength showdown. A violent surge erupted around him, and then the two of them lunged forward at the same time. Sang Jun stayed confident because up to now he'd kept beating impossible odds over and over, and at this moment he decided he would overcome the impossible once again. While at the same time, Miso walked down the hallway. She seemed genuinely depressed, but she forced herself to focus on training alongside Sang Jion instead. She refused to stay trapped trapped in sorrow forever. Suddenly, the entire hallway shook violently. A nearby woman asked nervously what the tremor had been, but Miso instantly realized the vibrations were coming directly from the training room. The moment she grasped that, her expression changed in an instant. She hurried. She rushed straight to the room, and the moment she stepped inside, she shouted at Sang Hyun, "What the hell is going on?" But the chaotic scene inside caught her completely off guard. The entire area looked shattered. Miso looked around in shock, wondering exactly what had happened there. Meanwhile, Jinhyo returned to his original size and braced himself with his sword. Breathing hard, Jinhyo burst into laughter and admitted that Sang-young kept surprising him over and over. Even though it was just a training mode match, he'd still poured an enormous amount of power into that final strike. And yet, Sang-young had met it head-on as if he'd done it deliberately. Jinho honestly admitted that he truly never expected that outcome. Sang Hyun thanked him for the compliment, but confessed that he too hadn't emerged unscathed from the clash. He thought about in silence that his wrist was probably damaged from the impact, which would interfere with Sang-young's next training session with Miso. Meanwhile, in the background, Hino realized that he himself had taken far more damage than expected. He could barely believe he'd ended up matching a rookie who was just starting to make a name for himself, and oddly enough, he didn't feel bad about it at all. Instead, he became convinced that the answer lay in the exact moment their swords clashed, because Sang Hyun's blade didn't feel like a rookie's weapon. It felt like being struck by a veteran swordsman who'd survived countless battles. The thought itself sounded incredible, but at the same time, Jinho also realized something else. Personally, he still had a long way to go. At that moment, the training mode officially ended. Hino thanked Sang-yeon for accepting such a selfish request of his. He admitted he never expected the training bout to turn into a moment of self-reflection for him. He then assured Sang-yeon that no one else in Eden Guild would ever question his abilities again. Then Jinho reached out his hand to help Sanchun up. Sanchun took the hand and joked that, technically, it had been a test after all. Jinho replied that it was natural. After all, Sang-jun had shot to fame from nowhere, so everyone had naturally been wary of him, but now Jinho fully recognized him. Then he proudly declared that Sang-jun was a real man. He was about to join the Real Men's Club, but before he could continue speaking, someone abruptly interrupted him. Mizu had finally uncovered what had happened and seemed furious, pointing out that she had only asked him to guide Shangyun through the guild. Instead, somehow they ended up destroying the training hall. Hino instantly grew nervous as he realized they were completely doomed. Miso then shouted angrily that a true real man would never ignore a request from a friend like that. Jinho immediately apologized to her without hesitation. Then Miso turned to Sang Hyun. She pointed out that he had also promised her to train with her, yet somehow ended up doing this instead. Sang Hyun could only apology clumsily as well. In the underground parking of Player Town's Building C, Sang Hyun opened his car door. At this point, he truly looked like a zombie. His cheeks were sunken and his whole body seemed utterly drained of life. Sang Hyun knew it was entirely his fault for ignoring Mizu's warning and wasting time with Gino instead. Earlier, Mizu had painfully told him to get ready, and after that, he ended up training non-stop for 18 straight hours. Still, despite the suffering, Sang Kyung admitted the training had been incredibly rewarding. Since there were still about 2 days left before the Blackgate raid, he decided he'd simply rest until then. At that moment, someone called out to him suddenly. The woman remarked that it was truly a coincidence to find him there, then asked if he had just finished training. San immediately asked who she was, which visibly surprised the woman as well. He then handed her his business card. Sang Hyun quickly realized she was an explorer of the association. He admitted that hearing her greet him by name had genuinely scared him at first. For a brief moment, he even wondered if she might have been someone he knew in a past life. The woman introduced herself as Lee Hee of the Strategy 4 Exploration Team. She openly explained that to recruit him into the association, she had been gathering information about him. Sang-jeong casually noted that most people tended to keep that sort of thing secret. The truth is, Sang-yeong was already exhausted from the day's training, so he kindly explained that he was heading home and asked her to hold any recruitment questions for another time, but just as he was about to leave, Gage stopped him. Then he asked a single question, wanting to know whether he truly had no interest in becoming an association-affiliated player. Sang-je replied calmly that, at least for now, he had no interest in it. Gahe nodded as if he had already anticipated that exact response. Then he admitted he had one more question, a more personal one. She politely asked if she could do one last thing. Though it was painfully obvious how exhausted Sang Hyun was, he agreed. At the same time, he silently wondered why she was so oddly persistent. Honestly, he already felt he was on the verge of collapsing from fatigue at any moment. But then, Jejehi suddenly asked him directly if his power could be some sort of ability that could copy or even steal other people's abilities. She pressed on, asking whether he might possess a skill that let him see the future. Sang Hyun was instantly instantly caught off guard. The next day, at the entrance of Widow's Black Gate, a car eased to a halt nearby. Miso stepped out of the vehicle and told the driver she would contact him later. She'd arrived earlier than expected, but that didn't matter. It just gave her extra time to prepare. Spotting someone on a nearby bench, she at first thought it was Sang Hyun. Miso called out cheerfully, saying she'd gotten there ahead of schedule and that she herself had arrived faster than planned. She then asked if he wanted to warm up together before the raid began, but as she approached, she was completely stunned. Sang Yoon looked so drained and gaunt she barely recognized him. She immediately asked what had happened and if something was wrong. Sang Yoon replied quickly that he was completely alright, but inside his head, Sang Joon was silently cursing. Since that conversation with the woman, he'd been so rattled he couldn't sleep a wink all night. At that moment, he truly felt he could collapse unconscious at any moment. He'd spent the whole night digging for any information on Lee Hee, but found nothing useful at all. And the uncertainty was eating away at him, never imagining that someone might already begin to suspect the existence of his exclusive abilities or even his regression. He thought he had been extremely careful all this time, which made him wonder how anyone could have uncovered him so quickly. Sang Hyun knew the situation was dangerous. To him, it felt as if a terrifying oddball had seen straight through all his secret. He was desperate to figure out how to keep her from suspecting anymore. For a moment, he considered laying low, then thought maybe acting friendlier toward her would ease her doubt. He even briefly considered inviting her for a drink, but immediately afterwards, he realized that would probably make him look even more suspicious. Sang Hyun finally snapped back to reality when Miso called him again. Miso sternly told him to stop hiding something. He even wondered whether Chernai and Mimai should call off the raid for the day, but Sang Hyun insisted adamantly that everything was fine and nothing had occurred. There was no way he would let this chance slip away. Trying to force a change of subject, Sang Hun suddenly pointed to his weapon, mentioned he'd never seen that bow before, and asked if she had gotten a new one. Miso perked up instantly and admitted that she'd honestly wanted to show him off. The bow was an epic-grade artifact borrowed from the Japanese guild Kurikawa. Since the Eden Guild had maintained a long-term partnership contract with them for years, she explained she'd done everything possible to prepare for the raid. Sang Yeon let out an awkward, incredulous laugh. Deep down, however, he was completely surprised that someone could casually borrow an epic-grade artifact so easily. The moment he contemplated the absurd value of such an item, he nearly felt dizzy again, yet the sight spurred him on. Suddenly, he resolved to get his own epic-grade artifact sometime soon. Sang Hyun quickly told himself not to get jealous over such things. For now, he needed to focus on obtaining a first-rank epic-grade item and worry about Ligagi later, so he finished getting ready. Even though it was earlier than originally planned, Sang Hyun suggested they start the raid immediately. Mizu agreed. Together, the two walked toward the portal. Sang Hyun looked terrible, but he didn't care as long as he could get an epic-grade artifact. No matter how much his regression issue bothered him, he forced himself to focus solely on what he needed to do at that moment. Meanwhile, Miso thought to herself that Sang Hyun seriously lacked self-awareness. She had never once considered carrying an epic-grade artifact for this raid. What she had witnessed during training a few days earlier had shaken her to the core. She already knew that Sang Jeon's growth rate was absurdly abnormal, but after about 15 hours in his training session, Sang Gi-on suddenly learned an entirely new skill and begged to try it immediately. Then he even panicked, asking if she was okay. The training field's facilities built specifically to withstand destruction were shattered by a single blow from him. In that instant, Mizu honestly believed that without borrowing an epic-grade artifact, she could no longer keep up with him. That was exactly the reason why she had prepared so thoroughly for this raid, because she refused to spend the rest of her life endlessly chasing his trail. At the entrance of the Black Forest of the Hollow Gates, the two walked side by side through the wood. Mizu remained completely tense. Sang-chu noticed this and told her that being cautious was good, but warned her not to become overly anxious, otherwise she would only waste unnecessary stamina. Mizu quickly nodded and admitted that the situation already felt entirely different from what the preliminary research report had described. That's why she felt nervous. According to the reports, the forest was supposed to contain paranormal activity, but now that she was seeing the place herself, the whole atmosphere felt strangely unnatural. Meanwhile, Sang Hyun also recalled having extensively investigated this gate in his previous life, which unsettled him, because it was the first time he had personally experienced a situation that differed from the events of his past life. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared before them. Miso. She identified it immediately as an orc, but Sangjin corrected her on the spot, and in that moment he was absolutely certain that this gate was no longer the same as it had been in his previous life. That creature wasn't an orc at all, it was a massive goblin, and that wasn't a minor shift. The beast suddenly charged straight at them. Sangyeon instantly thrust a protective arm in front of Miso. He then, using his fingers, silently indicated the number number 2. Earlier, Sang-young told Miso that after carefully studying the Black Gate, an idea had come to him and he wanted them to stick strictly to that plan. Miso asked if he meant the hand signals he'd mentioned earlier. Sang-young nodded and explained that to prepare for high-pressure situations, they would run through multiple possible scenarios and communicate entirely via hand signals during the fight. Miso questioned whether it was feasible to ready themselves for every situation they might encounter, especially with only a couple of days left before the raid. Sang Hyun reassured her not to worry and clarified that he didn't mean literally preparing for every conceivable scenario. Instead, he explained that as long as they memorized the basic patterns of movement, everything else would flow naturally afterward. Still, he admitted it wouldn't be easy to recall everything instantly in the heat of battle, which is why they truly had only one real option. By continuously rehearsing the patterns in repeated training sessions, they would eventually begin to react instinctively to each circumstance. And once those hand signals became second nature to them, they could execute the raid flawlessly. During practice, Sang-yeon raised 2 fingers. At first, Miso couldn't recall what the signal meant, but she eventually memorized it. Back in the present, the two of them immediately executed the strategy they had practiced. Miso instantly recalled what the 2-finger signal meant. If a monster charged straight toward them, they'd dodge in opposite directions. After that, the monster would instinctively target the opponent that seemed weakest, and in most cases that would naturally be Miso. While dodging, Miso fired an arrow instantly, and because she already knew where the monster would move before it acted, she could precisely aim at its joints to limit its movement. Once the enemy's motions were restricted, she could create openings naturally without even relying on skills. Still, Mizu admitted to herself that this was already the absolute limit of her predictive shooting ability. Honestly, she hadn't expected the attack to cause any lethal damage, but the moment her arrow struck the Great Goblin, it completely sliced off one of its legs. Miso's eyes widened in amazement. In that moment, she finally realized the terrifying power of an epic grade artifact. She had barely drawn the bowstring, yet the resulting attack was overwhelmingly powerful. For a second, she even wondered if she could truly kill someone instantly by using the bow at full power. The Great Goblin stopped his charge immediately. Then, instead of retreating, it leapt straight toward Amaizo to close the distance instantly. But back during training, Sang had already told her it was perfectly fine even if she didn't land a killing blow, because from the start he intended to exploit the opening she created. At that very moment, Sang-yeon appeared beside the monster. He then swung his sword straight into the Great Goblin's head. That was the tactic they devised to end the fight in an instant. They had successfully taken down the Great Goblin. He was about to say something, but Mizu instantly read his mind and finished the sentence herself, stating that her firepower had surged dramatically compared to Auntie. Because of that, she believed they might have to completely rethink their strategy in light of her new bow. She believed they might need to completely rethink their strategy given her new bow. Sang-jin agreed, casually noting that they could have aimed for the monster's head from the start, as one would expect from an epic grade artifact. He honestly felt 3 to 5 times stronger than before. Sang Hyun immediately realized that if they leveraged that advantage properly, the Black Gate raid could become significantly easier, much easier. Seeing that their teamwork had gone smoothly, Sang Hyun agreed. He praised how quickly she had reacted during the fight, which naturally made him think she had probably practiced the strategies on her own afterward. Meanwhile, deep down, Mizo silently blamed him for it. She had spent countless hours reviewing repeatedly the training sequence recordings because she refused to fall behind. Sang Hyun then noted that his practice round had ended officially, meaning it was finally time for the real thing. At that moment, several Great Goblins monsters suddenly materialized all around them, the beasts gathering in a rage, absolutely furious. Sang Hyun wondered if they were angry because the two of them had casually slain one of their comrades so easily. At the same time, he noticed something crucial. The monsters were being cautious, not charging recklessly. They were watching them carefully first. If that was their intended fighting style, the situation would actually favor Sang-jun and Miso even more. The system logged 10 monsters, and Sang-jun instantly realized the number was lower than anticipated. He asked whether it was because they were still relatively close to the dungeon entrance. He then reported to Miso that there were 10 enemies in total, including an unknown monster he had never seen before. Based on the preliminary reconnaissance data, he believed it was highly likely a kobold assassin, seeming to have some sort of stealth ability. Miso quickly suggested that strategy 4 script 2 would probably, but Sang-hyu immediately shook his head, pointing out that with no ranged foes present, they needed a completely different approach. Miso seemed confused at first, but the moment she realized which tactic he was considering, terror washed over her face. She instantly refused, shouting that she would never do that. In response, Sam silently placed his sword on the ground and pointed at it, insisting insisting relentlessly that strategy 4 script 2 was the right move. Then even Hasta suggested the standard 4, but Sang Hyun just kept pointing at his sword in silence. Meanwhile, even the monsters looked confused, watching the two in the middle of battle. Finally, with a pitiful expression, Miso perched on the sword, asking why they had to do it. Sang Jun replied calmly that she already knew the answer. Its firepower was far greater than expected, so there was no reason not to exploit it, and logically, it was their most optimal strategy. Mizu whispered that she also knew that. Then, realizing she couldn't make him change his mind, he reluctantly told her to hurry up and do it right now. After all, if there were no ranged enemies in the dungeon, placing Miso in a safer attack position would be a huge tactical advantage. The monsters looked up just as Sangyun hurled Miso into the air. The strategy proudly christened by him was the human cannonball, Kim Miso. For her part, Miso screamed that she hated flying like that. She shouted that she wouldn't even ride roller coasters for that falling sensation. Still, while airborne, she steadied herself in an instant. In that moment, her level 4 flight skill kicked in. Over the next 5 minutes, her descent speed from high places would be dramatically cut. Miso concentrated intensely and whispered a prayer that this absurd plan would succeed. Meanwhile, the big goblins charged their target with Sang Jun. Suddenly, one of the big goblins froze in confusion because the goblin ahead of him had his head explode without warning. Sang Jun thrilled at the sight. He'd been expecting something like this, but witnessing the ridiculous power of a single first-hand strike was unbelievably satisfying, and Sang Hyun realized something. That overwhelming power wasn't just from the epic artifact. He wasn't sure if it came from Miso's intense training or simply because more time had passed since his last battle. But one thing was clear: his aim had become dramatically more acute. For a brief moment, Sangyun almost glimpsed the future version of her from his past life, Kim Miso, the divine archer of the slaughterhouse. In that moment, she realized something crucial. She wasn't the only one growing stronger. Everyone else was evolving too. Honestly, Sang Hyun admitted he was genuinely surprised. He never expected Miso to become someone who could motivate him. Sang Hyun then turned his focus to a distant target. A shadow slowly coalesced before him, eventually taking the shape of a bipedal beast. The hidden kobold assassin looked visibly confused. In that exact instant, Sang Hyun lunged at the kobold before it could aim at Miso, coldly ordering it to stop. Then with a single swift strike, he sliced the kobold's head clean off. Sang Hyun had decided to fight seriously to properly back Miso. Honestly, he never expected things to turn out like this. But somehow, the day finally came when Miso was the one leading him through the fight. Meanwhile, Miso zeroed in on the 7 remaining monsters, activated the multiple lock skill. Instantly, targets appeared over the heads of the 7 monsters. Then she unleashed a star rain. A torrent of arrows streaked through the air. Each arrow flew with pinpoint accuracy to its designated mark, and in an instant, the heads of the 7 big goblins exploded simultaneously. Later that night, in the World Tree Rest area inside the Hollow Forest, Sang Jun sat calmly by a fire while Miso deliberately turned her back on him. Carefully, Sang Jun tried to speak. He asked cautiously how long she intended to stay angry with him. Miso answered immediately. She forever complained that he had forced her to run that ridiculous strategy 6 times in a row. Sang Jun explained monsters were everywhere, so they really had no other choice. Miso then complained about why she ended up being the only one slaying all the monsters. He admitted that while he could technically handle it, making her repeat it 6 times straight was too much. Deep down, Yun agreed with her. It had definitely been over the top, but at the same time, it felt like catching a free bus again after ages, so he unintentionally got swept up in the excitement. Now Sang Jian wondered how he was going to fix his mood. He already knew his usual gifts probably wouldn't work this time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grabbed a pan and started cooking right away. While he was prepping the ingredients, he muttered under his breath that it had been ages since he'd shown off his cooking skills. Sang Jing truly believed that in moments like this, a delicious meal was the perfect cure for a bad mood. Soon, the aroma drifted slowly through the air and naturally caught Miso's attention instantly. She sniffed the air silently, so Miso's attention was instantly seized. She sniffed the air silently. By the time she reached him, Sang Young had already finished cooking. Curious, Miso asked what he was doing exactly. He explained that a good bite right now would keep their spirits high, since they still had a long journey ahead. The dish he prepared was a hearty beef Wellington fit for adventurers. Sang Young then invited her to serve herself. Miso took a cautious bite, and her eyes widened in instant surprise. She instantly exclaimed that it was delicious, and demanded to know how he knew how to make something like that. Sang smiled calmly, relieved that she liked it. Miso remarked that the meat's texture was incredibly. It was unique, and she asked where he'd gotten it. She admitted she'd never eaten anything like it. Sang Jin replied casually that he'd simply hunted something akin to a rabbit. Excited, Miso asked right away if they could hunt a few more when they left the dungeon later. Deep down, Sang Jin silently apologized to her for not being able to tell the truth, but if keeping the secret kept her happy, he'd gladly carry it to his grave because the meat she adored was cobalt meat. Later, the two finished their meal. well. Miso was completely full and satisfied. She thanked Sang Hyun for the delicious food. Sang Hyun mentioned that the next area was the final zone included in the preliminary research report. Miso nodded and explained that it was the place where the Shadow Defender had previously appeared. Beyond that point, no further information would be available about the remaining areas of the dungeon. Still, she believed they'd be fine. Sang Hyun suggested they rest a bit longer before pushing onward. After a brief silence, Miso brought up another topic. She admitted that lately she felt she had been a burden to Sang Hyun, then apologized for being so thoughtless. Sang Hyun immediately realized she was referring to all the rumors surrounding him, the gossip that claimed he was her boyfriend, or that she threw money at him and treated him like a personal slave. Miso quickly denied hearing anything about Jun, replying casually that people certainly said things like that, but honestly, it didn't matter to him in the slightest, and he told her she didn't need to worry about it either. Miso whispered that, seeing how capable he was, she naturally felt drawn to him, yet somehow the media kept distorting in strange misunderstandings. Sang Hyun simply shrugged and told her that that's just how people are, and honestly, it only showed how much attention they were drawing now, even joking that sometimes it felt good to become famous because of her. Mizu replied immediately that he would have drawn massive attention without her involvement. After all, his growth rate was already completely abnormal. Sang Young laughed and reassured her again that there really was no reason for her to apologize for any of this. Then he added casually that regardless of the nonsense the media spread, they still turned to each other when they needed help. In the end, he concluded that this is how normal business relationships work. Miso fell silent instantly. Meanwhile, Sang-chun casually remarked that people love to gossip about others. Then suddenly, Miso whispered, asking what he would think if that wasn't actually the whole truth of the situation. Her cheeks slowly flushed as she nervously admitted that perhaps their relationship might not be just business after all. She then whispered, asking what he would do if that were truly the case.